Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump right into it with Trump gaggle with the press, because he says some pretty interesting things, apparently. And then we're going to, excuse me, guys, and then we're going to go ahead and get into a media analysis. All right, I guess my voice is going out a little bit, but do not forget to double tap that screen like the video, guys, and let's go ahead and jump right into it.
President, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your expectations for your...
Well, we're going to see what happens. We're only making a good deal. We have their military's gone, it's wiped out, and we're only going to make a good deal. We'll see what happens. But I believe that one way or the other, it's going to be very good for the American people, and I think actually very good for the Iranian people.
Are you
good for us
reconsidering
now.
the Pakistanis as mediators?
No, they're great.
What?
I think they're great.
Mr.
I think
President.
the Pakistanis have been great. The field marshal and the prime minister.
So apparently it's been alleged that the Pakistani might be housing Iranian fighter jets. So, you might want to look out for that one. But yeah, hasn't been confirmed, but that's the allegation.
Pakistan have been absolutely great.
Mr. President, what is your message to President Xi as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with, and I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Mr. President.
Do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't think he does.
Can help
No.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win
Mr.
it.
President.
We'll win.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. China's still been able to get their oil regardless of the blockade. Like, that's where the 20 Iranian shadow fleets went to China, their biggest buyer. So China's still been able to get their oil. And of course, the blockade, yeah, it is not really affecting them that much when it comes to them not being able to sell their oil. They're still able to go through the Caspian Sea to get to Russia, and they got railways to China. That we have not blown off the sky, we have not blown off the face of the earth yet.
Peacefully or otherwise. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, every single element of their war machine is gone. They've killed a lot of people. They've killed 42,000 people at least over the last month and a half.
Cap.
We win.
Mr. President,
No matter how you cut it.
Mr. President, what do you believe, Mr. Curtis, Mr. President, do you believe your visit to China will impact of international economy and price of oil?
It's going to be a positive. We're going to have a very good meeting. I spoke with President.
Oh, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and push this video in the algorithm by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. All right, let's go.
President Xi, we both look forward to the meeting. It's going to be great.
Mr. President, what is going to be your red line to end the ceasefire for you? What will it take to pull the plug?
Well, we're going to see, and we'll be thinking about it on the flight, and we'll be thinking about it for the next little while. But we've beaten their militaries very soundly. That's over with. The blockade is very effective. It's been 100% effective. And one way or the other, it's going to work out very well. It's going to work out very well. I think you're going to have so much oil. You're going to have a gusher of oil like you've never had before. So when oil goes up a little bit, I thought it would go up much more. If you go back 3-4 months ago, when we were...
Bro, I'm sorry, but oil going up over $1 is pretty bad, man. I mean, you can't really sit there and say, oh, I'm sorry, it's not that much. I thought it'd have been worse. I'm like, hold on, you thought it'd been worse? I'm sorry, but it's going up over $1 is pretty bad. A lot of people feel that.
Contemplating. We assumed oil would go much higher. Yesterday it was at $99. And if you think about it, I would have taken that all day long because it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me.
Here's the problem, though. This is not about Iran having a nuclear weapon. This is about Iran being able to enrich uranium. And that's what we want. We want them to get rid of their enriched uranium and their, enrichment altogether. Like centrifuges, everything, nuclear program, gone. So it's not that, Iran is going towards a nuke or they're saying, no, we won't make a nuke. It's Iran saying, no, we won't give up our right to enrich. But they've never wanted to go towards a nuke. But due to what the Iranian parliament just said, yes, the head of the Iranian parliament just said that if the U.S. strikes again, that Iran actually will go towards 90% enrichment. So there is that.
When it came to we don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, you promised to bring inflation down. It's now at its highest level in 3 years. Are your policies not working?
No, my policies are working incredibly. If you go back to just before the war, for the last 3 months, inflation was at 1.7%. Now, we had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well. Anybody that wants them to have a nuclear weapon is a stupid person. So we said we're going to take the greatest stock market in history and we're going to go down a little bit. And actually that turned out to be...
Like I said, it's cap. It's like Iran was never going towards a nuclear weapon. The thing is, we just want Iran to give up their right to enrich, and they're just not doing that.
Incorrect, because our stock market is now at the highest point in history, which frankly surprised a lot of people. It's a very simple message. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And that's 100%. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. Their leaders are gone.
I'm weak.
They're all gone. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Well, they're still closing down the strait with the Navy. They still got thousands of missiles and drones, and yes, their leadership is still intact. So, half of that's true, but the parts that we really want to be true are not, and that's the sad reality.
Are you ready to extend a waiver on sanctioned Russian oil to ease the global crude prices?
We're going to do whatever is necessary. And as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof. You're going to see the golden age of America, frankly. And you're seeing it now.
Yeah, here's the problem, guys. Even if you ended this war today, it would still take about 6 months for, well, the global oil supply to catch up because, like I said, they're behind on their orders by months at this point. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So even if Trump shuts it off today and gets everything he wants today, it's going to take some time for us to get back to normal. And did you see that inflation report, guys? We're about to crack over 4% inflation. It just went up by what? About 0.7% or so, something like that.
So as soon as this is, don't forget, you have hundreds of ships that are loaded up with oil that want to come out. As soon as they come out, we're going to have a gusher of oil, and you're going to have inflation that goes way down. Now, with all of this, inflation is much lower than it was under Biden. Biden had the highest inflation in the history.
But here's the problem, though. Trump, even you would admit, and even Scott Bessent admit that we lost $3,000 of buying power under Biden. And we all understand that we probably only got maybe 1,200 of it back. So we're still in the hole. So when gas prices go up and then prices go up, understand that we're still in that hole when it comes to buying power. AKA, we have less buying power than we did under Biden. And yes, we understand that that's Biden's fault. But us facing those higher prices mean that's going to hurt a little bit more than it did under Biden. I would hope a lot of people would understand that instead of playing the Butt Biden game.
Of our country, inflation is nothing by comparison, but our inflation is just short term. Because if you go from just before the war, we were for the last 3 months 1.7%. And now what you have is as soon as this war is over, you're going to see inflation go down to probably 1.5%.
Bro, we're at 3.8% inflation, bro. And wages only went up 0.03%. Wages aren't going up because inflation is eating it up. That was my whole point about tripping about this. It wasn't about me being a leftist. And then, bro, we got people who want to play the what about Biden game. All right, great. Let's play that game about what about Biden. Well, under Biden, we had more buying power. Even though he effed that up for us, you're right. I'm not going to sit there and deny that. Never did. But here's the problem. Due to the fact that we had less buying power under Biden, my bad. We have more buying power under Biden that we don't have under Trump. These higher prices are going to hurt us even more. Do you not understand? Or is just the what about Biden game just that fun for y'all?
Will you extend the waiver? Will you extend the waiver, sir? Will you extend the waiver on Russian crude?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday you said you gave the Kurds arms, but they took it for themselves. A U.S. military official says that the Kurds have not received any arms, and the Kurdish political parties are denying receiving any arms.
The officials are wrong.
President, Chinese people, sir, you on the summit.
How is that different than your ballroom? You wanted your own power fired for cost overruns. How's that different than your ballroom and the reflective?
So what happened is we have a ballroom that's under budget. It's going up right here. I've doubled the size of it because we obviously need that. And we're right now on budget, under budget, and ahead of schedule.
I'm sorry, but bro, if you truly think, I know somebody in the chat saying, well, once this war is over, as soon as it's over, bro, just give it a week, give it 2 weeks. We're going to be at 1.8% inflation. I'm sorry. That is not how it works, my brother. And I wish it did. I truly wish it did, but that is not how it works. It's going to take some time to repair that damage, about 6 months. So if you said give it about 6 months, I'll be like, okay, I'm a patient guy. But you over here talking like it's going to be in 2 weeks, like how the Iranians is going to get to a bomb. Like, come on now.
I doubled the size of it, you dumb person. Double the size. You are not a smart person.
What about the
over here, and based on a lot of things that have happened over the last year, we doubled the size of the ballroom. So we're going to have a ballroom that's appropriate for the White House. We doubled the size. The ballroom is ahead of schedule, and it's a little bit under budget, depending on the finishes that we use.
The president of Cuba has his days numbered.
Well, they're not doing well. Cuba is not doing well. It's a failed nation, and we'll be talking about Cuba at the right time.
Mr. President, let me ask you about Venezuela. Some Venezuelans are concerned that there are some political prisoners still in their prisons. Would you do something about that?
Yeah, we'll do it. We're going to get them all out.
Well, duh, because there's political prisoners in there because the same regime is still in power, except it's just the number 2 ladies up in power now. So I'm sorry. But things aren't really getting better for the Venezuelan people. We just took out Maduro and we said, good luck, guys.
And I'll tell
Make sure you give us that oil on time.
you what, Delcy's doing a great job. The people of Venezuela are thrilled with what's happened. They can't even believe it. They're dancing in the streets. And as you know, we have Exxon, we have Chevron, we have all of the big companies going in. And Venezuela now is making more money than they've made in the last 25 years.
Excuse me, sir.
We, as you know, they let a lot of the political prisoners out, and the rest will be coming.
Did you ask Marty McCary to resign, sir? Or did you fire your FBI
Well, I don't want to say,
commissioner?
but Marty's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's a wonderful man, and he's going to be off. And the assistant, the deputy, is taking over temporarily until we find. Everybody wants that job. It's a very important job. Marty's a terrific guy, but he's going to go on and he's going to lead a good life.
Oh, guys, and I guess I'll answer this as well. I also see a lot of people making this mistake. So I hear what everybody's saying, like, oh, well, you don't know how much oil we produce. No, I know we produce a lot of oil. But here's the thing. Oil is priced on a global scale. It's a global commodity. So just because we produce a lot of oil doesn't really mean anything, because 20% of the global supply is held up in the Strait of Hormuz. And here's the thing. If we were just selling our oil to ourselves and we only use it for ourselves, then yeah, sure, we could sit there and be like, yeah, oil prices are going to be low. But we don't. We actually sell our oil out as well. It's part of the global market. That's why oil prices are the way they are, because even our oil is part of the global market. So when 20% of the oil is held up, prices are going to rise because there's scarcity in the market.
Having some difficulty. You know, he's a great doctor, and he was having some difficulty, but he's going to go on and he's going to do well. Everybody wants that job.
Midterm elections, would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I'd do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. We have to have honest elections.
So you're not ruling that out?
A quick question, Mr. President. This month is considered to be the month of Africa. On the May 25th, we'll be celebrating Africa Day. Would you mind doing something special, like 10-minute interview to speak about your views on the Africa?
We would do that.
Ceasefire is on life support. Is President Xi the person to bring it back to life?
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to have a great meeting in China. He's a wonderful guy. He's a friend of mine, and we're going to have a great meeting. We do a lot of business with China. We do very well with China, and they do well with us, and the relationship is very good. We're going to have we are going to have a great meeting.
Do you think he's got what it takes to convince the Iranians?
Whatever he can do to help, we like.
Mr. President.
Will you be able to talk about?
Here's the thing, though. What China's going to do is probably what Russia's going to do. Keep on helping out Iran to drag us into a forever war that's going to drain our resources. And we're going to be pretty much begging China for a deal that's pretty much going to be a win for them and not for us. Because like I said, as this war drags on, the economy only gets worse. Affordability gets worse. And of course, the stock market is up. But guys, if this war drags on, that's going to be temporary.
The end of the war.
And like I said, it is nice to know that, you know, our corporations are making money, but that doesn't mean that affordability for your average American is any better.
Ukraine with the president.
I think it's getting very close. The end of the war in Ukraine, I really think it's getting very close.
Will China invest $1 trillion in the U.S.? Will China invest $1 trillion in the U.S.?
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran.
Okay, that's the controversial sentence right there. Okay, let's go back on that. Like, because a lot of people were just like lost their shit over that line. And tell me how y'all feel.
Will China invest $1 trillion in the U.S.? Will
When
China
you're
invest?
negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Well, damn. So he's pretty much saying, look, I don't care how expensive things are for your average American. I don't care that I went back on helping with affordability. I don't care about none of that, bro. Iran cannot have a weapon that they were never going towards. Do you hear me, lady? I don't care. I don't care that inflation went up. I don't care that gas went up. You got to understand, bro, this war with Iran is way more important than all of that. All right, I know I'm paraphrasing. I'm, exaggerating, but come on now. It is kind of effed up. He just said it like that. It is what it is.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Or NATO?
Say it.
What is more broken, NATO or OPEC?
Well,
NATO.
OPEC is having some difficulty right now because one of those things, but that has nothing to do with me. NATO was very disappointing to me. NATO was not there when we wanted them. We don't need NATO. We don't need NATO. But if we did need them, they just weren't there.
Do you think President Xi can help and contribute?
I mean, here's a problem though. Like the whole trying to drag NATO into opening the Strait of Hormuz, that wasn't really a real test of NATO. Now, and here's the thing though. Remember, it's all about if somebody strikes us, NATO's supposed to help. Not it. Oh no, we strike a country, NATO, you got to join in. That's just not how it works, guys. Or NATO would have just attacked Russia and we'd be in war with Russia. So Lord knows if it worked like that, man, we'd be at World War III a long time ago. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing that like button.
With Iran? He could. I mean, it might be. I don't think we need any help with Iran, to be honest with you. They're defeated militarily, and they'll either do the right thing or we'll finish the job. They're either going to do the right thing or we're just going to finish the job.
The message, sir, to the Chinese people as you embark on this summit.
That we're going to have a great relationship for many, many decades to come. My relationship with President Xi is a fantastic one. We've always gotten along, and we're doing very well with China, and working with China has been very good. So we look forward to it. As you know, President Xi will be coming here toward the end of the year, so that'll be exciting too. I only wish we had the ballroom finished. The ballroom is right on budget and ahead of schedule, but I wish we had it finished.
Sir, on the gas
you also may want to do one other thing. You may want to go see the reflecting pool because that's under construction. And
Nah, Jet, that is true though. They did pretty much say, hey man, you got to help out. You got to help by proxy. So I don't know, man. Maybe we should have came at NATO like that. Yo, NATO, bro, send us a check for our military so we can keep up this whole thing with Iran. Okay, bro, send us a check like we helped out with Ukraine. All right, bro. We sent $100 billion. Well, guess what, bro? We need $100 billion out of you. I think that's fair, and I think it would be, a real good thing for NATO to do. But I'm gonna be real with you, they're probably gonna curve us on that. Like, man,
for the first time since 1922, it's going to work properly.
Sir, the gas tax, Thank you, Mark Stone from Sky News. What's your advice to Keir Starmer, sir? He seems to be on the brink.
Well, my advice to him has always been open up your oil in the North Sea. You got one of the great oil finds anywhere in the world, and you're not using it. They're not allowed to use it. And it's one of the best in the world, among the best oils in the world. Open up your oil in the North Sea. And
I mean, honestly, he got a point. But here's a problem with Europe. Like, the same way that they put this whole green energy initiative on the backs of European people, through their energy bill, it's kind of the same way we're kind of building data centers on the back of the American people with higher energy bills and water bills. So, we kind of do our own little bit of grime.
Get tough on immigration.
Should he stay or go?
Europe is being very, very hurt by immigration all over Europe. Not only him. That's up to him. But I told him from day one, you're getting killed on energy. You're windmilling your country to death. Open up the North Sea. You have one of the greatest sources of energy in the world. Open up the North Sea.
The pressure is from Nigel Farage.
Should state governors drop taxes on oil? Would you ask them to do
I
that?
think it's a great idea.
I mean, honestly, they should have did that like two years ago. You know what? If they'd have did that 2 years ago, maybe they wouldn't see such an ass whooping in the Senate and the House. You know what? I'm just gonna be real with you. But I don't know why. Them Dems love their taxes. They'll sit there and complain about affordability and raise your taxes.
Ask you two questions. Mr. President, has there been any understanding between you and Putin that Russia should get entire Donbass?
No.
I mean,
You have a standing invitation to travel to Russia. Do you think it might happen this year?
Good. I mean, look, what I will do whatever is necessary. That war, I've settled 8 wars. That war is getting closer. Believe it or not, it's getting closer. And we think we're going to end up getting a settlement between Russia.
God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can just go ahead and super chat that in. Appreciate the support. And also double tap that screen.
Mr. President, what is the ultimate goal of your trip to China?
I think more than anything else, is we have massive relationships with China. We're the two superpowers. We're the strongest nation on earth in terms of military. China's considered second. Who knows? I mean, who knows? But we are. There's nobody even to come close. And you see that whether it's Venezuela or whether it's Iran. Iran's military is decimated. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to remain that way. We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win. But we're going to be talking.
And here's the problem, guys. If Trump does strike Iran, I'm just going to be real with you guys. Well, they're most likely going to go towards a bomb. The head of the Iranian parliament already said that, yo, if you guys attack us, we're going to take that 60% to 90%. And once again, like I said, it seems like the more aggression we put on Iran, the closer we push them towards a nuke. Is like that's the whole reason they're even at 60% is because of our aggression towards them. But here we go, not learning our lesson. Once again, pushing them towards a nuke. And trust me, once they get to that 90% and we find out and we track it, we're going to know when it happens. I think that's probably when we actually might nuke these guys. I'm just going to be real with you. And I don't want it to happen, but that might just happen.
We're going to be talking with President Xi about a lot of different things. I would say more than anything else will be trade.
Just to clarify, did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
How they're feeling about
every American. Are you listening to me? Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If Iran has a nuclear weapon...
No, yeah, that's true. We all understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We get that. The problem is they were never going towards a nuclear weapon. They don't even have a nuclear weapons program. So basically, we're here for no reason. And let's be real. This is not about them having a nuclear weapon. This is about them being able to enrich. And let's just be honest about that. He should like rephrase that and be like, Iran cannot have no enrichment. And then we'd all look at him like he's crazy, but they're part of the nuclear proliferation treaty, and they do have a right to enrich. So you're kind of saying F their sovereignty, but that's bad messaging. So you got to sit there and say, oh, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon that they were never going towards.
The whole world would be in trouble because they happen to be crazy. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Now, if the stock market goes up or down a little bit, the American people understand it. When it's over, you're going to have a massive drop in the price of oil, which a lot of people thought would be higher. And I mean, it was $99 yesterday, which is low, which is relatively low. When this war is over, oil is going to drop. The stock market's going to go through the roof. And truly, I think we're in the golden age right now.
Did this man forget that oil was at like $67 a barrel before this war? So even if it's at 90, that means prices are still going to edge up. And what are the oil futures at right now? I think, what is it? Brent crude's at 105 and WTI is at $99. So no, it's still pretty high. It's still up there.
You're going to see a golden age like we've never seen before. The minute it's announced, and I'll be the one to announce it because I'm the one that makes that decision, I could leave right now, and it would take them 25 years to rebuild their country. But I don't want to do that. I want to have it complete and total. So you ready? As soon as this...
My bad, guys. Let me give y'all a bit of a price update here. Actually, WTI is over. It's over $100. So, over 100. And so is Brent crude. Both of them are over 100. So that's why you're seeing a tick up in your oil price. Yeah. But as Trump said, don't worry, guys. It's all temporary. And then once we end this war, it'll go flying down in the lands of fairy tales, butterflies, and rainbows. Only there will that happen.
War is over. You're going to see numbers like you've never seen.
I know how much you value loyalty. I know how much you value loyalty. Are you comfortable with people serving in the military if they personally oppose the Iran war or you?
It doesn't mean I'm happy about it, but I live with a lot of different.
Question on redistricting. To voters who are confused about the changing maps, the changing dates, and to African Americans concerned that this is going to draw black members of Congress off the map, what do you say?
Well, I think it's been a wonderful process. They've been the Democrats, or as I call the Democrats, because they are dumb in so many ways. They've redistricted for years, and now we took our shot, and it looks like we're going to pick up a lot of seats, and that's a good thing.
Look, man, nobody's saying that the Democrats are intelligent, but you getting into this war was just a dumb idea. Like, and now, like, we're making Iran look like a world power because now they have control of the strait and they don't want to let it go. So yeah, this war was a dumb idea. And I'm be real with you, it's almost as equally as dumb as the Democrats are. All right. We're not over here like shaking we're not over here shaking pom-poms for the Democrats. We're over here just being real with the coverage of this. And I'm sorry, but we have not completed any goals of this war. Regime change, not done. Their military, not destroyed. Still have thousands of missiles of drones that they can still send into the Gulf region and into the Strait of Hormuz. So what's been done? Oh, and we still can't release control of the strait. All we did was put a blockade on top of a blockade. Like, that's doing something.
That's a good thing. We want voters to have their choice. We want fair voting. We want fair elections. The Democrats have been cheating on elections for many years. Oh,
guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get to 100 likes. Help me out by double tapping that screen and smashing the like button.
All we're doing is winning. Thank you.
All we're doing is. Well, all right, guys. Let's go ahead and get to the next video. We're gonna go ahead and start off on the right side of media with our guy Jesse Waters.
Fox News alert, wheels up. Air Force.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay. Say chat tripping tonight. Yeah, chat is tripping tonight. Stop acting like Dems. I'm telling you, bro, they're acting like the Dems did when Biden was going senile. They're acting like the Dems did when we were at 9% inflation, telling us, oh, it's the best economy ever. It's like, well, don't do us like this, MAGA. Don't turn into some leftists now. But that might be already too late. It might be too late.
One's on the way to Beijing. The commander-in-chief preparing for a high-stakes meeting with Xi Jinping. China's already rolling out the red carpet because the president's bringing the dream team, Rubio, Hegseth, and Scotty B. Rubio's been banned and sanctioned by the Chinese for 6 years, and they just lifted it. He's clear. And the president's bringing the best and brightest, 16 CEOs, including from Apple, Boeing, Goldman, and Visa, all flying west. Even Elon's making the trip. Should be just like the good old times.
They better.
POTUS says we make a lot of money with China.
And they need them rare earth minerals.
Using the trip as a big business opportunity. But the two will have a lot to talk about. AI, Taiwan, and obviously Iran.
We're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that.
Oh, bro, and guys, if you want to know why there's extreme, and I know I hate to say this, I hate to use this word because this is such a dem or liberal word, but the MAGA cope is only happening so hard right now because the inflation report came out. And just like I predicted, I told you inflation was going to go up. I told y'all gas prices was going to go up. And I told you that we just were like taking out Iran is not going to be as easy as like, oh, a 4-day detour, as Trump was trying to say, or 2 weeks, a month, 60 days in. I wonder what he's saying now. So I've been warned you guys about this. And like I said, I voted for Trump, and I'm telling you, yo, this war to Iran is going to walk back all of the progress. And now guess what? All the progress has now been officially walked back. And the man is doubling down. Like, what? I'm supposed to support that? He's not even doing what I voted for anymore. Like, bro, mass deportations aren't even happening no more. And I'm just supposed to sit here and be like, but it's Trump? Nah, I'm sorry. I can't.
We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I continue to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Beijing's economy is showing some cracks, and without their top two oil proxies, Iran and Venezuela, the Chinese are getting a little desperate, and they may even offer us a little help with the gay Ayatollah. But President Trump says, don't bother.
Because, no, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise.
The generals prefer otherwise. They're saying the Iranians just drove past a major off-ramp. We could be on the road to more war. NBC reporting that the president already has a name if he restarts bombing again. Operation Sledgehammer. Time's running out for peace.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to Fed. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president called Iran's latest proposal unacceptable. And now the ceasefire is on life support. 47.
I ain't gonna lie, that yo, Iran's proposal was I even have to sit there and be like, all right, man, they're trolling. Because they pretty much said that they want to establish authority over the Strait of Hormuz, aka, we keeping these fees, bro. And they want us to stop the wars on all fronts. So that means Israel got to stop attacking Gaza and Lebanon, and we got to stop attacking Iran. And then, bro, what else was the unreason? Oh, yeah, and they want reparations as well. So, Oh, and complete sanction relief. All sanctions lifted. So they're walking in there dropping their nuts at this point. And this is crazy. Why? Why you're going like S.E.T? Like, why are they acting so bold? Because they've closed the Strait of Hormuz. They've proven that we can't overthrow them unless we're willing to put boots on the ground. And it doesn't look like we're willing to do that. And they know we're not willing to take that political backlash to do so, nor the lives lost. Because I'm be real with you, it's just going to be cooked for the Republicans forever at that point. So they kind of know what timeline we're on. They know what we're not willing to do, aka we don't have escalation superiority. And this is what a lot of the generals were saying to Trump, is that if you get into this war with Iran, we don't have escalation authority. We can only take things so far, and these guys can just go to the max. Is like, we can't, like, we're not willing to sit there and bomb China and Russia because they're working with Iran. But Iran is willing to bomb Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia for working with us. Is like Iran's able to close the Strait of Hormuz. We cannot really, all we can do is put another blockade on it. And they can last 6 months outside of that. We do not have escalation dominance on Iran. We have military dominance, but not escalation dominance. You got to understand the difference between the two.
I'd have to break the negotiation stalemate.
According to regional sources that I talked to this morning, the domestic pressure on the regime is increasing each and every day. And they view this broadly as something called death by 1,000 cuts. They believe that President Trump has a variety of options on the table moving forward that could damage the Iranian regime further on a military level that would make it even more difficult for those in Tehran to rebuild after the war.
Reports say the president's considering a resumption of major combat operations. The Pentagon says they are locked and loaded.
We have a plan to escalate if necessary. We have a plan to retrograde if necessary. We have a plan to shift assets. Certainly in this setting, we wouldn't reveal what the next step may be, considering the gravity of the mission that the president is undertaking to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear bomb.
On the menu, a special ops mission to snatch Iran's uranium. In the last 48 hours, both Trump and the Israelis have toyed around with the idea.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel, special forces from the United States?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but...
Well, no. Please explain further, because guess what? We won't be able to secure that enriched uranium unless we get to a deal with Iran where they give it up. And most likely we're going to have to relieve sanctions and pay reparations. Lord knows we're not trying to do that. Or we put boots on the ground and we just take them for all they got. And I mean, we can do it. We'll succeed, but the costs will pretty much not be worth it in the eyes of the American people. Maybe in the eyes of the neocon, but the eyes of the American people and most of us on the left and the right, is just ain't worth it.
What President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there.
The Pentagon just revealed the location of a top secret submarine capable of launching nuclear missiles. The Ohio-class sub's docked in Gibraltar, and its Trident II ballistic missiles can hit targets over 4,500 miles away. The Pentagon never discloses the locations of their nuclear subs, and they just did, just hours after the Iranians sent us that crummy proposal. On the ground, the military's training robo-dune buggies with mounted machine guns. It's next-gen stuff.
Cool.
They were just seen in Morocco, similar terrain to Iran.
Yep.
And we're also going to start arming.
Ukraine started pulling those out. Actually, bro, Ukraine literally took a whole Russian position using those. Just pulled up on those little big ass remote control cars with guns on them and literally took a whole city. I was like, hey, yo, I ain't gonna that it was a win that Ukraine, bro. That's probably the first time Ukraine took a win in a long time. And they did it with those, these things right here. These big ass remote control cars with guns on them. Missile launchers, actually. It's kind of cool.
Similar terrain to Iran. And we're also going to start arming Apache helicopters with their own drones. Look at that. Also in the skies, our B-1 bombers are conducting training missions. And here are the Super Hornets and Growlers launching from the USS Lincoln. General Keane says we might have to pull the trigger.
We know the regime is likely going to survive even if we return to combat operations, but we would want it to be so weakened that it's vulnerable to collapse. I think we've given negotiations truly a test of time to see if it would work, and it's not going to work. And my judgment is the best thing to do is go back and finish what we started.
The UAE's jumping in too. Reports say they've been carrying out secret strikes on Iran. They hit an oil refinery last month. And Reuters is reporting that the Saudis got off the sidelines. In retaliation to Iranian aggression, the kingdom launched missiles inside the mainland. You know it's bad when the Jews and Arabs are on the same page.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I mean, it's cool that they're uniting and all, but that's only going to escalate things. And that means Iran's going to start green lighting their energy infrastructure. So if you start hearing that Iran done struck inside Saudi Arabia or the Houthis did, trust me, it's retaliation for this. And if you don't think Iran's going to retaliate, well, you're wrong, because they always do. Everybody got a safe face out here in this war, right? Right.
Iranians still talking a big game, though. The parliament speaker says this: our armed forces are ready to deliver a well-deserved response. Mistaken decisions will always lead to mistaken results. The Iranians still haven't even broken through our wall of steel. The embargo's already turned around 65 ships.
Bro, their goal was to close down the Strait of Hormuz. You kind of helped them out with that. It was like, I'm gonna be real with you. All you did was just put a blockade on top of their blockade while they're still able to get their oil. If you look at a map of Iran, you'll look north of it. Yeah, it's something called a big body of water called the Caspian Sea that they can go straight to Russia to. And they have railways to China, like I said, that we have not blown off the face of the earth yet. We probably should, but we haven't. And these are two transportation systems that they can still get oil to their biggest buyers, and they're using it right now. And of course, also the 20 shadow fleets that they were able to get through the blockade during the beginning of it. So, guys, you gotta understand this blockade. It's not working. It's not really working. And the whole Operation Freedom. Well, I'm be real with you. That was just like a huge risk. But that was a huge risk for the U.S. Navy and the vessels that we be so-called guiding.
And economic fury is squeezing the IRGC's oil pipeline to the Chinese. Bessent just slapped on more sanctions. Raising Cane says the Iranians are feeling it.
They are absolutely feeling that pressure, not just from the blockade, as the secretary talked about, but the continuation of sanctions that Treasury and others have put on there. And we retain a range of military options.
The Democrats, though, they say we're losing.
You've achieved a series of tactical successes, but are on the verge of a strategic loss because we are now negotiating.
I just think it's so foolish. Here we are in a committee in the United States Senate, 74 days in, and you're talking about strategic loss. We have the ability to defeat a 47-year threat of a pursuit of a nuclear weapon. We have more leverage than we've ever had. We've had incredible battle.
What leverage? I mean, no, please explain the leverage that we have, because we don't have the escalation leverage. I mean, sure, like I said, we can bomb the shit out of them, but that's only going to lead to them bombing the shit out of the Gulf countries and further throwing off the global economy. So do we really got that, leverage? Do we?
Field successes. And you're talking about a strategic loss?
Democrats, like the Iranians, are begging for a stalemate. And the media, well, they just can't keep up.
Mr. President, your promise to bring inflation down is now at its highest level in 3 years. Are your policies not working?
No,
What's
my
happening?
policies are working incredibly. If you go back to just before the war, for the last 3 months, inflation was at 1.7%.
I'm sorry, but let's just keep it real, guys. Let's keep it real. We really needed this ceasefire because, well, let's be real. The barrel prices were going over 120, guys. That's why we're in this ceasefire. And that's why Trump was trying to push for this ceasefire, well, for the past, 70 days. Why? Because every time we were at war, or every time there were kinetic strikes, gas prices would spike. And I'm talking about it'd be damn near ready to go past that 120 or at $120 per barrel. We're talking about Brent crude, by the way. So I'm gonna be real with you. It's not really because Iran wanted a ceasefire. Let's be real. Iran knew that the longer this goes, the worse it is on us. We needed a ceasefire so we can go ahead and cool down oil prices. And even then, oil prices are still going up. But at least it's not at $120 per barrel.
Now, we had a choice. Let these lunatics have a nuclear weapon. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well.
The markets are stomaching all of this. The Dow is up today. Wages are up even after that hot inflation report because Iran closed the strait. But the price of crude is still down from 2 weeks ago.
No, actually, no. Inflation went up more than wages did. Inflation went up by 0.6, 0.7%, and wages only went up 0.03%. Let me make sure. Let me go ahead and look at it again. But no, I'm pretty sure once again, inflation outpaced wages. And that's just not good.
When the president says this all ends soon, and it only ends in one way.
We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win.
The president's heading into China in high spirits. Next 48 hours will be huge. The United States is prepared for anything. We've been wargaming with all our Pacific allies all spring and just announced Space Force, alongside America's space allies, just completed a joint plan for conducting orbital warfare by the end of the year.
All right, never mind. It was about 0.5%. So, according to the report, as economists predicted, inflation would jump to about 3.7% on an annual basis, up from 3.3% in March. So, and guys, remember, we were at 2.4, and then it went to 3.3, and now we're at 3.7. Do you understand the problem? Inflation is ticking up. So, when you guys sitting here saying that, oh, don't worry, just wait on it. Yeah, sorry guys, but that's just not a good thing to say, because we're still dealing with the buying power loss from under Biden. So when prices go up, I'm gonna be real with you, it's actually worse for it to go up under Trump than under Biden due to the loss of buying power. And we all know that Biden lost some buying power due to the rapid inflation and the rapid increase in pricing that outpaced wages. We still haven't recovered from that. So this is why it was once again a bad idea for Trump to start this off without fixing affordability first. But it is what it is.
And we're selling Taiwan $25 billion in weapons in case the Chinese get frisky. We're going to turn that little island into a little porcupine. Whatever happens, we're dressed for success. Rubio slipped into a Nike sweatsuit on Air Force One. It's the same outfit that Maduro rocked when we nabbed him. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on
week. You know what's crazy? There is some Dems who do want Iran to win, but most of them, they just want the war to stop. Like, just like us, we just want the war to stop. They want the war to stop. We want the war to stop. But there is some of them that kind of want Iran to win, which is absolutely wild. But hey, man, none of them expressed it out loud. Thank God. Because, bro. But all right.
In addition to constantly scheming and plotting ways to seize power, Democrats are also making time for another important part of their agenda, and that is smearing men for simply existing. Take a look.
There's part of the Democratic Party became more and more.
Oh, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on this conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. Oh, and if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send in the super chat. I'll be happy to engage with it and read it out loud and post it to the screen.
Anti-men, or describing that they were part of the problem, or they have toxic traits, and for those things. And that's why there's been such a big migration away from the Democratic Party from young men. And that's really why why we lost in 2024. Now, if you identify anyone as the problem or blame them for some things, then you're going to lose. We forgot that we are in the business of addition, not subtraction. I mean.
Now, Senator Fetterman, basically the only voice of reason inside the Democratic Party, unfortunately, is talking into a void. Here now with more, Texas Senator Ted Cruz. You know, if I want to get Ted Cruz worked up and angry on this show tonight, I could say, you know, Senator, I think you'd be a great Supreme Court justice yourself. And you would think most people would take that as a compliment. Alan Dershowitz said you were one of his smartest students at Harvard Law, one of all time, and he taught there for decades. But if I say,
yo, really, Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's, hold on, you're giving him praise for being a student of Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, the guy that said I kept my underwear on? Like, bro, come on now, bro. And then we're talking about Ted Cruz, the guy who said that I became a senator so I can be a servant for Israel. Oh, okay. I just can't.
Senator, would you ever consider the U.S. Supreme Court? You ripped my head off. What's up with that?
Sean, it is kind of you to say, you know full well, I don't want to be a judge. I want to be in the arena. I want to be fighting these loons that just tried to redistrict in Virginia and got their tail whipped. Fighting these loons. Look, you just played my colleague, John Fetterman. John has become a good friend. He really has shown a lot of courage speaking up in a Democrat Party that is just out of their mind. But the point he raised, I think, is exactly right, that the Democrat Party has become so extreme that they are the party of extreme left-wing, anti-border, abolish the police, transgender witches. Like that ain't a big populace. And they've decided, number one, when it comes to men.
Yeah.
If you're a Democrat and the only thing you have
now,
to...
I'm be real with you. When I talk to Dems and my Democratic homies, well, most of them are not for open borders. And let's be real here. Actually, the Dems and the Republicans both kind of play into that. Because if you don't know, what was it? So, you know, Republicans in Florida are actually working with Democrats for amnesty for illegals. Yeah. So it's called the Dignity Act. Yeah. So it's the Dignity Act of 2025, introduced by Maria Saltarza, is a Republican from Florida. Republican from Florida is a bipartisan immigration reform bill designed to bolster border security while providing legal status to qualifying undocumented immigrants. Want to know why? Because they just want to keep their corporate slaves, bro. Come on, man. They want to keep their slaves on the farm. They want to keep their slaves on the construction because, you know, man, come on. Republicans own farms too. Republican own construction companies too. They need their Hispanic slaves, guys. You got to be understanding of that. Even though they're backstabbing us on immigration. I mean, come on, bro. People need their slaves. You got to be understanding for the corporate elites.
To say about men are the words toxic masculinity. You know, I don't think being a man is toxic. I don't think being a father is toxic. I don't think being a husband is toxic. I don't think being strong.
Oh no, guys, I'm oh so serious. I'm also serious. Like here it is right here. See, Dignity Act. Like, bruh, no, there's oh so serious, guys. They're oh so serious. So when I say that, yo, it does seem like the Republicans are kind of turning on Trump when it comes to immigration. They are, and they've stopped doing mass immigration now. Like they stopped that operation. So yeah, we're not really getting that either.
And leading is toxic, but yet the Democrat Party, they tell young men everything about you is unacceptable. You need to be this soy latte castrati in pajamas. and it's not shocking that they're hemorrhaging among young men and among anyone with any sense.
Okay, but you're laying out the case of what is on the line in less than 6 months. And I don't even think the issues that will ultimately define the outcome of the midterms have even happened yet. But Iran will resolve itself. Gas prices will stabilize. Yep. I believe the president has laid the predicate, the foundation for, you know, probably 4, 5, 6% GDP growth, which is historic in every way. And I think
if he stops the war today, maybe that'll be true in about 6 to 8 months. But that's if he was able to stop this war today, get a peace deal today.
It's beginning to unfold before our eyes, which is why the stock market, I believe, is reacting the way it is.
Hey, man, shout out Fish Stick. He sent 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend. Oh, yeah, guys, I also try to catch the gifts as well. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel by hitting that yellow icon above.
Is. Then you add to that, they want men to play in women's sports, be in women's locker rooms. They want sanctuary cities and states. They want open borders. They want sex change operations funded by taxpayers for illegals. They voted for the biggest tax increase in history. And they're led by AOC, the Squad, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and nobody dares challenge them. They all seem to cower in fear, with the exception of John Fetterman.
Yeah.
Look,
I mean, here's a problem, bro. With AOC, bro, she proves every day that she's honestly just a dumb bimbo. It's like she's honestly just like a cute girl with a. I mean, she's just a cute girl that. I mean, who am I kidding, bro? She can't even really talk politically. She barely talks well. I mean, honestly, she's just a pretty face who got an activist spirit. I'll give her that. She's just this social justice warrior 24/7, even at the detriment of her own people. Because you know what was crazy? They were actually trying to bring jobs into the Bronx, but she said, no, you got to pay the workers more. You can't come here. So you know what that company did? All right, cool. We just won't come there. And now you just cost your constituents jobs. Yeah, I know. AOC, right? It's really hard to give her a compliment, but I mean, I'm sure it's hard for the rest of you guys to give her a compliment as well. So don't say I'm mean, because you're mean with me.
The stakes are, do we hand over the Congress and the country to a bunch of radical extremists? You mentioned people like Elizabeth Warren and AOC. Let's take AOC this week. AOC had this bizarre take on the history of America, and that she said, our revolution was a revolution against the billionaires. And basically she retold it as a Marxist revolution. And I don't know whether that's more ignorance or ideology, but it's both together. If you look,
I mean, you know, going against the monarch, if that's what you're meaning, then yeah, we went against the billionaires, but really, it had more to do with them trying to tax the hell out of us. And that was pretty much it. So it wasn't really about going against billionaires. Trust me. If they were poor and tried to do it to us, we'd have turned one air. I know what? She kind of got a point, but let's be real though. It was more than just going against billionaires.
Look at the American Revolution. Who are we fighting against? We declared our independence from totalitarian government, from King George, from government that taxed you and controlled you just like...
I mean, you know, a government that taxes you and that controls you. I don't know why, but I feel like that feels familiar. You know, doesn't that kind of feel familiar? Don't you feel like you kind of like you feel it? The way he said it, you felt it deep inside because it's kind of happening to us right now.
AOC and Elizabeth Warren and Ilhan.
I mean, you know, instead of just one person, it's a group of people who lead major corporations. That's all. Yep. Instead of being ruled by one person, we're ruled by one giant system.
Want to do. And by the way, who was the American Revolution funded by? It was funded by people like Robert Morris, who was the wealthiest person in the colonies. It was funded by people like George Washington, who in modern terms was worth about $600 million. People like Thomas Jefferson. It was American free enterprise capitalists who invested in seeking freedom. And by the way,
yeah, that's why we're a capitalist country, because this country was founded by capitalists. Like it or not, bro, our founding fathers had money, man. They weren't broke. Shoot, they had money. I mean, George Washington would probably, what you would consider, I think, what his wealth would probably be measured in maybe like 10 billion or so, maybe more than that. All I know is the man was making money, and you need money to raise an army, you know, start a nation. You need a lot of money for that.
She also said it is impossible for anyone to earn $1 billion. Which, look, I recognize for her, given that she was a bartender, that's probably true. And there's no disrespect to bartenders. Bartenders are an honorable profession.
Nah.
But she went from that to being a government employee and a parasite sucking on the taxpayer. But you look at think of Henry Ford.
Here's the thing. You know what? I don't really agree. I halfway agree with her on the whole, oh, there should be no billionaires. Halfway agree. And this is what I mean. You know, like, you know, a couple billion, you could explain that. I mean, let's be real. Like, you could have a cold product and it's just that good. You're making billions, you expand it. I could feel that. 10 billion to, like, you know, 50 billion. I'm like, all right. I mean, I can see how you get there through ethical means, but 100 billion and up, I'm just like, all right, man, who you finessing? Who are you finessing? Man, where's the sweatshops? Where's your little slave sweatshop around the world? Who you playing? Because at a certain point, you do got to ask those questions. It's like, yo, this is a little bit too much money, and you're undercutting somebody somewhere. And that's just how it be. And be real with you. It is what it is. That's how a lot of these guys do come up on billions upon billions of dollars. But there is a certain amount of wealth that is reasonable that you can get through ethical means without having to go to the dark side of finance, I guess.
Who invented the Model T, who invented the assembly line, and basically created the American middle class. You don't think that produced billions of dollars? Look at Elon Musk making electric cars, making self-driving cars, sending rocket ships to the moon. He's going to be sending rocket ships.
Yeah, but even Elon Musk need to slave African children in the lithium mines. Yes, guys. The Tesla batteries, yes. They need lithium. And where do we get the lithium? From the lithium mines that we use African children to pick up with no safety, by the way. So, you know, you can only imagine how that works out for them. But I told you, somebody got to be enslaved for you to get a cheap product. Somebody got to go through the slavery, guys, okay? It is what it is. That's why we got 50 million slaves in the world. And trust me, they making your everyday products. Hopefully not. But, I mean, that is kind of the reality.
To Mars, and yet these left-wing zealots say if you are successful, if you are producing, if you are creative, you are bad. We want to take everything from you, and we want to put a bunch of Washington politicians in charge of your life. I got to say, Sean, if you're a 25-year-old guy starting your career or a 25-year-old woman starting your career, that is a horrible, dystopic future. And if they take over the Congress, God help this country.
You know, let me ask you, wasn't this supposed to be a battle for American independence? They wanted independence. Did she ever hear anything about taxation without representation? Or,
you know what, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen like the video, because we're going to get into an interesting debate between Steven Crowder and Nick Fuentes. And they had the discussion that, well, us Republicans need to have, us Republicans and conservatives. I don't know what you're saying. You're like, say, wait, hold on, you're a conservative? Yeah, yes, I am. Yes, I am a conservative. But here's the problem, though. The way Trump is acting right now isn't really, holding up to my conservative values, sadly.
The Stamp Act or the T Act or the Townsend Act, are these new Lexington and Concord, the first shots fired?
Leading conservative.
Didn't many of our framers and founders risk their lives and fortune for this cause of freedom? Did she forget that part? Or maybe a product of,
amen.
Yeah.
If you look at the Declaration of Independence, which was signed July 4th, 1776 by 56 men.
You know what, Dems? If I can just give you guys a bit of advice, bro, just stuff the crazies in the basement. That's all you got to do. Just take y'all crazy ass individuals and stuff them in the basement. Don't give them the goddamn podium and let them have the loudest voice. Put these niggas in the basement, goddamn it. Like, that's all y'all got to do, and y'all be in a good spot.
They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors. And most of them lost their lives. Most of them lost their fortune, but not a one of them lost their honor. And in fact, they brought into fruition, I think, the greatest country in the history of the world. The problem with the left, number one, it is profound ignorance. They don't know those basic facts. But number two, they're in the business of lying to young people. If you care about social justice, look, leftists like to call themselves social justice warriors. You know what, Sean? I actually think you and I are social justice warriors. We want to see people do better. We want to see poverty overcome. The greatest enemy poverty has ever seen is the American free enterprise system. Nothing has lifted more people out of poverty. If you want to come from nothing and achieve the American dream, it is capitalism that the leftists are trying to destroy that produce that. And yet they are trying to lie and deceive young people. And it's getting real traction, which means we got to push back.
Well, I hate to say it as we end this interview, but you just made the perfect case for me that you'd be a great Supreme Court justice, but I'm not.
So I guess somebody didn't believe me when I pretty much said that, we are exploiting kids in cobalt and lithium mines. And we are. I mean, I could go ahead and show you a video right here. But I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, shoot, here's the thing. What was it? Like, bro, how children are exploited in Congo to mine cobalt for U.S. technology? Told you, somebody got to be a slave, guys.
The materials in your phone are likely mined by children in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Children, often victims of trafficking, are some of thousands of people forced to mine cobalt in the DRC. They're called artisanal miners, aka freelance workers, and there is little to no difference between the cobalt farmed by a machine and that farmed by humans enslaved by a business. Siddharth Kara, a Harvard fellow who researches modern-day slavery, described the conditions as slave-like. He told NPR the work is dangerous, with people making just a few dollars a day.
I mean, do you feel good about your iPhone now?
Often falling victim to serious, life-threatening injuries or death. Not only that, but cobalt is an extremely dangerous metal to breathe in. The DRC has more cobalt reserves than the rest of the world, but thanks to the country's little resources and the fact that it's been nearly overtaken by the cobalt mining industry, extracting the dangerous metal has become one of the only ways the people of the DRC can...
Like I said, we're not doing that to African children. Oh, yes, the F we are. It's the sad reality, but oh, yes, we are.
I'm not going to belabor the point because, I've seen you mad before at liberals. I don't really want to, take on that wrath of Ted Cruz. We appreciate your time, Senator.
I'm all about warmth, love, and liberty.
I'm all about the same, believe it or not. All right, Senator Cruz, thank you. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me.
No. We won't, Sean Hannity. But all right. Actually,
Children as young as 5 are mining the prized white gold, lithium, an element critical to clean energy solutions.
Well, what'd she say? What'd she say, guys? Well, somebody was doubting me.
Our last story today is from Nigeria, where in the quiet of the country's rural hinterland, children as young as 5 are mining the prized white gold, lithium, an element critical.
Yeah, so when I say that, hey, man, somebody got to be the slave, I ain't lying. I know it sounds fucked up, and trust me, this is serious, and I hate that this is happening. But when people want to sit there and play ignorance about like a topic that, trust me, I low-key kind of care about, I'm gonna low-key shove it in your face a little bit. I'm gonna be real with you because I would like for you to know this as well. But all right, now you know. All right, let's get back over to these guys at Fox. After this, we're going to go ahead and see what's popping off at the left with these guys over there at CNN. All right, let's go.
Well, you watch Warnock there saying, like, how do we talk to men?
Oh, and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Oh, and if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat that in. Appreciate the support, guys.
Well, try to be normal. But you notice he couldn't even do that when he was talking about it. The first thing out of his mouth is talking about, well, there's misogyny and sex abuse. And it's like, you lost us. See you later. We're out the door. They can't be normal because they forgot what normal is. They only appear normal come election time. I said it before. If Democrats act like it was election time every day, they'd be normal. But they don't. They could be pro-cop and anti-chaos every day, but they pull the wool over our eyes for like a couple of weeks, telling us, hey, we're normal, you'll like us, and then they go back to their radical stripes. They can only take a shower to wipe the radical filth off maybe once every 2 years, and then now they're realizing it's so crusty that they can't get it off on time, and we see how left-wing you are. They could learn from Trump in a very simple way. When he entered politics, he changed the system. The system didn't change him. It's the secret to your success. He didn't become a Republican.
All right, dumbass. All right, AA. I guess we got to go through the whole video since you want to be a dumbass. Let's do it, guys. Please, guys, take a 6-minute little detour with me as we get into this whole kids mining lithium. Let's get into it.
Our last story today is from Nigeria, where in the quiet of the country's rural hinterland, children as young as 5 are mining the prized white gold, lithium, an element critical to clean energy solutions. Beneath the promise of income for Nigeria's most vulnerable lies a darker truth, a cycle of poverty, exploitation, and danger. In this story, we reveal the human cost of the global shift to green energy, China's controversial role in Nigeria's mining sector.
Yep.
In the quiet bushlands of Nigeria's Pasali, the wind moves with a suffocating rhythm. The faint beating of these axes cracks open the rocks. Stuck inside these rocks is lithium, the white gold of the 21st century. Lithium is central to the production of rechargeable batteries and smartphones. Its role is most critical in the global transition to green energy. Nigeria has one of the largest lithium deposits in Africa. The coveted mineral is currently mined in 4 Nigerian states. But beneath this frenzied rush to extract lithium lies a troubling reality. Most of the lithium extracted in Nigeria is the product of exploitation. The exploitation of its poorest and most vulnerable, its children. Lithium mining in Nigeria's Pasali began about a decade ago, but in a few years, this sleepy rural town transformed into a hub of illegal mining. Inside these mines, the desperation to jump out of poverty meets the promise of an income. Children as young as 5 years old descend into mining shafts.
So children as young as 5 years old going into mining shafts, risking their life, breathing in toxic air, basically getting sicknesses later, and most likely dying a painful death. Yeah. But oh no, it's not real, Set. Okay.
Punching over heaps of rubble, they work in teams. Crude tools in these small hands chip away the stones. In just 1 hour, they can sort up to 22 kilograms of lithium ore. They bag it all up and carry it to a warehouse. 5-year-old Zakaria Danladi was once enrolled in a school, but poverty pulled him into the mines. For Juliet, another child worker, the story is the same. Zakaria and Juliet are armed with nothing but hands and grit. A mining tragedy could be just one loud thud away. In recent years, underground explosions and collapsing walls have claimed the lives of many. The adults in these mines know the risks, but they let the children mine out the lithium anyway.
I know that the mining activities are dangerous, and there are disadvantages, but every profession has its own disadvantages, including driving, and death is unpredictable. Someone might be riding on a motorcycle, and a driver could knock
Well, I mean, that's a good way of rationalizing it, my friend. I mean, hey, at least you're able to rationalize it. Yeah, look, man, I may be risking my life, but hey, man, you know, I gotta bring back something to the village, and I respect it. I respect it. What's honestly like atrocious is that, yo, you're getting little kids to go to do this, to go in mining these little mining shafts and all that, yeah, that's out of line. But like I said, people don't know or people want to play dumb. All right, let's get back to these guys on Fox News. All right. Let's take it back to America, guys. I know we was in Nigeria, but let's bring it back to America.
To be more like a Republican. He became a Republican so the Republicans could be more like him. And when I went to the state dinner with Jesse Waters, wasn't that a great time?
That was so much fun.
Thank you for taking me as a date.
You're welcome.
I spent time with Sean Duffy, Marco Rubio, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Hegseth. When you're talking to these people, these are not trad Republicans. They have an energy that you've not experienced before. You can call it MAGA, you can call it Trumpy. It's not. It's a kind of confidence, brash and real. It didn't exist 15 years ago. Trump is basically saying, yeah, you can tell roast jokes at a roast, but it's more interesting if I tell roast jokes at a press conference. You can bash the refs at a basketball game, but I'm going to do it at a debate. So what he's doing is he's bringing elements of real life into something that was supposed to be immune from it. And he's changing the way it is. Democrats can't do that. They don't know because they don't know what they are.
Yeah, they're panicking, Kennedy, at the thought that the institution looks different, is different now.
Yeah, we don't really know where the Democrats are going. Let's be real. We don't know if they're going to go full on a socialist Democrat, AOC Mondani. We don't know if they're going to go back to the sensible Dems or, I don't know, worse off, the neoliberals. So, we don't really know where the Dems are going. At least we know where the Republicans going. We may not like the direction, but we have an idea where they're going. I think we need a redirection. But the Dems, I mean, nobody knows where y'all go. Y'all a wild card for the midterms, and not wild card for the midterms, but y'all a wild card for the presidential election. We don't know who you guys are going to bring up. We really don't.
While scrambling to protect their institutions of big government and education and the like. What do you think about these voices? Is it going to work? Are people going to listen to Warnock after they decipher his?
No, because I want to pick up on two things that Greg said, because I think he's really right about the fact that they only come out and say stuff like this when it's convenient right before an election, and that makes it naturally inauthentic. Like if you say something like this when you're not in fear of losing your post as a politician, then you're a lot more believable. But if you're only saying it to get votes from a part of the electorate that you're hemorrhaging, there's something about it that is just phony. And, Fetterman's absolutely right that they need to figure out a way to be a party outside of TDS. And, they have capitulated. They've capitulated to progressive.
Yeah, man, I'm glad she said it, because I think a lot of people on the left need to echo this. Yo, we got to have a position outside of the fuck Trump agenda. It just can't be F Trump. Like when we ask you guys, what's your plan on affordability? It's, but Trump. Like when we ask you guys, all right, well, we don't like what Biden did with the border. Do you guys have a new plan? But Trump's a racist and look what he's doing with ICE. Yeah. But guys, you need a plan on the border, and you just can't sit there and expect us to vote you guys in when you have the performance with Biden. I mean, let's just be reasonable here. And then when you throw that to them, they hit you, well, what are you, MAGA? What are you, a Nazi? And I'm like, bruh, now y'all just not being reasonable. And you're not really trying to hold yourselves accountable for y'all lack of ambition on an idea. Or at least some type of, I don't know, bro, give us some policy. Besides F Trump, give us some policy. Because every time we give you guys a chance, y'all end up doing exactly what y'all said y'all wouldn't do. Just like Abigail Spanberger ran in on the F Trump agenda. Look how bad he is on affordability. Her ass gets in there and start raising taxes. Insane. But that's how y'all play it. And shout out to my man Jet. He says IDK, but hell might be frozen over. LA might go red. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, that would be crazy. If LA goes red, hey, you know what, guys? You know what? I think maybe the Democrats can piss a majority of people off, or a population of people off enough just to go red. Maybe they can do it. Because I always thought everybody in California was kind of like a lost cause. It's like, look, man, they love the abuse at a certain point, guys. They just won't vote differently. But maybe they will. Maybe they will.
And if you decide to capitulate, then you have given up any moral ground or anything.
It's like, bro, I don't know, man. Like that's like hell freezing over if LA go red. I just can't believe it. Ain't no way.
at one point moored you to an interesting philosophy or worldview.
Nice.
And after hearing John Fetterman, and we wrote him off when he was having his health troubles and when he was running for Senate initially, but he was one of the few lonely, rational voices that is being completely marginalized by his party. And that's the dumbest thing they could do. They should listen to the advice that he has. And, every time I see him say things like that, it reminds me of Harold. And Harold has to find a better man.
I'm weak.
Better man. Harold, I've noticed as well, as everyone has, that the Democrats are also ascribing that label to any Democrats that dared to work with President Trump or be open to bipartisan ideas. It seems like they're really enlarging that rift. There is no commitment to narrowing it whatsoever.
Well, I differ there. I think that we suffer in our politics from a deficit of either side wanting the other side to work with one another. And there's no doubt Democrats get beat up a bit for working with President Trump. But let me level set this a little bit here. Raphael Warnock is one.
I mean, bro, the only person that didn't get beat up for working with Trump is Mondani. I don't know. Mondani just got like an immune effect from any type of criticism from the left. I don't know what it is, but he's just like the golden child of the left. So it is what it is with him. But yeah, that's like the only guy that's been able to shake hands with Trump, work with him, and not receive complete backlash and damn near ostracized from the left.
Georgia, statewide 2 times. So has President Trump. He clearly, I think if you listen to this whole thing, he's basically saying what we're saying, but it took.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bah, double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
A while to say it. We've got to figure out how we speak more plainly and we not alienate or act as if we're working against the interests of men. 2, I was very clear in the first segment about how I think politicians, be it blue cities or wherever, it seems like there are more blue cities that are wrong to let people out of jail who commit violent crimes. And I have to tell you, we have to be honest. The reason that the president was so frustrated, and I hope he has a great trip in China, is because gas prices are up 50%. Jet fuel costs are up 2 times. Not only gas prices up, food prices are up. Healthcare costs are up. If you look at, I don't like polls necessarily. I think the best poll is an election, but polls give us some snapshot of where people are. 3 out of 4 Americans think that cost of living issues are being exacerbated by the policies of the president.
Yep.
Where I do agree with you guys, Democrats need to speak to an agenda. They need to speak to the aspirations of voters. That's how you win elections. President Trump upended the political system in 2016 with a very plain spoken. Some people thought it was offensive at times, but he was plain spoken about what he wanted to do. He did it again when he won in 2024. And I think the frustration so many people are feeling, Emily, is that the president said that he would end the war in Ukraine. It's not. He said that this war that we're fighting in Iran would be over in a few weeks. It's not. He said that he would end inflation as we know it. He has not. This is not something I'm rooting against him. I'm rooting for him to do these things.
Now do the list of the things he's done, Harold. We'll be here all day.
But
Let's start with the border.
But Greg, here's the thing. Every election, I know you know this, but I'm going to give you just one tutorial on this. Elections, presidential races, people make decisions about the direction they want to go in the country. And it's always about the economy.
Of course.
Midterms are referendums on whether or not those policies are being pursued. As we sit here today, Republicans are likely going to get cleaned. They're going to get their clocks cleaned in these elections because of the economy. And if we don't find a way to lower costs, and if I were Democrats, I'd be asking the president to end the tariffs. The people we're making the richest in this war with Iran are the Russians because gas prices are going up. So I hear everything you're saying. Democrats need to learn to speak more plainly. Democrats need to stop talking about some of the social issues that Greg talks about. I think rightly so.
Not that 20 as hell. Hey, no, California is into BDSM, man. They will never go red. It's like, what you mean? It's that they love the abuse. It's like, what you mean? They crave the abuse. Why would they go red? The abuse will stop. Oh man, all right, that's wild. But I'll be real with you. I'm thinking the same thing. That's why I find it impossible for LA to go red. Because at this point, I mean, y'all just like the abuse. Y'all like the high crime. You like the high taxes. I mean, y'all like the dirtying of the city. I mean, apparently you like this shit. So keep on going, guys. You don't want a Republican to get in there, man. There's gonna be too much law and order.
But I got to tell you, people are frustrated with politicians all across the board because I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, you're still paying $5 a pump. You're still paying growth.
You can't have ours.
Well, he's not doing great right now. I like him, but he's not doing great right now. My prices are up.
Jesse, also not just plain speak to men, but maybe not vilifying them. Maybe not calling them toxic.
You got to remember why gas prices being up is a bad thing. Like I said, under Biden, And remember, Trump said this, Scott Besson said this, so we all understand this argument that we lost $3,000 in buying power under Biden. And we've only gained about 1,200 of it back, maybe 1,500 at most. AKA, we're still in the hole when it comes to buying power. So when prices go up, it's hurting us more because we had less buying power than we did under Biden because Biden fucked it up with inflation and prices across the board going up 20%. We're still in the hole from that. So prices going up on us while we were still trying to fix the buying power is terrible. And it's actually hurting us more than it is under Biden because at least we still had some buying power that was being wasted away.
For existing.
Well, men, I know what they hate. They hate being lied to. Women lie to each other all the time. It's how you guys communicate.
No, we don't.
I mean,
constantly lying to each other's face.
Never lied to Kennedy in my life, and you've never lied.
That's a lie.
I'll be the judge of that.
Come on now. You told her one time her dress looked nice, and you know damn well that shit did not look good whatsoever. It's okay. It's okay. You know how y'all women do each other.
And so
that's why y'all want male friends, because women, well, y'all not really good friends, I guess. No, this ain't coming from me. This is coming from other women. This is what they say about each other, okay?
Because men have honor,
I don't like
and so it insults our honor when you guys lie to our face. And then it also insults our intelligence, too. When you say walls don't work or there could be 17 different genders, we're like, all right, you guys are crazy. We'll be over here. Let us know if you need help with anything. And we offered help. We offered to build a border wall and to throw away the criminals, and they didn't want to do it. So we're like, okay. I also agree with Fetterman that we don't like women using the F word. When it's F Trump, it's just, it's not ladylike.
Ladylike.
I try not to hear half the things you say anyway.
Who are you talking to?
There is.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Women dropping the F-bomb or just dropping too many curse words is not attractive. I mean, shoot, it ain't even really all that attractive when guys do it, but it's more accepted if guys have potty mouths.
Talking to
All
women.
right.
Oh my God.
And there's also something very effeminate about complaining about a guy your whole life. The whole party complains about this guy, and it kind of makes other guys be like, all right, I've got to get this guy's back if all these people are friends with snitching.
It's not like that white lady didn't want to send the black guy to jail. I mean, you want to protect. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know what it is?
It's boring. It's like long COVID.
Can I use your practice of remember the scene in Animal House after the guy goes on that date with that girl and pretends he's the boyfriend of her dead roommate, and then afterwards she's sitting with her friends and they're going, oh, did she really like the guy? But they're, oh, you poor thing. That's what.
All right. Now let's go ahead and get into debates on the left. Let's see here. Debate: Iran's missiles largely intact. What has the U.S. achieved? Yeah, I've been telling you guys this for a while now. And this is coming from our intelligence. It's not coming from CNN. It's not coming from the New York Times either. This is coming from CIA Intel report. Okay, guys? And from the DIA as well, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is basically the CIA of the Pentagon. And this is what they're telling us, that Iran still has most of their missiles and drones intact. Well, let's get into it. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Explosive new reporting severely undercutting President Trump's claims about Iran's missile capabilities. According to the New York Times, assessments show that Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz, which could threaten U.S. warships and oil tankers. Only 3 of the missile sites are totally inaccessible. The Times also notes that Iran still has about 70% of its mobile launchers and has retained another 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile. And as the war drags on, even some of the biggest hawks are beginning to lose patience.
I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them.
Bruh, it's so funny. I'm like, Dad, what Pakistan do? But like I said, according to Lindsey Graham, Pakistan's out here housing Iranian jets. And I'm just like, yeah, here's a problem, though. The problem is those missiles. The missiles and drones, those are the main problem when it comes to Iran. Because that's what they're hitting the allies with. That's what they were able to hit our well, not our ships, but our aircrafts with. Yes, those goddamn missiles. Those are the problem.
Actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets. That tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, I appreciate all you've done.
He says it's going nowhere. And Jason, we've talked about this with you on the show for several months now at this point. And we have been told that by this point, they would have to capitulate, that the blockade alone would force them to the negotiating table.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Our own intelligence came out and said that they'll be able to last out the blockade for months, 6 months to be exact. So, yes, the blockade wasn't about to destroy their economy in like 2 days to a week like they were telling y'all. And you see how nobody's talking about that anymore? Anybody else notice that, or is it just me?
That really has not happened. And not only that, but they're rebuilding their missile capabilities. They still have all the nuclear material in their possession. So, as Adam often asks, what are we getting from all of this bombing?
Well, we might get more bombing if they actually do get close to what the New York Times is reporting. I mean, obviously, the White House has pushed back on some of the claims about their capabilities and their access. I think one can reasonably look at how they're acting right.
Here's the thing. We really about to start bombing if, here's the thing. If we hit these guys, you guys got to understand. I think we're going to hit them because, well, the Iranians kind of gave us the green light to pretty much escalate the situation into where we can sell it to the American people. So the Iranian parliament pretty much said that if we strike them again, they will escalate towards 90%. So what does that tell you? That most likely somebody's going to attack Iran. They're going to skate towards 90%. And now we're going to have all the reasoning in the world, all the support in the world to put boots on the ground. Why? Because, I mean, now we're going to know for sure that Iran's going to rush towards that nuke because they just said it out loud to the world. And the fact that they said it out loud to the world is quite bold because it's letting us know that, well, if we start, who gonna stop us? And I hope that we can, but the way they talking, well, I ain't gonna say I doubt it completely, but they got confidence for a reason.
Now, and they're certainly not using those missile sites at this point. If they do, in fact, have access to it, I think the president doesn't want to get involved more so militarily. He's giving them every opportunity. The blockade is, in fact, working. Their economy is weakened. It's going to take some time. And I think that's the one thing that the president, just from a messaging standpoint, is in a really tough spot.
Like I said, the blockade wasn't working on day one. Like I said, 20 Iranian shadow fleets was able to make it through and go straight to China. And like I said, they could still access Russia through the Caspian Sea. And they still have railways to China that we have not blown up yet. So, no, they're doing all right. I mean, it's going to be a bit slow to get the oil out. But other than that, they're all right. Like I said, this blockade isn't really doing anything. And let's be real. Let's be real here. They're not just going to wait 6 months. They're just going to start attacking our allies like they did with UAE. And that's why the UAE and Saudi Arabia responded to their attacks. But let's see how far that escalates things, because Lord knows Iran's going to attack back, and hopefully they don't start attacking energy infrastructure or gas prices will rise.
He's not going to come out and say this is going to take 6 months, or you cannot put that kind of, you cannot put that kind of timeline on any of this, because you're basically telling the enemy that all you have to do is wait this out for X amount of time. So politically, that puts him in a tough spot. But as I've said,
true, and
I do think that this is bearing out as truth, he's willing to take political hits because he thinks what's happening now, the end goal is the right thing.
Oh.
And I agree that the end goal is the right thing. It is reasonable. And you've made a very good point about whether or not it's worth it, the pain that the American people are feeling. We should be having that conversation. It's important to have that conversation. He's taken a stance, and now the response is going to be political.
The problem is, you said he can't say 6 months or a year, but he did. He said a week. Like everything you're saying he can't do, he already has done, and he's done it incorrectly. And so then that makes people feel confused. And then you get reporting, you hear in June that their stockpile was under rubble. Like, well, just no.
Well, no. What did they say in the beginning? Because she got a point here, sadly. They said, oh, their missile launchers are 90% decimated. Bro, they said their Navy is pretty much gone, but they're out here throwing speedboats in the Strait of Hormuz. So, yeah, Hormuz. So, I'm sorry, guys, but she got actually a really good point here. They said one thing, and it turns out to be another. And it's her own intelligence pretty much saying, actually, no, they still got 60% of their Navy left. No, we didn't destroy 90%. Actually, we destroyed about 30%. They still got about 70% ready to fire off. That's the problem.
Didn't say under rubble. He said it was basically eliminated. Obliterate. Thank you. That reporting doesn't match up. So I think I think the American people actually agree, you and I agree, and probably everyone at this table, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
And I think if the president from the very beginning was more honest and said, we're committed to this until the end, and not put premature, unnecessary, or just ambitious deadlines that we all knew were false, and said, and you know what, Americans, I need you to go with me on this because you will experience some pain, but I am committed. But he hasn't done that.
Can I
He
push
said
back
it's
on one
fine.
point?
Sure, that's what we're here for.
So had he said that from the beginning, would any of the reaction from folks on the left, his critics, been any different than what
Probably
it is
not,
now?
but at least he would be acting with some integrity and honesty. Right now,
he's
if you don't
talking-
believe in the war, maybe you don't believe.
No, not at all. Not at all. Come on now. Y'all would still be crucifying this man. I mean, guys, at least me as a pretty much me as a guy who voted for Trump, I can sit here and say, yo, at least I'm coming from an honest position when I say, yo, this war is not a good idea. The left, I mean, let's be real. I mean, bro, they were going to be mad regardless. So it is what it is with them.
In the war, but I think that right now he's talking out of two sides of his mouth, and so it is much easier for me to be a lot critical of him because he's being inconsistent.
Yeah, but let's be real though. Trump just came out and said, man, look, Dems, I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. Look, we're gonna strike Iran. We're gonna try to do a regime change. We're gonna try to take him out in 4 to 2 weeks. And I mean, look, can you just work with me? Can you work with me? I know you don't like Iran too, so work with me on this, bro. They're gonna be looking at you like, bro. They're gonna be looking at Trump like he freaking crazy. Let's keep it real. It's like there was really no packaging it for the Dems, not at all.
But here's the thing. I mean, I think it feels to me like it's a lot simpler than this. You just said that at least he took a stance. Well, it seems like the stance that he took may have been a massive miscalculation. And if that is the case, that's a leadership test.
Yeah.
Leaders either make good decisions or they make bad decisions. And it's possible that right now we are living through a bad decision and the consequences of it. That seems like the simplest contrast that's out there.
I think so, and I think it's going to have ramifications not just at home, but really for America's place in the world, because a lot of other countries, adversaries and allies alike, are looking at this decision and being like, wow.
You know what? Yo, and shout out my man, what was he? Yucca Trash. Yo, I actually said this last night when I went on a little bit of a rant when I was saying, yo, we're tired of this. Like, bro, from Generation X to millennials to Gen Z, we are tired of the wars in the Middle East. Like, they have done nothing for us. They've low-key put our future in jeopardy, and we're just supposed to go along with this. I'm sorry, we're tired of it. Some of us grew up in the time to where we seen the war cause the stock crash, and we watched families get kicked out of their houses and get foreclosed on. We watched people lose job by the masses. Maybe you haven't, but we sure did. And we're tired of it. We want no parts of it. Like, it just is what it is. We are the most tired generation of war there probably ever been.
This was so off base. This was, we've seen reporting his own cabinet was saying, unless you can be sure that people are ready to rise, and there is a figure, an internal figure within the country, which there isn't, that can rise up and kind of really, own what could be a counter-revolution. It's not going to work, and it's going to just carry so much pain. It also makes us look, frankly, the U.S. military look as though they're not prepared for a new age of warfare in which drones can simply take out, billions of dollars worth of battleships, in which, there's a commercial aspect to this. The insurers that actually back the ships that cart the oil through the Strait of Hormuz don't want to be there. They just don't want to be there at all. There are all kinds of geoeconomic considerations that just don't seem to have been thought of at all. And it makes us look very naive.
I just want to address.
They couldn't even, for some reason, they didn't even think that Iran could close the strait. Can close the strait. So pretty much Bibi and the head of Mossad convinced Trump that, look, man, we'll hit him so hard and we'll take out the leadership that they won't even be able to get into the strait. They won't be able to shut it down. We didn't fuck them up too much for them to even move. Trump, we got this. And then we go ahead and commit to the strikes, and it turns out that we didn't got this. They closed the strait, and now we're dealing with the consequences of it. Oh, and those 4 to 2 weeks that the head of Mossad was talking about, oh yeah, bro, we're like 74 days in. Yeah. I mean, this is what happens when you listen to Israeli intelligence instead of your own. And that's what pisses me off more about this conflict, because you know what? I'd be able to accept this war slightly, not really, but slightly, if it was our own intelligence that sold us into this. But no, it was Israeli intelligence. AKA Trump said, bro, fuck our intelligence. I want to listen to Israel. And that is just hard for me to swallow. I'm be honest with you. I just don't like that.
It's the absurd reframing that I heard here 1 second ago. This idea that Donald Trump is willing to take some political hits as if this is all some intentional strategy on his part. When this war started, we heard 3 or 4 different things. No missiles, no nukes, no terrorists, and maybe regime change. That's what he was going for. Regime change has not happened. The IRGC is still in control. It's not going to happen.
Yep.
The IRGC
it's not going to happen unless you put boots on the ground. Let's be real. We just can't airstrike these niggas into regime change. Excuse my language, but that's just not what's going to happen. I wish we could do that. Trust me, if we could, we wouldn't stop. But obviously, we can't bomb the IRGC out of control. It just is what it is. And then, of course, just when it comes to decimating their missile or their military capability, well, I guess those underground bases are actually covering up most of their stockpile, like I've been telling you guys for months now. But hey, you wanted to believe Hegseth and be like, oh, S.E.T, we destroyed 90% of their launchers. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. And guys, they make these missiles underground at the tune of 300 missiles per month. I remember Al Jazeera was doing a literal story on Iran's not nuclear threat, but missile threat, because they just said, look, we don't need nukes. We got hypersonic missiles now. Actually, we got hundreds of thousands of missiles now, to the point where, guess what? They just said we don't need it. And that's all Iran's been focusing on, is their missile capability. That's why their missiles are low-key a problem. Why? Because with their missiles, they can low-key secure their region. That's why we kind of want them to water it down. But Lord knows they're not doing that without us kicking their ass completely.
Listen, the IRGC is so deeply embedded.
Cardboard cutout.
The IRGC is in Iran, and they're in charge. They're so deeply embedded in Iran's institutions that you can't just get them out unless you go boots on the ground. Who's in control right now? The IRGC. Number 2, on no nukes. They did,
bro, you got to understand, bro, there's women in the IRGC. I mean, like, bro, do you understand the problems we can have dealing with, like, boots on the ground in Iran? I mean, dog, we got these guys out here really thinking they gonna be saving women from Islam. You go take these group of women in, I'm saving them from Islam. Next thing you know, they turn on your dumb ass with AK-47. Why? Because they like that out there. Like, I'm sorry, but boots on the ground is going to be the worst thing we could ever do, because not only is that going to prove that we know nothing about the culture of Iran, but it's also going to prove our vulnerability when it comes to boots on the ground. And the political vulnerability as well, because, bro, once those caskets start coming back, oh my God, I don't even want to think about it, because, like, I just don't want to see people come back in caskets. But if that is the case, bro, Republicans cooked. You're cooked.
Was scatter the scientists around the country and put all of the blueprints into the cloud, so it still exists. Yes, the nuclear is the enriched uranium is buried under rubble, but it's still in Iran. They can just rebuild, get the info from the cloud, and then rebuild again. So that takes me to
You know what, guys? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, there was a regime change. Yeah, a regime change from the moderates to the extremists. Yes, a regime change from the the guys that kind of are okay with dealing with the West to the hardliners who are saying fuck the West. Yeah, that's your regime change. If you count that as a regime change, if you count taking out the moderate guys and replace them with hardliners, okay, yeah, that's regime change. Yes, replacing Khomeini with his son, who's on a path of revenge, you call that regime change? Okay, yep, y'all got it. Y'all got it all day.
terrorism. They can still fund terrorism. They'll likely get money from this deal, and the Strait of Hormuz will likely be told 3 months from now. So they're going to keep taking money. What was the last one? No nukes, no terrorists, no missiles. Okay, we just talked about that right there. They clearly still have missiles. In fact, our own supply, has been depleted.
Bring the UAE closer to us.
Our own supply has been depleted by 1/3 to one half.
Because we have a ceasefire. Because they successfully convinced Trump that they're at a negotiating table, and yet it's been a month and there's been no deal. Actually, several of you brought this up. Who are they negotiating with, and what is the actual strategy? The son of Iran's last Shah just spoke earlier, and he says there are too many mixed messages coming out of this White House. Listen.
you have to have a clear message. You have to have a clear strategy of aiming for putting an end to this regime, allowing for people to revolt, allowing for elements within
How
the.
about this? How about this, buddy? You and your, monarchists can take our ass over there. We'll give you guns, and you guys go over there and take out the regime. All right, all you Iranians over here that are cheerleading for us to go in there and take out the regime. How about this? You do it. No. Don't turn off this live now. Don't walk away from me. Don't walk away. I see you. Turn your ass into the military. Join up with this bastard right here. Go get you some guns and go for the Iranian people. Other than that, shut the fuck up.
Military and security forces to defect and join with the people. All of that has to be coordinated as a coherent strategy. You cannot send mixed signals. On the one hand, say people need to rise, and at the same time say, wait, we are negotiating. It's confusing the hell out of everyone.
And you can't rely on it. And like you said, who are we negotiating with? A cardboard cutout? That does not look good for the president.
Well,
if he is not
a cardboard cutout. One of the earliest signs.
Nah, that's hilarious though. Cardboard cutout. They did put a cardboard cutout of the leader up, and everybody just started going crazy. I was like, all right, bro, this is hilarious. A cardboard cutout of the Ayatollah. All right, guys. All right. Now you see how much of a fanatic these people are for the Ayatollah, obviously. But guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get to 100 likes, and we can go ahead and double tap that screen or smash the like button, guys. Appreciate the support. Any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, help out the channel and send in a super chat, or you can send in a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get right back into it.
He eliminated everybody else.
But I actually, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about, because one of the earliest signs of a potential miscalculation from the administration was that they acknowledged that all the people that they thought they could potentially work with, they had killed. And so when you start the conflict saying that, oh, actually, we eliminated all the people that maybe we could talk to, and now we don't even know who's running the country, isn't that a bad sign that they're not really sure how this is going to go?
I mean, I will never say it's a bad sign if those that want Americans murdered are no longer on the face of the earth. I'm never going to think that. And I think, look, you brought up amazing points. There's nothing good that Americans can point to thus far that we can say, hey, this is going to end tomorrow. Of course, people are worried, people are panicked. At the same time, everything you mentioned is still worth it if we make sure they can never have a nuclear weapon. It is very easy to sit here while we're all still on the face of the earth and we're all here and America is as strong as possible, but it's not that easy to say that, God forbid, they throw that bomb at us. We have no idea what could happen.
Just clarify what the Iranian regime is. It's not
Look, I don't know why y'all fear mongering on, as soon as Iran have a bomb, they're going to nuke us. No, bro. Iran's going to get a bomb and we're just going to leave them the fuck alone. And that's the thing. That's what we've proved. Shout out to North Korea. They've now been vindicated. So yes, when you have a nuke, no matter how, authoritarian your regime is, no matter how much executions you do, we'll leave you the F alone. Nobody's going to get involved in your business because you got a nuke. So Iran's not going to build a nuke to fire it off. No, they're going to build a nuke to solidify the regime's power, to solidify that nobody's going to F with Iran and their regime unless it's done from the inside. And at that point, when they got a nuke, now regime change can only be done from the inside. Like, what are they going to do? Nuke themselves? Like, come on now.
Person. It's not their Navy. It's not their Air Force. It is the Islamic. It is the IRGC. The IRGC Navy absolutely does exist. That's why the Strait is still closed. But the IRGC is deeply embedded within the.
Oh, and shout out to my man Sheriff Salem sending a laughing disco for $250. Appreciate the support.
Institutions and former IRGC members actually inhabit the banks, the colleges, all the institutions within Iran, and they have an incentive to never let their power go because they were seen committing awful acts. So you have
I know they're built for this moment. The IRGC is absolutely built for this moment, and this is something that I think the president. Let me just say, I think the president is used to dealing with other transactional individuals and even other transactional countries, frankly, like China. This is an ideology that we're talking about here. These people have all the time in the world to wait. They'll take all the pain.
And we're talking about Shia Muslims here. We're talking about people who consider it an honor, the highest honor to be killed in battle. So we're talking about a martyrdom culture here. So I'm sorry, but it's going to be hard to bring these people to their knees when they see every death as a high honor. So you think about that. Of course they get upset, but hey, it's an honor.
Yes, and one agreement does not kill an ideology. And so even if we come to an agreement and they say we will not build nuclear weapons,
the next day they can start again.
Why did we celebrate Obama's deal?
That's right.
I'm not saying Obama's deal was perfect, but at least it's steps forward. What I'm saying is that you're not going to bomb out an ideology unless you eliminate a whole country. And I think we all would say
what
that.
you can do to de-radicalize is oftentimes integrate a country into the global economy. And that's what the nuclear deal did.
I mean, let's be real here. That don't even work. I mean, bro, we completely destroyed Libya. Did that destroy the radical ideology? No. Afghanistan. Did that destroy the radical ideology of the Taliban? No. So let's be real. That don't even work.
Iran. We had oversight in Iran, and it was better than whatever the hell we have.
And
now.
we delayed their ability to get a nuclear weapon to strike the United States of America.
Let's leave it there.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the main event here. Oh, God, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. It's going to be a Steven Crowder debates Nick Fuentes. Has Trump failed? And should you vote Democrat? I mean, it was a pretty good debate. Let me be real with you. I enjoyed it. Both sides, they weren't going at each other's neck. They made pretty good points. It got a little back and forth. It got a little catty there sometimes, but it is what it is. But let's get right into it.
And that's because a lot of crappy supplement companies have been trying to sponsor the show, and we've seen, the best place. I expect it to be probably similar in tone to last time, but this time there's that was very broad. It was a general conversation because a lot of people haven't had him on their show. People are saying, I can't believe that you would platform someone. I mean, look, I think now we know it's not about platforming anyone. There are people with far more abhorrent views than Nick Fuentes, who we've also invited on the show. You don't have that luxury. There are many people out there who have platforms who have influence, and it's important to engage in a form of ideas. And right now, it's very clear that Nick Fuentes and I disagree on a strategy moving forward, particularly as it relates to midterms, the future of the country, general elections. So it's more of a political discussion.
But guys, if you don't remember, Nick Fuentes is talking about, we just need to just go dark horse and just vote in Democrats. We need to punish the Republicans for pretty much going against everything they said and not making no real progress on anything. So just vote Republicans to punish them and damn near put the country in danger. That's kind of his plan. But let's hear him explain it for himself.
I think we'll probably get into the social ramifications. And, a lot of people want me to hate Nick Fuentes. First off, I don't really hate anybody, to be clear. It's hard to hate a kid who shows up and he's funny. There's no way to get around the fact that Nick Fuentes is funny. And for me, if someone's funny, it's very disarming. I will sooner lie and say that I love somebody than falsely claim somebody is funny.
Yeah, you never saw any, funny communists.
Well, they probably existed and they were killed immediately.
I would like them a little more.
Yeah, it's like how many Bolsheviks does it take to? You don't get to finish.
No, they don't get to finish.
You don't get to finish with communists. So, as I understand it, we do have Nicholas Fuentes on the show as he settled in because hopefully he's not rushing in. I don't want him to be stressed.
No, he looks ready.
Settled. He looks ready. Well, he was born ready. This is what he does. This is what he loves. Sometimes I'm an unwilling participant, but all right, everybody, it's time. Red corner, blue corner. I don't know. It's not a debate. It's going to be a conversation. Let's welcome on Nick Fuentes. All right, Senor Fuentes. Thank you for being. Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. First off, you big timing. You show up late, and it's the one time you're not wearing a suit. You do the hoodie. What is this?
It's early for me, Steven. I do a nightly show, so this is it's early in the morning over here, 10:30 for a show.
All right.
That's crazy.
No, and I appreciate you letting me know and being accommodating last week where we had I had a doctor's appointment that I couldn't have you when you stream.
I am at just there as well.
Okay. Well, I figure we start this off. I think last time, right, it was fair. It was a fun conversation. We had some disagreements. I'm hoping we can continue on that path. If you're good with it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you fully have permission, by the way, to respectfully be disrespectful. I think, there's enough rapport. You can call me names, whatever that is. Treat me like a buddy, like a buddy who's ass you kick in the locker room. Now, speaking of which, I did want to show you, I don't know if you saw our coverage of you rightfully shoving that lady who showed up to your house, but I have that clip on a loop on my computer like a morphine drip. Just because of how much I enjoy it. For people who haven't seen it, you were well within. And were you surprised at the level of defense you got, even from detractors who didn't like you?
I was, and from Reddit. It was on the front page of Reddit, and all the Redditors were defending me too. So yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit more maybe negative or maybe even split, but it was almost like 90% of people said I was in the right. So it's surprising.
I was a little surprised too, but I think that does indicate that people are tired of this shit. Because once upon a time, people went, whoa, he deserves it, that kind of stuff. So there's been a noticeable shift, I think, post Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, and I think people recognize you cross a boundary like that, and everybody understands people all have a home, and they don't want to be bothered at their home. Everybody recognizes we disagree. Everything's very politically charged right now, but we want to feel safe where we live. So I think there's something to that. We're definitely making some progress, I think.
Well, I want to show the clip for people who missed it, and then I don't know if you saw when we covered it, we did a Photoshop with it. But first, for those who missed it, the clip. Awesome. The internet agrees he was well within his rights and prepare to laugh.
All right, let's see what happens.
I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God.
No. She's surprised. Hold on a second. Pause. Nick, you know what I love about that? You walk back like both a cartoon character / Bigfoot who's annoyed. Like your arms are down here like this. Like you don't even seem that aggravated. Like this was just a day.
Yeah, that's what happens when you think it's just okay to harass, your political influencer that you just hate so much. Yeah, if you think it's okay to harass them and they just do that to you, I cannot feel bad for you. I really don't.
The Office. What? Oh my God. And then she turns to her friend who does nothing. Her friend is Judas. Keep playing it. There's so many elements here that I just love. All right, gonna take your phone.
Yeah.
And then she turns to her friend. What? She didn't even roll down her window. She half opens it. By the way, parked in front of a fire hydrant. And then I said, my favorite part is it gave us what should have been Time's photo of the year. This right here.
To catch the part where you were trespassing on his property and you're just kind of like filming him to, filming his house to dox him. Like, we caught that as well.
Like that to me, that picture, it looks like a 70s horror film. And so we turned it into a poster for you where it was, there you go. Yeah, the step groiper. The next thing streaming could be you. So it's just, you really, it reminded me of the stepfather. But that was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see that, you got some support. And even though if we disagree on some things, it is dangerous out there. I think, would we agree on this, that definitely the left as a whole is violent, and those who have achieved power in our institutions, namely academia, media, big tech, the entertainment industry, we could use, I know that you probably would point out Jewry as well. I say the Marxist left, we'll get into that. But enemies of America that I think we both want, that kind of America, have seized significant power in the institutions in our country, and they are a threat. Will we find common ground on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's no question there is a scourge of left-wing violence. I talked about this on my show, even when Luigi Mangione killed that healthcare CEO. It was Thomas Crooks, Luigi Mangione, and then that seemed to ignite this cycle of violence then against Charlie Kirk, against Donald Trump. Even now they say the wildfires in the Palisades was started by some crazed radical leftist. So there's no question that that is going on. And like you say, it's organized and exacerbated by the organized institutional left. So I think we're 100% agreement on that.
Okay, good. Now let's get to the part here where we disagree. And I think it's a political strategy prescription. So to be clear, we did play the clip where you said, I'm a moderate Democrat. Now I said, look, I think that's hyperbole. I think he's making the point here. So I don't want to do the whole, he's a leftist or he's a Nazi. Let's start this way. How about I steel man your argument as I understand it, and you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So my view is you're issuing a political strategy, right? You are not a leftist. You are not a Democrat. But okay, Republicans have taken your vote for granted. They have not been held accountable. They haven't delivered on any of the promises that they've made. Americans are feeling this right now, particularly young Americans in this economy. They feel as though they're not represented and they're being sold out to big corporate interests, including, by the way, a foreign nation like Israel, placing that above the interests of American citizens. And so we need to speak the only language they understand, which is defeat, make it sting in the midterms, vote Democrat in 2026, so that it will pave the way or allow for a candidate who more effectively represents America first or true?
I mean, yeah, I kind of get it. He's kind of like, oh, they will ruin the day they turned against the American people, and they didn't, do what we voted them in for, and pretty much wasted the majority that we gave them. I mean, yeah, they should be punished for that. But voting in Democrats, I mean, let's be real. I'm not doing that, and I know most of you guys on the right's not doing that. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing: we don't need to do that. The voter turnout for the Dems are going to be crazy just because of what's going on. So and here's the thing: now they feel more emboldened to vote now that they see Donald Trump's approval rating down. So they're going to feel more emboldened to go out there and turn out and enact this blue wave they want so much. So it's really about, honestly, them smelling blood in the water and them acting on it, which you can't blame them on doing.
A true version of their constituency.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you think I've gotten wrong or would correct?
I would add another layer to it, because to me it is a two-parter. It's for 2026, but it also is there's a very significant part of it that's looking ahead to 2028 as well. But that's a big part of it. That's, let's say, half of it.
Okay, good. Now do mine.
Well, I think that, you voted for Trump in 2024. I think you'll be voting Republican in 26 and 28. And I think you would probably say that the left is always going to be worse. The Democrats are always going to be worse. And so voting for something worse is always going to be bad. If we want Republicans to be better, we should maybe focus on primaries. And what's more, Republicans are holding back something far worse, which is always going to come from the Democrats. Things like open borders, not only no mass deportations, but also no borders, not only war with Iran, but maybe war with Russia, continuing the war in Ukraine. True. Basically, it only exacerbates our problems, doesn't actually solve them. Would be something like, I think your position is.
I think that's actually relatively fair. I would probably add some layers too. It's multi-pronged. Like, I'm certainly not, I've had plenty of instances where I've not voted Republican, but I've said I am precluded from voting Democrat. So that's a non-starter for me. But I have left it blank when I've had Republicans on the ticket in elections, and I can't, because as a crisis of conscience, I can't violate it and vote for this person. Yeah. I've even voted third party in local elections because
even I kind of had the stance too. It's just like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'll probably just sit it out before I vote Democrat if I don't see a candidate I want to vote for. Like, I'm not just gonna go for Amy Action for governor of Ohio because I don't like Vivek. Like, I'm not doing that.
Different from national. I think we also both operate. That's one thing I appreciate about you. You're not just the system, man, third party, let's vote Gary Johnson. Like, that under universal suffrage, it's a two-party system, and you have to work within that to affect change, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I appreciate you being more genuine about that, because a lot of people online just throw their hat and they'll keep you warring with each other. And, so I don't want to do that silly crap today. Okay. So flesh out the plan. I disagree. Vote Democrat in 2026. Why? And then walk me through the plan.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to support the channel with a super chat or gift. All right, back to it, guys.
Disagree. Vote Democrat in 2026. Why? And then walk me through the plan.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote Republican. I recused myself. I just told people not to vote. Everybody thinks I voted for Kamala, but I didn't. I just told people to withhold their vote. But in 2026, what really did it for me was the war in Iran. I think that, for me, that was the red line. We were promised no new wars. We got a war in Iran. And I really believe that if you vote for Republicans after that, it's almost like you'll tolerate anything, because that's such an explicit betrayal and on a very serious matter. And then what's more, to maybe get into the positive reason for voting Democrat as opposed to withholding your vote or not voting Republican, is I think that when you look at the House of Representatives in particular, and I'd say this on my show, they exercise oversight powers under the Constitution. And so they can depose, they can compel the release of documents, they can subpoena, form subcommittees. And I really believe that they, set against the Republicans, will actually work to slow down the administration. And it's not just that the administration is not doing things, they're doing things that are bad. They did try to bury the Epstein files. And if it wasn't for the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, they would have never seen.
Yeah, shout out to Rohana and Massey. You got to give it to them on that one. And Loki, you got to give it to the Dems. And of course, he was doing it for duplicitous reasons. But still, though, they definitely did push to get those Epstein files released. even though the administration said that, yeah, we gave y'all $3 million. We know there's $3 million more, but kick rocks.
In the light of day. And then you have the war powers resolution in the Senate, which got shut down basically along party lines, with one exception, which was John Fetterman. And so, and then you have a group of Democrats, this is just last week, they put out a letter to the White House asking to disclose Israel's nuclear program. So I would like to see actually Democrats.
Can you repeat that?
The thing is, bro, Republicans are not doing that. I mean, I'm be real with you. We all know how aligned Republicans are with the Holy Land, with Israel. Like, they're not doing that.
Last part, just for people who maybe.
But I ain't gonna lie though, it was bold that the Democrats even asked. So I'm impressed with them even attempting to get the Republicans to do that. So shout out to them on that note.
Missed it. There was a lot of rapid fire. Disclosing the nuclear program.
Yeah, there was a group of 20 House Democrats. They signed a letter to the White House basically asking the White House to acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear arsenal, because they believe, and I think it's correct, that the lack of disclosure about that creates a risk of miscalculation or escalation. We don't know where Israel's red line is when they would use a nuke. So these are just like a few examples where I think that it's actually a good thing for Democrats to have a divided government with Republicans and slow down and challenge some of the things that are going on, because I think they're not good. And then, if you will, do you want to stop there and then get on to the other part, or do you want me to finish?
Well, no,
I
think so. So let's take all of that, let's take it in totality. First off, I still don't think it's anywhere comparable to the actual progress, the wins that have been made under the Trump administration. Like, I wouldn't say and also, I don't think that these are things that you couldn't force Republicans to do. For example, it's a pretty popular position, at least in my experience with Republicans on this show, to remove this ambiguity, this unofficial ambiguity as far as Israeli nukes. I also agree with that. I don't think that it outweighs the mammoth wins, but let's assume that, okay, it's a wash for the sake of this. What I really want to know is, okay, so you vote Democrat. I think you and I would both acknowledge, because you've said that voting Democrat is a way to punish Republicans. You're not going to get the change in the system with the Democrat Party. Do I have that right? This is about fundamentally changing the Republican Party through accountability.
Absolutely. Yes, totally.
Okay, good. Just because I don't want people to misconstrue what you just said. Like, so see, Democrats are actually good.
But here's the problem, though. It's like a lot of us are not going to get down with the idea of, just vote for them to punish the Republicans. If anything, we just need to punish all the Republicans that Trump endorsed. So, like, we should damn near make the Trump endorsement like a scarlet letter instead of like pretty much receiving the thumbs up. So that's what he probably should have done, is just say, look, we need to make the Trump approval a scarlet letter on the Republican Party so we could start getting what we want, because it looked like it's all these guys who are just bowing to Trump. And I mean, all right, you can be loyal to Trump all you want, but if you're not working for the American people and you're just out here to shake your ass in a circle for Trump, then you shouldn't be in office.
Like, they have some bullshit that they throw in every now and then. What do you do after that? So in other words, you're saying this will lead us to a consistent or more representative victory, 2028. What's the roster? Where are the funds? What's the ground game, right? Because it's a big risk handing the country over to the left. We know what they want to do.
Well, and see, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where we might disagree on some things. So the way that I see it, 2028 is really what it's all about. I really believe that this administration is just cooked. Like, I don't think there's going to be a course correction. I have no faith in this administration. I think Trump is old. The people around him are very bad. And so I think the real question is, and this is a huge question, who will be Trump's successor? Because that person is going to define the direction of the party. And I really believe there should be a very competitive primary for the presidential race in 28. And what they're trying to do is consolidate support around either Vance or Rubio, as I'm sure you know.
Facts. No, that is facts. I've already been putting it out there, been testing the water with my audience, and a lot of people are ready for Vance and Rubio. They're already saying they want Rubio. Rubio has been the overwhelming result here. When I put up Vance and Rubio, everybody chooses Rubio, which is scary because Rubio's a neocon. That's why they call him Marco Jubio. Because yes, one, he's aligned. Yes, he's really aligned with Israel. We're talking about the guy saying, yeah, there would never be no such thing as a Palestinian state, no matter how much times they say it. Yeah, that guy. So that's one of the problems there too. Like, if Marco Rubio is more of the same, and JD Vance is, well, basically selling out to the tech oligarchs. So both of them don't really seem like a really good choice for the Republican Party right now. We do need a wild horse. Basically, we need another Trump in a way, or an actual one that's actually going to try to make some changes around here. But I'm be real with you, man, that donor money does seem to have too much influence.
Oh, behind the scenes, there's a very big fight going on between donors and between party personnel. Are they going to get behind Rubio, which he seems to have the backing of the neocons and Mark Levin and AIPAC and Miriam Adelson? Or are they going to get behind Vance, who has the support of Little?
Yeah, I mean, the donors have already chosen. And I mean, real with you, Miriam Adelson throwing $100 million into these elections. I mean, bro, she's done spent like 10 to 20 million on trying to beat Thomas Massie. So yeah, they got a deep little war chest over here. We got a deep little war chest over here on the Republican side. The problem is for the wrong group of Republicans.
Palantir Tucker, and he's going to clearly run in the more America First lane. At least nominally, he's going to claim that. And I think that we should not have consolidation where it's 80% behind one candidate. I think it should be wide open. I also don't like either Rubio or Vance because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me, the only way to have an open field is if everyone associated with the administration is sufficiently weakened. So I'm actually rooting for Democrats to degrade. And
now that is true, though. Miriam Adelson is our George Soros. Like, Dems got George Soros, we got Miriam Adelson. You know, the funny thing is, they're both Jewish. Man, that's hilarious.
Sabotage this administration and the people in it so that they're less politically viable. And maybe that clears the way for a dark horse or an outsider, someone from outside the MAGA, Mar-a-Lago, Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And to me, that's really the big picture.
Okay. So here's my primary problem, what you just said. And it's a keyword maybe. So my first question is the roster. You say, yeah, competitive primary. I agree. I hear who you don't want. The roster, the funds, the ground game. Maybe, right? Because you've tried this before. It's failed. The losses are real with the Democrats that we faced. I would argue, I think it'd be tough to argue against. Worst 3 years in modern American history. The wins, the potential wins that you're describing are imaginary with no concrete. And I know that you talked about this with Dan Bilzerian. So I'm not trying to sandbag you here, but if I'm going, okay, there's a risk. It's a political play. Well, I won't be able to take part along with many conservatives, Republicans, because I cannot vote Democrat. Doesn't mean I'll vote for Republicans all across the board.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. I can't vote Democrat. I think it might be a bit too late. Like if Nick, if you're gonna pull this off, then you should have did it while we're selecting candidates to run for these positions, like the Republican candidates. That's when you should have employed this. Not when it's too late and now it's like Dem versus Republican, when it could have been just Republican versus Republican for the nomination.
Can't vote Democrat, but the roster, the funds, the ground game, the things that you need to win elections in 2028 through the major risk of handing the country over to Democrats when we know that means open borders, packing the courts, turning them into citizens, right? DEI back in the administration, H-1B skyrocketing again, all of that. Huge risk, concretes, so we see the payoff.
See, and this is where you might disagree, because I think that's maybe the best argument against it. And you're 100% right.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Make sure to double tap that screen. And, that is a pretty good argument against it. But the problem is, it's pretty much like this, because what I don't like about Steven Crowder's argument, and no, he's right. He's right, though. Everything he's saying about the Dems, yeah, most likely would happen. 90% sure. But the problem is that it's like, all right, so what? We can never hold a Republican Party accountable because, the Dems are just going to trans everybody and they're going to open the border. So basically, the Republicans can just go unaccountable, basically, is what you're saying. And you're never going to vote for, and I get it, I'm not voting for a Dem, but it's almost like we can't hold a Republican Party accountable, or they're just going to hit us with what you're going to do, vote for a Dem. Yeah, I don't think we should let the Republicans have that type of power over any voting base. But apparently, Steven Crowder's ready to give it all up.
Right. It is an extremely risky play, and I don't underestimate that risk at all, and I don't want to understate it. But here's my reframe. Here's kind of like my game theory reframe of it, is I really believe that this country has serious problems with the debt, with the border. They want a $1.5 trillion budget for the military alone. The Republicans do. We got this war in the Middle East. I really believe that without a radical intervention, like a radically different approach, whether we get a Democrat or lesser of two evils Republican, like a continuity with what we have under Trump, I think that's a no-win proposition. Like if it's Gavin Newsom, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio, if those are our options, and let's say everybody else in the Democratic field, I don't see any of those candidates solving it, fixing it. To me, it's really just a question of how fast or how slow it's all going to come crumbling down. And so that's the only reason why I say, if we degrade the two people in this administration, it's sort of like we know what we're going to get with them and we know it's not going to be radical enough. At least if we tear them down, it's a huge maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind. I wouldn't say them, of course, because that game about who's going to run and who's going to throw their hat in the ring, and then my endorsement might hurt that person if they're characterized as the Groiper or Caesar or something.
No, yes, it would. Come on now. Be real, Steven. Come on, be real. Like, yeah, whoever Nick endorses automatically labeled a Nazi and a racist, a nationalist, they're cooked. So it's best he doesn't, put his name out there behind who he supports. Or he's just going to cook that person's political stock.
I think so. I mean, we have examples of that right here. I mean, Ken Paxton, who you may or may not like, but like Brandon Herrera, who was on the show, he won his primary. We had him on the show. I knew him through the GunTube community. And
So guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting that icon above, especially if you've been watching for longer than 10 minutes. Go ahead and hit that icon up there. Subscribe to the channel. We do this every day.
Directly went up against AIPAC. They put out a hit on him, figuratively, to be clear to people watching. He fought them, and he's going to win. He's going to win his seat. He then won the primary. So, no, you could have an effect. I actually think it's a requirement, frankly, considering the risk. If we both acknowledge it, the risk is you say something radical could happen. With the answer you're giving me now, something radical will happen. It's the radical that we experienced from 2020 through 2024. So the radical upside, you do got to give a name. You do have to give some finances and a ground game for us to take that risk. Because I don't think, and I'll make the case here, I don't think there's an equivalency. If you look at the actual record, Nick, when Democrats controlled the Senate, gave us open borders, record inflation.
Right there, he kind of just already admitted the problem right here. You kind of got to take the money out of politics because, bro, it's the donors that kind of control who we're allowed to vote for. And that's the sick reality of it. I mean, you think you pick your politicians? No, nigga. The corporate guys pick your politician because they kiss their ass and they choose who you get to vote for. And now you're picking between I would say this, your favorite corporate puppet. So that's just the reality of our politics in today. And this is why a lot of people say we need to get money out of politics and there should be a donation limit to kind of, curve that. I mean, there may be still, something done behind closed doors, but at least not done right in our face.
Right at 9.1%, trillions in new spending. They, of course, stopped deportations. They stopped building the wall. They put DEI. I mean, they had a Department of Misinformation. Trump 2.0 has put us for the first time in net negative immigration, record deportations, over $1 trillion in cuts. Not to mention doing away with DEI in the administration, some huge Supreme Court wins that actually pave the way going forward. I mean, H-1Bs are a really big thing. I know because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually, I would say, and I think you'd be hard pressed to argue against whether they're enough. They are the single biggest rightward shifts domestically that we have seen in modern American history. And that includes Reagan, Nixon, anyone else. So the risk is what we lived through. That's guaranteed to happen unless we have concrete.
Yeah, what I would push back on is I really think that you think you're overstating some of the wins. To me, I would just say it's too little too late. I mean, as far as like open borders, that's my favorite one because Trump ran in 2016 saying, we're going to build a border wall. And why a border wall? Because it cannot be torn down. You build a physical structure. Democrats can't undo that. If it's an executive order, like remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was really Trump's failure to build a border wall. And he enforced it through executive orders, which is why Democrats were able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to undo all of that. And you might say, well, okay, Trump has another crack at it. And the border is secure now. It's like record low crossings. There's no apprehensions at the border. However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You've got
that's incorrect,
coming
Nick.
up.
That's incorrect. Nick, he has built more of the wall in his first 6 months than all 4 years of Biden. And it's on track to be done in 2027. Let's call it 28. It's just
how much wall has he built this year?
This last year, it's been, as I understand it, hundreds of feet, and they're going to be putting up digital security, right? Because there's certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more.
All right, I'll go ahead and I'll read out what I've been able to find. So let's see here. As of May 2026, that data indicates that approximately 25 miles of new border wall were constructed since January 20th, 2025, with over 10 miles completed in the 50 days preceding May 8th, 2026. Currently, Texas state-led efforts added to this total, with state officials reporting over 80 miles of total completed state-funded wall as of early 2026. Let's see here. So total new construction, approximately 25 miles of new barrier was constructed between January 2025 and May 2026. Wait, that's all? That's it? Really? I mean, depending on how much we got done, I'll be charitable to that. But that's the facts right there.
Than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote for those people for 4 years. So there is a difference building anything than nothing. And I agree with you, by the way, like a good example, H-1Bs. Remember, you ran those billboards, right?
Yeah.
And you and I were on the same page. I don't know if you saw this. I was going hard at Elon Musk on X, on H-1Bs, and President Trump. And by the way, I got into an argument with Vivek in person. I suggested a 3-point plan. One of them was a 6-figure fee. So you put up bill. Have you told your audience about the unfathomable wins on H-1Bs?
Well, I believe they hit the cap for H-1Bs last year, did they not, in 2025?
So 26% reduction in issuances, and new overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%. They were up anywhere from 20 to 90% under Biden. The denial rate was like 1%, 2% on a really good day. 87% reduction on new overseas H-1Bs with a $100,000 fee. If you put up billboards and people are upset about that, and you and I are in the same camp, have you told your audience about that win? That's the biggest shift we've ever seen in H-1Bs. It's not even close.
Again, yeah, I just don't think that's really,
Now, here's a problem. He's saying, all right, so there's an 87% reduction in H-1Bs, but how is that possible when we hit our cap? And I mean, no, we did hit our cap, guys. So unless there was an 87% reduction in the cap of people that we take in, then, I mean, he's stating his fact wrong or he's just wrong altogether. But so, yes, the U.S. and Immigration Services has officially met the H-1B visa cap for the fiscal year of 2027. Oh, damn, they already caught up on 2027. The agency announced it received enough electronic registrations during this initial registration window to reach both the 65,000 regular cap and the 20,000 advanced degree exemption. So the master cap. So, yeah, I guess we hit that cap, guys. And I mean, if that's considered an 80% reduction, unless we were taking in like a 200,000, I don't really see the reduction there.
You say, well, they're building hundreds of feet of border wall. That's more than Biden. Well, there's a 26% reduction in H-1Bs. They hit the cap, I believe.
87%.
Last year.
87%. Here's why. You know why. And Nick, let's both pretend that we're smart enough.
How do you have a reduction when you hit the cap? Like, what? I'm sorry, but okay, like, really, bro? Really explain, like, bro, really hear what Steven's trying to tell you. Is like, yeah, we reduced the numbers of H-1B visas, but we hit the cap amount of how much H-1B visas we can accept. Huh? I'm sorry, but that's like filling up, bro. I'm sorry, but that's like filling up a water. That's like filling up a cup of water. It spills over and you're talking about, well, like, guys, we still got more room. Like, what? Or actually, guys, don't you know that's an 80% reduction in space? Like, nigga, what are you talking about?
Okay.
The president has broad powers over people.
And I mean, hey, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm trying to be charitable towards his argument and say, well, maybe they lowered the cap. Maybe they lowered the cap of people they allow in, but the cap has been met. So unless they're talking about lowering the cap, they did not lower the amount of people or H-1B visas they have allowed in.
People coming into this country, right? New H-1Bs. And I see this a lot, where he gets no credit for executive orders. But then when things get blocked and cut, they also blame Donald Trump and go, why didn't he get these cuts? Well, that's because of 100% of Democrats. And yes, some feckless Republicans. We should know them by name, the Thunes, the Murkowskis, the Collins of the world who should be voted out. But he has broad powers on who's coming in the country. He can slap 100,000 on that, and he did, 87% reduction. To deal with the bulk of H-1Bs, people who are extending them, that would require an act of Congress. So the most potent tool that he has as president, he enacted an 87% reduction in new people coming over. People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not sure, but I believe he hit the cap for H-1Bs last year. It was 127,000
You're always going to hit the cap when you're talking about people extending H-1Bs. What we're talking about is new people, new pajeets coming in, right?
Yeah.
$100,000. And this is important. It also, by the way, this is your job, my job as commentators. It shifts that Overton window where it's like, hey, we were told that they were bringing in, the Haji Elon Musk or the next Brown Nikolai Tesla. Well, $100,000 fee.
All right, hold on, guys. So let's see here. So the cap in 2025. So for fiscal year 2025, the congressionally mandated numerical limits were the standard of 85,000 total visas. Jesus, I mean, that's a lot of damn visas. But let's see here. Here's the cap breakdown. It consists of 65,000 regular cap slots, visas associated for individual holdings, at least a bachelor degree or its foreign equivalent. And then we got 20,000 advanced degrees, so pretty much the master slots. And let's see here. Where's this other 20,000? Oh, yeah, no, never mind. 85,000. Yeah, that's 85,000 right there. 65,000 for bachelors, which is kind of crazy because we have a lot of bachelors here. And these are just, bro, 65,000 is fucking crazy, bro. Those are 65,000 students that could low-key get those jobs fresh out of college. I'm looking pissed. Bro, those are 20,000 people who are just graduating out of masters with $100,000 or $200,000 in debt, looking for a job that can low-key take those positions. And we just gave 20,000 of those jobs away to H-1B visas. Immigrants. And that's crazy how that don't piss people off. It's just amazing.
Would mean nothing. Instead, people now know these were people coming in to undercut Americans as cheap labor. So that number matters a lot. If Congress would act, you're not going to have it, especially not with more Democrats.
I would go further, though, and I would say, so you're still hitting the cap. And I would go further and say, what about all this talk about...
Yeah, you can't have an 85% reduction when, we still let in about 85,000 people to take American jobs. Bro, at the highest level, we're talking about bachelors and masters, and that's despicable. Like, what's the point of sending these kids to college and making them rack up a debt if we're just going to do this to them? Like, I'm sorry, but this is why these guys wanted student loan forgiveness. I almost feel it at a certain point. Like, if you're going to do them like this, then, I mean, y'all start forgiving loans. Now, I'm not going to start pushing for that, but I'm just saying, I kind of get the argument now. This is how we're doing the American people.
Seasonal farm visas. What about this mass deportations? We're going to exempt agricultural workers. We're going to exempt farm workers, hospitality, luncheonettes. We're not going to deport anybody other than the criminal illegals. This is what I mean. It's like, because, I think maybe where we're getting...
This can't be the illegals. It got to be across the board. I mean, we're going to even have to revoke H-1B visas. But here's the problem, though. That Republicans and Democrats care too much about the corporates. They care too much about these big corporations more than they care about what the American people want. They rather sell out to the corporate agenda. So this is why they're going to bring in the illegals. This is why they're going to bring in the H-1B visas to undermine us and for cheaper labor. I mean, look, man, somebody got to go through the corporate slavery.
Stuck is, it's not as if things are not improving. Like, you're 100% right. At Department of Labor and at DHS, they are making some policy changes. The $100,000 fee, I think that's great. And that's a great start. And cutting down the new overseas visas, that's great too. But once again, we were promised...
Oh, guys, you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, or you just want to support the show, feel free to send a super chat or a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Mass deportations. What's more, you had 10 million illegals come in under Biden. And so this is why I say it's just like too little, too late.
I'd say more than 10, 12 to 20, depending on how you count it, but a lot.
Sure. Well, and
too many. We agree. Too many.
But we don't even know how many deportations there are because ICE doesn't publish the data anymore. We don't have new official data on removals from the government since December 2024 from the Biden administration. So it's like, what we're being promised. And this, by the way, gets back to how radical it needs to be. It's like, because you could always say, and you wouldn't be wrong, at all that Republicans are going to be better. Are they going to build more border wall? Are we going to have less H-1Bs? Are we going to have more deportations? Absolutely. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's like, okay, well, they brought in 10 to 20 million in 4 years.
Right.
Even if the
I'm sorry, but somehow we got to convince the Dems that, yo, this immigration shit it's a trap. It doesn't help out Americans. Like, it only strains our resources. I mean, look what it's doing in the job market, bro. We gave out 65,000 jobs to H-1B visas, and those could have been taken by American scholars. What are you going to say? That they're not smart enough, that they're dumb? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, do we believe in our youth or not? And if not, then why? Then honestly, we should start giving these guys student loan forgiveness because we just made them go through a system we're just going to replace them in. I mean, what the fuck? Like, I'm not sure how Dems can't come to the conclusion that, yo, this ain't it. And I mean, y'all go to college too. Y'all go through this too. So I'm not sure how y'all not with it.
Numbers are true when they say we arrested 600,000, maybe we only removed 300,000. You're not even making a dent in that. And you could say, well, anything counts. I would say it doesn't make a difference. Like, not really. 600,000 against 20 million, not really. And that's where I would say I favor taking the risk of getting something more radical than what we know, which is getting something that won't be anything.
Well, and I can understand that position if I believe the numbers that you throw. Here's the one thing that I do notice, and I don't think that you're a Democrat.
No,
I really don't. But you do consistently use Democrat talking points against the right. And you have, this is not a primary issue, right? You've advocated that your followers either sit out or vote Democrat in 2020, 22, 24.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Here's the more disrespectful part about it, right? So, and, you know, people try to say, here's the thing. If you're in, I don't know, maybe your loyalty is not all the way there with mine, or maybe you're not an American supremacist like I am, but I know American supremacist, but I believe we got the best everything. I believe we got the best white people, black people, Asians, Indians, those who are actually, born on American soil. We got the best everything, best scholars, colleges, all that. So it's kind of crazy how we're voting in people who's supposed to be for us, but they're selling us out for people overseas, and they're allowing these corporations to do so. Like, look over American talent. I'm sorry, but like, that's just the most un-American thing you can do.
And as a result, the big one, and this is a big problem that I've had with your approach, not you as a human being. Georgia, right? That flipped the Senate with Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker. And precisely because if people had followed, I'm not saying that you're responsible, but if people had followed your prescription in Georgia, that would be the exact reason for 10 to 20 million illegal aliens coming over an open border wall. That would be the exact reason for stopping them. That would be the exact reason for a doubling in some instances of H-1Bs. And I don't think that those changes are mild. When you say 600,000, we both know that is a point that the left will use. It's not accurate. You do have to include self-deportations because there's an incentive for self.
You do got to be fair. Be fair. You do got to include the self-deportation. That's like what, 1 million or 1.2 million. And if you add that with deportations, the forced ones, then I mean, well, you're at 1.8 million. But I mean, here's the thing, though. The Dems aren't going to say that. They're just going to say, oh, it's only 600,000. And that's true. That's true. But I mean, guys, remember, we offered the easy way and the hard way. And a lot of people took the easy way. So I can't really feel bad about people getting the hard way, or these undocumented immigrants getting the hard way. Why? Because we gave you an easy way. You could have signed up on an app. We give you 2,000. We put you on a plane and you out of here. Easy.
Deportations, and more people are self-deporting. Next thing, I bet you'll say that Obama or Clinton deported more people. We did an entire segment on this because people on the right are saying that, and it's factually not true.
Well, I never encourage people to vote Democrat in 2022, 24. Only this is the first year I've told people to vote Democrat. All those other elections, I told people to sit out selectively or altogether. But the Georgia Senate runoff, which is, I think, what you're talking about, January 5, 2021, with Loeffler and Perdue, this is, again, it's like Trump, I think we both agree, got cheated out of that election. Like, they stole the election. At the same time, Republicans controlled the state legislature in all the swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Everywhere where that was being adjudicated, Republicans were in control, and they just refused to do anything. They refused to change the slate of electors. And at the same time that they were telling us we're not going to remedy the election, they were also begging us to vote to hold the line in the Senate. And here I am saying, wait a second, why don't we hold the line in the White House? You're worried about the Senate. And then I would add on top of that, and maybe this is going to be controversial, I actually don't think Republicans are really all that against illegal immigration. I think that...
Swear to God, bro. Because, I mean, even Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said, well, I own a construction company. We need these illegals. I'm like, lady, bro, you should have got a ticket. Honestly, you should have went to jail just for admitting that. And this is what kills me. I'm like, guys, look, we can sit here and talk about illegal immigrants, undocumented, and how they take low-paying jobs and all this good stuff all day. But you got to remember, though, these are American businesses that are allowing this to happen. They're the ones undermining the American people and participating in it willingly, knowing damn well what they're doing. So, like, even Obama said it, we do need to start punishing employers, and we need to mean it, because Obama said it, but that nigga ain't mean it. No, we need to actually mean it. And honestly, we need to put one of these employers in jail for like 10 to 15 years as a lesson to the rest of them. Like, honestly.
Democrats and Republicans maybe wanted the illegals here because there was a significant labor shortage after the pandemic ended. People were slow to return to work. They were being paid too much. And, so you could say, like,
honestly, we should charge it as treason, because it low-key is. You're betraying the American people for foreign workers. You're undermining Americans for foreign. I mean, come on, that's treasonous. Nope, that's treason. That's death penalty. You're cooked. Public hanging. Okay, no public hangings. No public hangings. But y'all get my point.
Republicans had won, then there wouldn't be 10 to 20 million illegals.
But what numbers do you have to back that up? First off, Nick, come on, you did. You told people to sit out or vote. In 2022, you told them to sit out or vote Democrat. And I'll give you 2020, you said you did. But in 2020...
No, in 2020, I was pro-Trump.
No, in 2020, yeah, but in 2022, you told people to sit out or vote Democrat. I remember that.
I didn't tell them to vote Democrat in 22. I just said sit out.
You said sit out or vote Democrat. In 2020, you did not say vote Democrat. You said we're going to destroy the GOP and to sit out the runoff in Georgia, which is exactly what flipped the Senate, which is exactly what opened the borders and stopped the border wall and led to the woke fucking nightmare that we dealt.
Hey, shout my man User 2P coming in again. Appreciate the support, my man. Hey, he had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support with the $5 holla. I appreciate that.
Right? Because if people had gone out, okay, go ahead.
Got to correct the record. I got to correct the record. In 2020, in the 2020 election, I told people vote Trump. It was only in the runoff in Georgia in January 5, 21, that I said, sit this one out. In 22, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago. I believe I just said, don't vote Republican. Like 26, it was a big deal for me to say, vote Democrat, because I'm not a Democrat, as you know, and I appreciate you clarifying that. But no, I've only told people to sit out. This is the first year I'm saying punish them. And I guess the larger point is maybe we just disagree on the level of complicity of the Republicans. I think they're utterly complicit.
Yeah.
Because even going back.
And here's the problem, though. It's like, one, the Republicans are utterly complicit. They really don't speak up against anything that Trump is doing, even if it's a bad idea. Shoot, even if Trump makes a bad move or a bad post, they won't speak up against it. And here's the thing, though. You know what? I do have to hold myself accountable on this. Like when Nick Fuentes was saying, oh, yeah, we shouldn't be voting for Trump, I kind of understood why he was saying that. But here's the thing, though. I was rationalizing under the fact that, well, he does need the donors to get this. And I'm be real with you. If he needs Elon and Emilio Edison to get elected, I guess that works out. But here's the problem, though, with that. The people that Trump elect around him after he got elected, that became even more of a bigger and bigger problem that started to let me know, like, hold on, man, this guy might be going in a different direction. We start seeing the America first guys get pushed out and the Israel first guys get let in. Like I said, bro, we traded Candace Owens, Thomas Massey, and Theo Vaughn for Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, Mark Levin. Are you serious? Like, as soon as I seen that shift right there, I had to ring the alarm. And I'm like, guys, this is no longer going on the way we want it no more. The guys that we kind of rode in on are kind of being shown the way out. And it is what it is. But this is what kind of made me ring the alarm. But Nick Fuentes, I'm going to give him this. He rung the alarm before like anybody else. He pretty much was just saying, look, these people just around him are just automatic. I don't want nothing to do with Trump. Emilio Edison is in. The Israel first guys are surrounding him. And I'm more like, well, let's be real. There's a mixture of people kind of supporting Trump. But Nick Fuentes just went off the raw fact that, hey, yo, these Israel first guys are surrounding him. And I think we should just abandon ship just off that alone because it's looking like he's going to get us in to war with Iran. Well, he was right. He was definitely right about that.
and this is formative for me. Trump won in 2016 saying border wall. And you remember Republicans wouldn't give him more than $1.8 billion for that little fence in the Rio Grande Valley. And they said, no, we're going to focus on Obamacare and the tax cut. We'll do the border wall after the midterms, which they lost. And then they shrugged and said,
Nick,
well.
But now be accurate with your audience. Why wasn't the border wall built? Was it for the same reason that it was completely paused after the 2020 midterms? In other words, you say Republicans, do you mean Democrats? And so they said the perfect is the enemy of the good, and they got done what they could get done at that time. It would be like people in the future saying, he didn't do anything about H-1B visa extensions. Well, sure, because he can't. It'll be blocked 100% by Democrats, maybe 10 to 15, 20% Republicans, but he used the most potent tool at his disposal, right? So you put all this in the same basket, like Republicans didn't. No, they weren't able to. And in many cases, they weren't able to, especially because you told people to sit out. When you look at what they've been able to do, I don't think these are minute differences. We've both agreed these are the most rightward shifts that we've seen in American policy in modern American history, which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right? You've not had any ill-conceived delusions that this is not a risky play. And I appreciate that you're straightforward about that, right? You're not like, this is going to be great. You know it could backfire.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the risk of the right. So y'all want to talk about immigration? Well, let's be real. The H-1B visas did hit his cap when we let in about 85,000. I mean, he kind of got you on that one. Like, let's just be real on that note alone. But whoop, my train of thought. Back to it. Oh, and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. What?
Which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right? You've not had any ill-conceived delusions that this is not a risky play. And I appreciate that you're straightforward about that, right? You're not like, this is going to be great. You know it could backfire. So what are the concretes? It brings us back to that. If I'm going to take this risk, because I think that a 99% reduction in border crossings is significant, 87% H-1Bs. I think the Supreme Court cases are significant. I think, dozens, hundreds of feet of the wall being built is significant, whatever it is. I think it's significant, but I'm willing to take the risk this plan will be effective because I need you to walk me through the end of the plan as opposed to hopefully these magic candidates will show up and then you're going to deal with the donor class again and the ground game again. What does it look like? Give me the plan.
Yeah. Well, once again, I'll just say first, and then I'll get just to respond to the preamble there. It's like, I just grow tired of these games where it's like every cycle, there's this excuse. It's like, well, we did this, we couldn't do that. It's politics, and this is just a brief example I'll give. They allocated in the big, beautiful bill, what was it, $200 billion, $190 billion for DHS. Significant portion of that goes to ICE. And then they gave up on deportations in January because they said, well, this is not popular for the midterms. Then they launched the most unpopular war in modern history in Iran. It's like, if you can eat a S-word.
No, look, not only are Republicans pretty much stopping the whole mass deportations, but some Republicans are also walking it completely back and talking about, oh, no, we need to give these guys, amnesty. Yeah, we need to give select undocumented immigrants amnesty. And this is the Republicans. So it's not just going to be the ones on the farms. It's going to be the ones on the farms, construction, fast food, and all that good stuff. Oh, yeah. Yep. They're going to give amnesty to all their slave workers.
Sand, I don't know if you'd swear on
that. Oh, shoot. I mean, actually, going to have to pay them regular wages since they're going to be citizens. So, but I mean, I'm be real with you. It is going to add to the job market. We're gonna add more workers to the job market, which is gonna bring down wages because there's less scarcity in work.
Show.
You can say whatever you want. Yeah, okay. It's Rebel, for God's sake. I mean, we're on YouTube.
Alex Jones, he's on radio, so But they want to see the
language.
Yeah,
take your methylene blue.
Yeah, turmeric. Yeah. They want to see the shit sandwich on Iran, but then on deportations, they go, oh, well, what about the midterms? So to me, these come across as like excuses, but I do want to get into what the plan is. You're right. It's hope. We're hoping for a space to be opened up for a candidate to go in, and there isn't anything specific. I have a candidate in mind, and there's a ground game being built and things like that. I can't share that information. There's maybe a couple candidates that I'm looking at. But again, you know how it goes. Unless somebody's ready to announce, you can't really say, oh, so-and-so is going to run for office. And then especially because it's me, I can't be the harbinger of whoever the candidate will be.
Well, why? But let's explore that, though, because we both agree, two-party system, you need voting blocks. You need coalition. So if there are that many people out there who share your view.
Oh, and shout out Mountain Men Axis. Yeah, Mountain Men Axis. He said in the clutch for 30 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend. Hey, shout out.
You shouldn't be a problem for you to endorse anyone. As a matter of fact, that's a net positive. So give us the name.
I can't do that. Once again, it's not somebody that's announced they're running. It's not somebody that maybe even is in contention. But I mean, you know how this goes. When you have people that are running for president, they don't say they're not going to make an announcement until they're ready to make an announcement.
Well, sure, but usually these people who are developing Republican strategies aren't telling people to vote Democrat in the midterm, right? That's a long game, and you need that answer for people to take it on faith. Otherwise, it's just snake handling.
Well, I think that, once again, either way, you can take my word for it or not, but what isn't going to work is Vance and Rubio. Like, that's a 0-win proposition. You could sit there and say, well, but that's better than a Democrat. At least that's concrete. I would say it's concrete that we're going to lose. It's concrete that if we get a continuation of this, we're going to get more of this, and this is not working. So rather than trying something that isn't working, I want to give a chance that something might work. And if people want to take a leap of faith, then I think that's where they need to go. But
Nick pretty much said, I mean, look, man, we can crash out on MAGA and end up with Dems pretty much taking over anyway, or we can try something new and maybe we, fuck up and, make it worse, or maybe we can get something, we can get lucky. And that is a wild ass risk right there. That's quite the risk. I'll be real.
Okay,
the way it is right now,
not working. I guess you would have to define working, right? So again, this is right. Okay, first net negative migration country, right? For over 30 years.
I will be real on this one though. I don't like the idea of just the Republicans expect us to vote for them just because they're going to fearmonger on Dems. Like, but the Dems is like, yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna be real with you. It's just not. I'm just gonna be honest, you guys. It's like dealing with a girl. When a girl tells you I'm the best you ever gonna get in your life, you know what you do? Your ass leave. Why? Because now they feel like they got that type of leverage over you, so they can do, like, trust me, when they start talking like that, or anybody starts talking like that, they know they can do whatever they want, and you're gonna stay. Why? Because they know that in your mind only, that's the best you can get. And if you think that the Republicans are the best you can get, then they can do whatever. And guess what? You're just going to sit there and take it, accept it, and make excuses for it because, you don't want the Dems because, I guess you can call that fear mongering, honestly, because, you're not going to hold the Republicans accountable because, but the Dems. And it's like a girl pretty much telling you, I'm the best you're ever going to get, and you're going to take the disrespect. I'm sorry, but I just can't get down with that.
I dispute that. I don't think that's true.
Okay. Go ahead, dispute it.
I think to say that it's net negative migration, you have to count self-deportations. I've seen a lot of different, and I think those are being overcounted because they took this number from the community survey from the census, which was taken last year, and there were 65,000 households polled, and they basically said, there was a lack of response from like non-residents, non-citizens of the United States, and then they used that to extrapolate, what was the number? 1.5 million people left the country. And then later, by the way, that data got corrected. It was in CIS, Confederation for Immigration, something or other, Center for Immigration Studies. They actually corrected the number with the new 2026 data and said, no, actually, we vastly overestimated how many illegals we thought left the country. So in other words, the government keeps track of how many people self-deport. That's not the number they're using. They're using this basically a guess based on a survey with a very small sample size to say, we think all these people left, and that's just not reliable. So I don't, that's not a good number. I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, that's not the only number. And you would have a point if that was the only number that people were using. It's not. It is the number that the left wants people to use. And this is why I say I can, and I get it. You don't like this administration, right? I understand that. So it would make sense that you would use the numbers of people who are sympathetic to attacking the administration. But we also have a CBP1 app. Okay, so am I. And let's assume that we both are. CBP1 app does have abilities to track. The Brookings Institute, by the way, left-leaning, has also estimated net negative migration. There are plenty of third-party analyses. It's not just one number. It's actually one that's not even being argued because the left is using it as an argument as part of their campaign that, hey, isn't this horrible for immigrants? But okay, let's dispute that one number. And just let's even say that it's just one source. I would present them, I'll make this stuff publicly available. I disagree with you. But then also looking at, for example, what we talked about, H-1Bs is a big deal. Looking at the border being closed 96 to 99%, depending if you also want to use border crossings, asylum claims, refugees. You look at spending cuts. I hear people say nothing. Well, no, it's hundreds of billions of dollars in DOGE cuts. And if you want to use the left's point, say, actually, it's only a few $1 billion. It's not possible if you look at what's happened with NGOs. Medicaid alone, just requiring, I think we could agree on this, young, able-bodied American males and females who are single with no kids, working or going to school 80 hours a month. SNAP, right? Just no Coca-Cola, no Fanta. You're looking at 900 billion plus another 100-something billion. These are not small things. Work requirements. You look at, I mean, obviously energy independence. I know we're going through the war right now, but if you actually look at what we're able to produce in comparison to the Green New Deal, in comparison to pausing leases, this is going to have a serious effect for Americans. H-1Bs, 87% reduction in new ones, DEI in the federal government. You know, if Democrats get
87% reduction in new ones, no, bro, there has been no reduction. They hit the cap, and there was no 87% reduction in the cap of H-1B visas. So what are you talking about, bro? And shout out to my man. Oh yeah, shout out to my man H3I. Long time no see, my friend. He says the American people need to get rid of their fat asses and form of third party and call it no Zio party. That's the only way to change things. Yeah, I'll be real with you. We do have to remove the Zionists out of government because this is the problem with these Zionists. They are Israel first. They're not American first. And they are these pro-war guys who want to get us into Middle Eastern conflicts that never benefit us, but does benefit Israel's power in the region. So, yeah, getting rid of the Zionists first out of our politics on both sides would help a lot. That'd be a good start right there. Of course, so, yeah, what we got? Like, remove the money and the Zionists out of politics, man. We're looking to a bright future right there alone. I'm not sure what the third thing would be, but if we could just remove the money and the Zionists, man, I can see now. We'd be in a great spot. So if we could do it across the board in all nations.
Risk two, we won't be able to have this conversation. We both have to agree on that. If the Democrats seize power, first off, they're going to pack the courts. This is the plan. People need to know it. They will pack the courts. They want to go to 13. They want to make Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant all illegal aliens.
Shout out to H3I. He says we need to get our fat asses up and form a third party and call it the No Zio party. And I'm like, you know what? I'm cool with that. But like I said, the Zionism and money, yeah, both of those got to be removed out of politics and everything will be all good. Not everything, but shoot, though. I know at least 60% of our problems will be fixed.
The risk, too, we won't be able to have this conversation. We both have to agree on that. If the Democrats seize power, first off, they're going to pack the courts. This is the plan. People need to know it. They will pack the courts. They want to go to 13. They want to make Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant all illegal aliens and any temporary citizens the right to vote and undo everything, right? And that would include deplatforming. That's the risk.
Yeah, you're going to let them do it with this Iran war. Here's the problem. I mean, Nick don't even got to do his little plan here, bro. Due to the fact how this is working now, bro, Democrat voter turnout is going to be astounding. And that's been the problem. If you've been looking at these elections that we've been losing, it's mainly because of high voter turnout from the Democratic side and low voter turnout from our side. So this whole Iran war and the disapproval numbers is discouraging Republicans to vote, but it's encouraging Democrats to vote. So I'm sorry, but we might just get crushed on voter turnout.
That's the plan. So we can't just, and I'm not saying you're lying, but we can't just take your word for it to take that risk. You can understand that.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I think that every election, the Republican side basically overstates what the Republicans are doing for us. And then I think they exacerbate or overstate the risk of Democrats. This whole, like, they're going to pack the courts and make Puerto Rico a state. It's like, well, they didn't do that under Biden. I don't think they're going to do that this time. And if you believe that...
Oh, no, bro. They were too busy with the Ukraine war. So I think if that wasn't going on, they might have actually pushed for that. If they weren't too busy with that.
They did. Why aren't we using the nuclear option? If you really thought Democrats were going to break precedent, pack the courts, make Puerto Rico a state, do this and that, okay, then it's life or death. We have to do everything possible.
It is.
Then use the nuclear option, okay, and pass the SAVE Act.
I mean, all right, if it is, then why aren't the Republicans acting like it? That's the problem. Like Steven Crowder, I understand it's life and death for him. He understands the severity of it. but those Republicans sure don't. No, they don't, or they be acting like it, and they be trying to talk Trump out of this war every day.
So that, we could get all these Democrats off the voter rolls, and so that we could break the logjam on DHS and get them their money and do the deportations. But it's like, Republicans will act like it's life or death, most important election. But then when it comes to nuclear option, they go, oh, we can't do that. Oh, well, we can't do the deportation. Oh, well, this is the best we could do. And it's like, okay, so somebody's not telling the truth here. And I don't think it's you, but I think it's
I agree with you. There are Republicans who aren't telling the truth. I agree with you. And by the way, they need to be like, for example, Thune, Cornyn. I mean, screw that guy with a wire brush, right? People like that. Yeah. But we know them by name. To throw them all into the same basket and it's a constant dismissal. Like, I don't really think that their deportations are enough. I don't really think we're a net negative migration country. I don't really think that 87% of H-1Bs. I don't really think just executive order 2 genders. I don't really care downsizing the federal government by hundreds of thousands. I don't really care that housing prices and rent prices are at multi-year lows. Those things don't matter because it's not enough when we know that the Democrats will obviously, and this is their plan. They didn't say they were going to make Puerto Rico a state and pack the court to 13 last time. They're saying that now. What they did say is that they were going to go a different direction on immigration, and we got, by our agreement, 10 to 20 million.
Sorry, but where is rent at an all-time low at? Because rent has only been going up, like, across the board. So where's rent at an all-time low at, bro? Like, do you even rent, cuh? Of course you don't. So, yeah, no, rent's not at an all-time low. Like, what? I wish. Bro, I think we got like the mortgage rate down to somewhat of an all-time low, but not rent.
In 3.5 years. That is unsurvivable. And you're recommending that people take that risk based on then what else? Where do we go? So we vote Democrat, we take the risk, but we cut it off at the pass.
But again, it's like, you can say, well, that's not survivable. Well, we got 10 to 20 million illegals. Why? Because Republicans didn't build the wall. And now they're not going out because Republicans won't deport them. So it's like, if Democrats get in, they're going to end the world. That's why we need Republicans to not do anything.
No, you're taking what Democrats did and blaming all Republicans. Most Republicans wanted the wall. We voted, but we can't because you also have something known as gridlock. And then you're saying vote for the Democrats who blocked the wall and opened the border.
But in 2017, we had the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. Why didn't they use the nuclear option to just build the wall? It's because the Republicans don't really want to build a wall. They want the illegals to come here. And then when the Democrats get in, they can say, oh, shucks, the Democrats brought in all these illegals. And so we're going to deport them. Get us elected. Never mind. We only want to deport the violent criminals. Net negative migration is good enough.
Sorry, even if you said a multi-year low, that would still be wrong when it came to rent. It's like, bro, rent at a multi-year low and rent has done nothing but rose, like, since Biden. Like, let's be real. Rent is not at a multi-year low. And please tell me which year.
And it's like, that's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever.
I don't know. Maybe in his state. I don't know. This shit goes state by state. So I could be charitable and say, maybe in his state, rent's down.
I want to step outside of it, break the matrix. We got to run the Trump playbook from 2016. Get somebody fresh in. To me, that's the risk.
I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't have a problem with
Yeah, me neither. But where's he coming from? He ain't just about to drop out of the sky saying everything we want to hear.
Getting someone fresh in. As a matter of fact, here's the problem. I actually agree with you in principle on the premise of wanting to get someone fresh in. I don't probably have the disdain for Rubio and Vance. Between the two, I probably would choose Rubio because of
really.
Well, just because I agree with you that the threat of big tech and AI, and I think that's a very uncozy relationship that worries me. But I don't know. They're not ideal. But I still would pick them over a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. I don't think Gavin Newsom is a Chad. I think Gavin Newsom would be a disaster. I think Gretchen Whitmer would be the worst, but I think they've learned their lesson. They're not going to run abroad, hopefully. She would be the worst thing that could happen to this country, Gretchen Whitmer. But I would like someone else. The problem is your plan guarantees the opposite, historically, without exception. I'm sure you're aware of this. In other words, you're asking people to take a risk. Well, you're aware of the moderate Republican paradox. This goes all the way back to Goldwater.
Which is?
So it's anytime Republicans lose big, right? Democrats achieve power, especially when Republicans go further right and they lose big, Democrats attain power. The donor class, who you need to reckon with the donor class, right, as part of your prescription. They immediately go to the most moderate candidate who they think is winnable. So, for example, just using some like after Goldwater, they decided to go with a more moderate Nixon. What happened with Ford over Reagan? If you look at what happened after George Bush, McCain, and then you even look at examples like the Tea Party swinging further right. And then I'm going, oh my gosh, you know what? We need someone moderate to win the general, Mitt Romney. So what you're doing historically, with pretty much no exception, is guaranteeing the next John McCain or Mitt Romney.
I think you're missing one. I think you're missing a notable exception to that. Yeah.
But Donald Trump was an outsider, was a Democrat his whole life, right? We have to agree it's an outlier. You're talking about operating within the binary. When Republicans lose big, Democrats are so bad, they go, okay, we can't live under this rule. Historically, they go, let's pick them.
Let's be honest, guys. This man Trump remember, he was building buildings before this. So you don't think this man believe in, undocumented work? Like, come on now. Undocumented immigrants coming in, working in his old casinos or helping build his skyscrapers and all that good stuff. You don't think he don't use illegal workers before, guys? Come on now. Come on. Really, most business owners who are, I'm gonna be real with you, damn near, yeah, most business owners use illegal work. Sometimes they don't even know that they are.
Most winnable candidate. So you're going to deal with those donors, hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of dollars in 2028. Ooh. With who, with what kind of funding, and what kind of ground game? Because I also don't want Mitt Romney. For crying out loud, Mitt Romney.
Rubio. Rube, what's the, here's the thing is like, if you're saying you're going for Rubio.
I didn't say I'm going for Rubio. I said if I had to pick between the two, because I really don't like the Palantir connection. I agree with you, is what I was saying.
But, okay, and fair enough. I don't want to mischaracterize your position. However, you must.
I don't know. If I'd choose Palantir over all the neocons surrounding Marco Rubio. I would do that. I'd rather go with JD Vance than Marco Rubio, just because all of the, the Mark Levins, Ben Shapiro's, neocons, all surrounding Marco Rubio. I'm good.
Must acknowledge the way it's looking, they're going to consolidate behind one or the other. And right now, it looks like Rubio is the donor choice. The Wall Street donors, the pro-Israel donors, they're taking informal survey. They want Rubio. And to me, it's like, okay, 10 years after Trump defeated Rubio, New American Century, Miriam Adelson's puppet, I think Trump literally said at AIPAC, or the Republican Jewish Coalition, he said, you want Rubio because he's your puppet and he'll do whatever you want because he takes your money. He's a Florida creature.
He also said Ted Cruz's dad killed JFK. Come on, we know what goes on with primaries with Trump. And one thing I do have to address, he's not an outlier. Republicans won in 2014 before Trump paved the way for him. That's what I'm saying. If they win, you can veer them further right. They also won in 2022. If they win, you can veer them right. That's what paved the way for Trump. So it actually proves a point. If Republicans lose.
Hey, guys, give me a break on the Rubio and JD choice. Hey, both of them are a bad option. But if you told me which one I'd rather pick, I guess I'm going with the AI overlords instead of the warlords. I'd rather go with the AI overlords and the warlords. I'm just saying. That's just my choice. Preferably, I'd rather not make a choice. But if I had to, I'm going with the AI overlords.
You guaranteed historically paved the way for a moderate Republican. It doesn't go the other way. So I'm asking you, and that's what I don't want. That's a big fear of mine, by the way. I'm not all in on Rubio or Vance, but I would like to not see someone worse, to not see someone more moderate, to not see a Romney or McCain. That's what we'd be looking at if there's a big Democrat win. You just made my point with Trump, right? He was able to because of 2014 Republican. He probably wouldn't have been able to if you were looking at a Republican loss. It would have been like Goldwater. It would have been like McCain.
But you had a Democrat incumbent or a Democrat leaving office, which was Obama. Here's the dynamic, the way that I see it, is that Democrats win in 2026, and they're going to sabotage this administration because they're going to impeach Trump. They're going to investigate everybody, and they're going to find embezzlement, corruption. Like there's some problems in this administration, or at least there's a lot of smoke, let's say, around Howard Lutnick and some of the crypto stuff. And there's a lot that I would even like to see investigated. And so everybody in the administration is going to be hurt by this, Rubio and Vance included. That weakens them ahead of the primary. If they are toxically associated to the administration, which is failing more under Democrats, then to me, that provides an opening for somebody fresh from the outside that says, I'm sort of repudiating Trump's legacy, or maybe even I have some allegiance to Trump's original message in 2016. Maybe I'm going to save Trumpism from itself or where it went astray. That's kind of, I don't think we need to get into like Barry Goldwater. That's how I see it. If Republicans are If Trump is strong going into 28, then his people are strong. They have a better chance of winning the primary, and there's big consolidation. If they're weak, then people are going, oh, I don't know. Rubio and Vance are toxic. They're tied to Trump. They're unpopular. Maybe we need something else. So I think that's the dynamic. I mean, do you disagree, and why?
Well, if he's strong, wouldn't that suggest that the country's in a good place?
Yeah, I do. In a better place, certainly.
In a better place with Democrats.
Right. No. If Trump is strong.
We're saying if strong going into 28 after people vote Democrat.
No. If Trump is strong, if Democrats don't win big and they're not able to sabotage him.
Okay.
He'll be stronger than he would have been otherwise.
True.
So wait, are you saying?
I think he's saying pretty much, if Trump's able to come out on top on the midterms, regardless of this whole entire situation, then yeah, I mean, that means Trump's political stock is still strong.
It would be strong because people vote Democrat?
Dude, I mean, overly strong. Like he beat the midterms curse, if that's the case.
No, I'm saying he's stronger if Democrats don't win.
Right, the midterms.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So how does that play into your plan? And forgive me, it could have been a timeline there where I was confused. I was assuming that we were going along with your plan, and Democrats get voted in 2026.
Yeah, Democrats get voted in 26, and they weaken Trump. Trump is weaker, and by association, everybody else is weaker. Rubio, Vance, because again, they're going to dredge up all this stuff, and you're not going to be able to run from that because they're going to haul people before the House. They're going to impeach people. It's going to get ugly, and I want them to bring, because this administration's a failure. It's an utter betrayal. And I don't think maybe. I don't want to say you won't acknowledge. I think you disagree, but they promise mass deportations, and that's not happening. They're going
to try to send that boy Hegseth to jail. Trust me, they're going to try to send Trump to jail, but Hegseth, I think they're probably really going to try to get him. They're going to try to get Pam Bondi. They're going to try to get Kristi Noem. Oh yeah, even the people got fired, they're bringing them back.
No new wars, and we got a war with Iran. They stabbed us in the back.
So a couple of things there, and I think this is important. We did get it. If you want to predicate it on Democrat numbers that we don't have deportations or enough, but at least we have some versus mass importations. And I certainly would say if you look to the matter of record that even from left-leaning think tanks, institutes, that we are seeing record deportations. We have a net negative migration country. I never thought would happen in our lifetime. Nobody actually disputes that except for you. Okay, I don't think that's a betrayal.
That's not nobody.
I do think a betrayal is saying that you don't care about immigration, which you said. And that's where I need to know, do these things matter? Do these things matter to you? Does immigration matter? Yeah, does immigration actually matter? Because people who care about immigration certainly see this administration as the biggest wins of our lifetime ever, in contrast to Biden.
You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that, and I'll tell you why. Because there are people.
Not on H-1B visas. Now, I'll give it to the administration when it comes to deportations, just on the fact that, the self-deportations are high, 600,000. So, okay, great. But H-1B visas, I mean, bro, that was not stopped whatsoever.
People in DHS, I talk to people in the administration. I'm sure you do as well. The morale is low.
I actually really don't. You're probably more welcome than I am. Really? Surprising as it is. You're more congenial.
I'm a pretty congenial guy.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm more of a friendly.
No, you're a good guy, Stephen. We get along, but in DHS, the morale is super low. They're literally going and telling people
it's low because of sanctuary cities and people fucking kicking out their taillights and them being hamstrung. You're sidestepping people creating sanctuary cities. The left will not deport violent felons in our prison system, Nick, and you're telling people to vote for them. You can't just sidestep it.
It's always these excuses like Republicans are going to give us deportations. Well, no, we can't because sanctuary cities and Congress.
I didn't say that. They still are in spite of it. Donald Trump gave us an 87% reduction, which you haven't. You ran billboards. Give me this.
Are we talking about H-1Bs or illegals right now?
Both. Because you said last time you were on the show, because last time on the show you said, well, who cares about illegal immigration? You accepted the premise because if they're replacing you legally, and you run billboards on that, and it's the single biggest strides that have ever been made in our lifetime. And you're like, I don't know. That sounds to me like an excuse, Nick.
They said mass deportations, not net negative migration. They said mass deportations, largest deportation in history. And by the way, there's people in DHS, they're reaching out to this mass deportations project, this mass deportation coalition, because Trump is holding it back. Trump has been convinced by Brooke Rollins that we can't deport people from farms. And he's being convinced by Wall Street that we can't deport a lot of people in general from the labor force because it's going to put upward pressure on prices. It's going to hurt the economy. So it's like, well, let's be honest. Trump is the problem. Trump is slowing down deportations. He doesn't want them. Like, they're betraying us. They could do more. They're choosing not to. They walked it back like 100 times in the past few months. They went to the Trump Doral for their congressional retreat, and the deputy chief of staff said, don't say mass deportations, that's done. Susie Wiles and the rest of them said it's a course correction. We're shifting gears. We're changing the strategy. We're focusing on violent offenders, violent criminals. There's all this consternation in the White House saying, oh, Trump is being convinced to approve all these seasonal farm workers. He's being convinced not to do the deportations, only focus on criminals, which, by the way, that's kind of like what Biden was doing, picking people up at prisons that murdered people.
Yeah,
that's been going on. That's an Obama policy, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Because we both, by the way, have a tendency to kind of, I think your brain works the same way I do. We're like, and this bullshit, and this bullshit.
I mean, pretty much he's saying, I mean, honestly, yeah, like I said, it's that corporate agenda. Get rid of all the illegals that the corporations can't use and keep all the ones that they can. And, you know, so somebody tries to push to remove the ones that these corporations can use. We try to, well, the Republicans and Dems are going to try to hold them up on that and call us either racist or, oh, you don't understand. We need them here to bring down prices, you know, whatever bullshit they want to feed us.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but it's in my personal life too. I'll come home to my lady. I'll be like, this bullshit. She'll be like, okay, it's kind of like the old man. Put him down, like, go, Ted, go grab a drink and calm down and play some games. So I wanted to deal with those kind of separately. I understand what you're saying. But you are making the same mistake that the left makes quite often. And what I mean by that is pointing to rhetoric as opposed to policy. So you say, okay, let's assume, although I just don't agree, there are no record deportations. There are in comparison to Obama, to Clinton, certainly to Biden. We certainly would have to agree on that because they counted border turnaways. But net negative migration. Okay, that doesn't matter. You're pointing to the rhetoric. Okay, H-1Bs, that doesn't matter because you're pointing to the rhetoric. You also have to look at other numbers, like, for example, the job growth under Biden entirely to foreign-born workers. These numbers also don't lie. Net negative for native-born Americans, and it has flipped precisely under Donald Trump. That is important for particularly young Americans who you have as an audience, right? We have a youth unemployment that I think we would both agree is directly affected by H-1Bs, cheap labor, illegal immigration. It's bad here. It's worse anywhere the left has power. You're talking about 20% across Europe. You're talking about 15% in Canada. Those numbers also don't lie. Okay, Joe Biden, no Americans hired post-COVID. Only foreign-born workers. First year of Donald Trump, switch. Foreign-born workers, their jobs go down, job losses, growth for native-born Americans. That in combination does become undeniable in saying these aren't mild differences. This is a major difference. And
just to give a little bit of nuance here, just to be fair, during the Biden administration, the debates regarding job growth for native-born versus foreign-born workers centered on whether the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic favored one group over the other. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics current population survey, which is not seasonally adjusted, showed significant increase in employment for both groups, though foreign-born workers saw higher rates of growth in certain periods. So yeah, foreign-born workers. Data indicated that foreign-born employment rose by approximately 5.1 to 5.5 million from early 2021 to early 2024, with some estimates noting a gain of 3.3 million compared to pre-pandemic levels of February 2020 by early 2024. And native-born workers, for them, employment for native-born workers also grew significantly during the same period, with one analyst of February 2021 to February 2024 period showing an increase of 5.7 million for U.S.-born workers. All right.
Rhetoric, you know, and having to deal with the media. Well, we're going after violent criminals first. Tom Homan was on the show. I guess that would be one of the administration. He's someone we've had in the show a couple of times. He said, you know, well, of course, we're going after violent criminals, but what are we going to do if we run into someone who's not violent? We're going to deport them. They can't be here. That's our job. We're going to deport them too. In other words, it gives them some leeway, and the numbers bear that out. It's not even close, Nick.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, you can say it's better than Obama, but have we been fighting for 10 years for all of this? For like, well, we're deporting more people than Obama after they let in 20 million people.
Foreign-born workers is crazy, though. 5 million? I mean, damn, those are 5 million jobs that could have went to Americans. But it is what it is.
people. No, we voted for mass deportations. We're not even getting 1 million a year. ICE won't release the numbers because they're embarrassingly low. That's why we have to rely on like census data to extrapolate it and get, well, this 1 million people self-deported. You know, that's what they promised. And by the way, you're saying it's all rhetoric. Let's look at the policy. After they withdrew from Minneapolis, they said, we're done doing raids. They were doing these big operations in Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, where they surged thousands of CBP and ICE into the city. And what they would do is patrols. They would have ICE out on the street, basically looking for illegals, going door to door. What they've done since then is they put body cams on them. They stopped doing these big surges. They stopped doing the patrols and the big raids. And what they've effectively shifted over to, like in New York, for example, is they're only going to go to the prisons. If someone gets arrested for murder, they go to prison, they're not legal, then ICE picks them up. And that's really all that is happening right now. If you wanted mass deportations, what would that look like? Home Depots, farms, meat processing plants, the Hyundai facilities.
Facts.
But what happens when those places get raided? Trump gets a call.
Yeah, that's facts. It's like, yo, when you really start raiding the places that we're actually, you know, concerned about, like you start raiding these factories, you know, the Home Depots. And here's the thing, though. I always did say, though, those Mexicans that do construction on your roof and all that, those do undermine the roofers. Like, we're talking about something that you probably would be paying, I don't know, maybe like, damn, I ain't gonna lie, I work for 20,000, they'll do for 10, maybe 5,000. Like, how can the roofers compete with that? It's honestly not fair. But people are okay with it because they can catch a cheap price. But here's the thing, though. Once you start doing that to corporations, you start taking away that from them. They look at that's when they start calling up, you know, politicians, and they're like, yeah, go ahead and stop this whole immigration stuff because I need my cheap labor, bro. Like, you know how much money I'm gonna have to start paying if I actually got to start paying Americans? Like, come on.
He gets a call from Wall Street. He gets a call from Hyundai. He gets a call from Brooke Rollins. And they say, stop deporting our farmers. Stop deporting our Hyundai employees. Stop deporting. And so Trump is effectively protecting our illegal immigrant workforce. They could deport them. They're choosing not to. The numbers.
And not only is he not deporting them, but he should be sending these guys to jail. Like, they should all be catching a case. Like, you're literally complaining to me that I'm not letting you guys commit a crime. Like, is it not a crime to hire illegal workers? Last time I checked, it is. So it's kind of crazy how they're calling in on politicians to allow them to commit a crime. Like, this is insane. But here we are.
Could be higher. They could be doing raids. They stopped doing them. And they stopped doing them, they said, because of politics. We'll lose the midterms, you know, all this stuff. And I'm just saying, you know, it could be better. It really could be. They're choosing not to.
It could be better. Of course, it could always be better.
Things could always be much better.
Okay, let's say it could be much better. It's funny that you use a meat processing plant because we saw that exact example in I believe it was Omaha, Nebraska, where then there were Americans lined up when a bunch of people had been raided and people.
And then they shut it down. And
this happens
Hyundai
across.
thing too.
So are you saying that there's an equivalency? In other words, it's not that big of a difference as far as immigration.
Yeah, I think it's not meaningful at all. No,
Okay.
That's getting back to.
And what about, let's go through, what about H-1Bs? 87%. It's not 100, it's 87% in new ones. The place he has, is that significant?
No, I don't think so. It needs to go entirely. There needs to be no H-1Bs.
Okay, so 87%.
Oh, there needs to be no H-1Bs whatsoever. The fact that we let in 85,000 of these guys, so 65,000 bachelors and 20,000 masters. I mean, bro, we got our own. Like, bro, I'm pretty sure we got 65,000 bachelors that are graduating any minute now that we can go ahead and be like, hey, guys, we got a job for you. Instead of being, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, we gave it to the Jeets. Like, that's kind of fucked up how we're making them go through this process, this long process, to pretty much get replaced by somebody in another country who only went to school for 2 years. And we made our guy go through school for 4. Bro. They have a tech school in India. You only got to go to school for 2 years and somehow you end up with a job here. But we're making our guys go through for 4 and we're calling them less qualified. Like, bro, I'm sorry, but bro, miss me with that.
Percent reduction is nothing. So we'll go with the party that increases them by 200%.
They hit the cap. They hit the cap every year. And by the way, we're going to get more. I mean, Elon Musk and Little Tech are lobbying this administration. So
87%, 99% border crossing reduction, not significant.
No, there's no wall. We did that in 2020, and then we got 10 million illegals.
We're building the wall now. Well, the wall was stopped again after the midterms, and you encouraged people to sit out, and the Senate flipped.
Well, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that the wall will be finished?
It's like over 50 miles. Is that what the wall is? Over 50 miles, and there's another 17 miles of secondary wall. This is just in the very first.
The border's 2,000 miles.
Yeah, we built how many hundreds of miles in the first term, and how many times was it being gridlocked by the Democrats who you say people should vote for?
60 miles of new wall. There's 400 miles of replacement, 60 miles of new wall out of 2,000.
How many was in the first term is what we're...
It is being slow walked. I mean, out of all honesty, though, like, let's be real. If we wanted to get this done, we'll be able to get it as done as we are erecting these damn data centers. We can erect those damn border walls. As quick as we're able to get these data centers up, we should be able to erect these border walls just as fast.
Talking right then now we have another 50 plus, is it, call it 75?
For the first term was 60 new, and this second term, I'll take your word for it. I haven't looked at it, but if it's 70, I mean, then you got a grand total of 130 miles of new wall.
Okay,
5%.
And how many were built under Democrats? And how much of that was done when we had control versus Democrats?
That's crazy.
We need more. We need more. But the point is, there will be no wall. Wait, we know this. So,
but there isn't a wall.
So let's vote for the party. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry, you go ahead.
No. And I understand this, right? I guess we're dealing with, like, it's very clear to me that none of these are significant to you, right? Immigration, because most people,
it is.
Most people,
no, they're not smarter than the white man. No, it's not that. They're not smarter than American scholars either. Look, this is what you guys got to understand. So when these graduates, I think software engineering is probably the best one when it comes to tech, because H-1B visas is, I mean, bro, they're abused in the tech industry. So let's say this, a software engineer graduates and he's supposed to be able to get an entry position for like $100K a year. God bless him. But the problem is that they'll bring in, a guy from India or China who's going to work for $70,000 a year. That's the problem. It's not that they're better, they're cheaper. And that's what I hate when you guys, I mean, I'm not going to say, well, yeah, I'm just going to say, I do hate when people have that opinion of, oh, well, aren't they just more capable? No, they're cheaper. They're only doing this because they're cheaper. It's not because they're hard workers, it's because they're cheaper. And it's not because we're not hard workers, it's because these guys are cheaper. When you pay $30,000 less a year for employment, I mean, wouldn't you want more H-1B visas if it's going to save you about $30,000 on employment per employee? Like, think about it like that. You got 10 slots of software engineers. You bring in 3 Americans for $100K a year, but you bring in 7 Indians and Chinese guys for $70K a year. But if you had to hire all Americans, you'd be paying each and every one of them $100K. Like, do you see the incentive here?
Good. Hold on a second. Most people, if you could tell them, look, this is what's going to happen. Okay, you're not going to get everything that you want, but you're going to get $1.3 trillion in cuts and proposed cuts, and you're going to have these for the first time entitlement reform, and you're going to have a net negative migration.
And let's be real, though. I mean, American scholars are more than just white people. I would hope you understand that.
Country for the first time since the 1970s.
Insane. I hope you understand.
And you're going to have DEI out. You're actually going to have Supreme Court cases where affirmative action, you can't admit people in college based on race anymore. And by the way, Medicaid's not going to be paying to trans kids because we're going to have that Chevron case overturned. Okay, if you just told people net negative migration before the election, people would have taken that deal. And instead, you're saying hand it over to the people who opened it up. So let's go back to that. I'm fine with it, with that risk. In other words, if you're telling me we can get much better. So the Nick Fuentes plan is we can get 100% deportations, right? Not 87% H-1Bs. We can get 100% H-1 done completely. Guarantee it. We can get Medicaid, not just a $900 billion.
Yeah, we just got to tell all the corporate guys to kick rocks, and we can go ahead and get the H-1B visas taken care of. But what the politicians won't admit is that they're a slave to these corporate guys. And I mean, they're the ones who run them. They're the ones who pretty much decide our policy. And that's just the facts right there. Because let's be real, all of us Americans all agree that, you're right, S.E.T. This is undermining American scholars and American citizens. So why not just end H-1B visas? Why not just end all that? Why not start taking these guys to jail? Because the guys that we have to take to jail are paying the politicians, or else we be taking their asses to jail one by one.
All of this, you can get it done because you're going to vote Democrat in 2026, and then I still need concrete.
Well, let's just reframe the deal a little bit, okay? Because here's the real deal: is Republicans say we're going to build a wall, And a wall, Trump said 30-foot concrete structure, 2,000 miles of wall. That was the proposal in January 2018. That's what we had in mind.
Sure.
Well, what you're really going to get is 130 miles of 18-foot steel bollard fencing with a 5-foot climbing plate after 10 years. Then they say mass deportations. We're going to deport 1 million people per year. They don't even release the numbers. According to the New York Times, they deported 230,000 last year. Maybe they arrested 300,000 more. Okay, that's not a mass deportation. You're not even making a dent. Hang on, in just those 10 years. Then you want to say, well, they cut $800 billion in Medicaid to pay for a permanent cut in the corporate tax rate. And they want a $1.5 trillion military for this year alone. And we have a war in Iran.
No, Sally, and you're right, but you got to let it stay like that. There has to be scarcity in the job market for people to get paid more. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And here's the thing. I do think that these corporations make up the fake scarcity for these jobs, or, the fake need for these jobs, so they can give you an excuse on why they need to bring in H-1B visas and replace you. But to be quite honest, they have every incentive to pretty much lie to us about that. Like, here's the thing. What you're saying, most likely true. I'm pretty sure we do have 500,000 vacant tech jobs, but we need that scarcity, or else what's going to happen? They're going to drive down wages.
That's costing us $50, maybe $100 billion when all is said and done, not to mention the gas prices. So it's like, we're promised all these things. We never get them. And so you're right. It's a huge risk, but I'm saying I'm not going Democrat. I'm not going center right. I'm voting no on both of those. And yeah, I'm hoping that we can open up a space where someone far right can fill it. And you're right. It's a huge risk. You're right. It's totally uncertain. But I think the real risk, again, is, these half measures. I think unless we have radical reform, it's either we're getting our head cut off or we're getting cut in half. I'm voting for maybe there'll be some option where we don't get totally destroyed. And that's all I'm interested in. That's all I care about. You want to cut around the edges on immigration. It's not going to meaningfully change the demographics of the country. How many illegals are here? 40, 50 million. You want to say, well, we deported 1 million. It's like, okay, cool. We're still in this immigrant nation. So.
Yeah, no, well, first off, I'm familiar with that New York Times article. They cited 500,000, and that's not including self-deportations, which is the vast majority of them. I get that you say, I don't count it. I don't count self-deportation. I don't believe in
arrests and removals. So 500,000 is arrests and removals.
I don't believe in self-deportations. Okay. That's still very different from 10 to 20 million in the span of 3 years, which you guaranteed will get. Let's assume you don't believe the Democrats' clearly laid out plan of packing the courts, of undoing all the decisions, of making Puerto Rico a state, of redistricting. Let's assume you don't believe any of that. Will we both agree, for sure, if Democrats attain power, another 10 to 20 million illegals in that term?
I'm not sure. I really have no idea. I think if
you're a betting man, Nick.
Honestly, no, because you know what?
So they did it under Biden, but learned their lesson?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
If you look at Davos this year, there was agreement, actually. I think Clinton said this in an interview sometime after this. I believe Hillary Clinton, that is. I believe Bill Gates said something to this effect. They said, because of AI, we don't actually want the irregular migration anymore. Why did they need the illegal immigration in 21, 22, 23? Because there was a labor shortage after the pandemic ended. And so, yeah, I do think actually the tides have shifted.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well,
I mean, let's be real though. Because of that labor shortage, yeah, they were offering so much incentives to bring people back. Ironically, bro, the things that we wanted to get out of these corporations, we were getting due to the shortage in the labor market. They were offering better benefits, higher pay, all of that. And all you Dems had to do was sit there and just let things rock. But no, we need illegals, set. We need H-1B visas. Nigga, we got them right where we want them. But whatever.
And that's what they say.
Here's the thing. I think, no, I understand. I don't agree with their framing.
Oh, okay.
Meaning there wasn't a labor shortage. And that's what's so distressing about the left. And this is why I can't vote for them. This is how sinister they are. They specifically hired and replaced, and you've talked about this, replaced Americans with third world labor. Native-born American jobs went down after the pandemic. Foreign-born jobs went up. It's directly flipped under Trump. So there wasn't a labor shortage. We would both have to agree the Democrats lied. They wanted cheap labor because ultimately they wanted votes. That's my only disagreement. I think they're just that sinister and the numbers bear it out. But please continue.
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, there was. It's just that there would be two ways to remedy that. I mean, if you had a real labor shortage, what was happening is that all these companies were just increasing their wages. And I remember you drive down the street and you'd see a window in McDonald's and it would say $25 an hour, stipend for tuition, blah, blah, you know, because they wanted to incentivize Americans to return to the labor force. And so, you know,
that's what I'm saying. We had them where we want them. They was raising wages, upping benefits, bro, sign-on bonuses all over the place. I'm just like, bro, we had them where we want them. And then for some reason, they just wanted to F that all up.
Remedy the shortage. You could raise the wages or you could open up the borders. So in a sense, I suppose we agree. Maybe it's just the semantics about, you know, what constitutes a shortage. But I would say that...
No, I don't think it's semantics. I think it's don't subsidize Americans and let wages go up as a product of the free... It's not complicated. It's a problem that they created on purpose so they could solve by replacing Americans with third world labor.
Yep.
I don't think it's an accident. You think it's an accident?
No, not that it's an accident. I just think it's just about how you approach the problem. It's they could have raised wages.
Do you believe that Democrats had a proactive approach to replacing Americans with third worlders in order to change the demographics and gain votes? Because I do.
I think yes, but, and this is what I think maybe you might miss.
It could have been a secret deal between the corporate elites and the Democrats. Like, look, you want to bring in illegals for, you know, to shift the census. We want to bring in illegals to work on our farms and do construction and work on our, you know, franchises. So, you know, we can go ahead and save money on wages. So we can both work together here. And I mean, there you go. You got this evil alliance of two people who want to bring in illegals for their own self-interest.
As more loyal to the Republicans is that the business interests which are Republican, play a profound role in opening up the borders. I mean, it's the 1990 Immigration Act, actually, which is what created all these programs, increased the amount of immigrants coming in, and that was lobbied for by the Chamber of Commerce under George Bush because the business interests wanted the labor. So I think there's a two-part thing where Democrats, you're right, they want the demographic change. They, you know, refugees welcome, blah, blah, blah. But it's the Republicans in agriculture and hospitality on Wall Street. They want the cheap labor too, for economic reasons. So, you know, you can't say it's all Democrats and not Republicans.
Well, no, what I would say is I wouldn't say that. And I think we agree. Okay. It's all Democrats. I do believe that Democrats in a perfect world would replace you. I think that's why you're America First, right? They want to replace white, Christian, Anglo-Saxon Americans with...
Yeah, but so does the corporate elites, Democrats and the Republicans. They don't care as long as they get to pay lower in wages and they get higher pay. So, like I said, you just can't make it a left-wing thing because, I mean, honestly, yeah, the right has their agenda for wanting it as well.
Anyone whose vote is easier to buy. Would we agree with that fundamental premise?
Totally.
Okay. And then I think some Republicans, people like Bush included, by the way, Reagan really screwed up when you're talking about immigration, as far as business interests or this idea that, right, well, it'll sort itself.
Yeah, he screwed up with the whole free trade idea and immigration. Like, bro, the way he sold those jobs out to China, oh, Lord.
Through the free market. The problem is there was so much interference that we now see there are corporate interests that superseded it. We see a very stark contrast between those Republicans and this Trump administration. That's what for the first time, there's been a stark contrast. But I do think the primary problem is exactly what you've said in the past. The left absolutely wants to replace you with a demographic that is easier to manipulate, put on the public dole,
that is true.
And gain votes.
That's true. No, Sally, you're right. No, bringing in immigrants used to be low-key a Republican thing, and they would go off the idea of, oh, yeah, we need somebody to work the farms and all that. So trust me, they've been with this like corporate elite idea of, oh, we need immigrants to go ahead and work the farms, low-key slavery. And it's kind of crazy how now the Dems are now defending this position. That's why it's so weird, because you're right. Republicans started this, but the Dems are defending it. So it's like really, it's a really weird topic when we talk about it politically, because it's just like, yeah, you're right. Republicans started this, but the Dems are now holding the torch for it, except they're doing this on a more of, I guess, a humanitarian basis of, oh, we need to treat them better. They're escaping tyranny. We need to help them out. But in actuality, they're also working with the corporate elite. They're just painting it in a more, I guess, philosophical picture for you of being a humanitarian and all that good stuff.
And they did it to the tune of 10 to 20 million. They did not fix the labor shortage. What happened is they created a labor shortage, whether it's rent forgiveness, student loan forgiveness, the subsidies, the COVID relief that was going out, knowing that Americans would go back into the workforce more slowly. Wages were going up, and instead they brought in massive, not only illegal immigrants, but the same reason you ran billboards, H-1Bs, that forever, for certainly their tenure, and would be forever if not reversed, suppress American wages. Those are issues for me. I know you said that immigration doesn't matter to you anymore, and I think you were being hyperbolic. But that is, to me, enough of a contrast when I understand the replacement of Americans because we won't have an America anymore.
Well, to address that comment, I said that in the context of, I think that immigration is one of these issues that is always dangled in front of us out of reach. And Republicans have been playing this game for 40 years. And it's like you pointed out, even Reagan, we're going to give 3 million amnesty and then we're going to close the border. It doesn't happen. Same thing even with Trump. Trump said we're going to build the border wall. We're going to slow it down. And let's be honest, immigration got really bad in Trump's first term, right up through May, June 2019 until they implemented Remain in Mexico. And then in 2020, they shut it down because of the pandemic. But it's like it was even bad under Trump 1. And then, let's talk about, for example, the pandemic-induced labor shortage. Who shut down the economy? Trump. Who did Operation Warp Speed? Trump. Who let BLM wreck the cities? Trump. Who gave Venezuelans TPS in January 2021? Trump. And how many of those 10-20 million were from Venezuela?
No, and this is what you do, and it's just, and I know that look, because you're very smart. This is clever, but it's just not accurate. And I would say it's disingenuous to say, Trump, because BLM started before Donald Trump. We both know that. And we also know that domestically, hold on.
Bro, what? Bro, it's not about when BLM started. It's about the fact that Donald Trump didn't bring down the forces of the military on their ass when they was riding through the streets. But to be quite honest with you, it's pretty hard to bring down force on them when we really don't know which one is BLM and which one is just a rioter just getting involved in the chaos. So I understand the hesitation.
Second, domestically, the president doesn't have the same broad authority. And I know you've talked about this. So, for example, whether you agree or disagree with the war in Iran, people saying it's a war crime for any president to carry out a military action. No, we both know that the president has much broader powers as it relates to issues of national security. That's also why he has much broader powers in dealing with H-1Bs coming in, or specifically policy as it relates to people entering the country. The president doesn't have these broad powers to guarantee funding for a wall, right? We know that. But the president does have, the broad powers when you say remain in Mexico. When was that reversed and who reversed it? Wherever he can, exactly. Whenever he can, like you said, wherever he can through executive order or presidential powers, he's used his most potent tools and he's been gridlocked by the party you tell people to vote for. And some, not all, but too many Republicans. So my approach is back to Steel Manning. Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think the Trump administration or Trump fears the Democrats taking over more than, Crowder does. And the reason why I think that is just because I'm like, all right, yeah, you're right. But then why start off this war knowing damn well it's going to tank his numbers, knowing damn well it's going to piss off the MAGA base, a good amount of the MAGA base, not all of it. I won't even say 50% of it, but let's be real. It's enough to actually make a difference. So why do this? With the understanding that, you could put the Dems in charge of this country if you do this. So I don't think the Trump administration got the same fear of the Dems taking over than Crowder does, or most of us do.
I think you're better off, and historically, it's irrefutable. You're better off working within the party that has a voting base that wants something done with immigration to hold them accountable, the primary process. We've actually affected that directly here. Brennan Herrera is going to win. That's just one example. Ken Paxton is. That's one example. Handing it over to Democrats historically guarantees a moderate Republican if you manage to come back for them. So I think we've already gone, you don't have the concretes. You're saying you vote Democrat, so the destruction is concrete, right? The losses are real. They will take place. The wins are hopeful and imaginary. That's my problem.
No, I see. When you say destruction and all this, let's be very clear. In 2026, if Democrats win, you're going to have a divided government. So I think actually the damage is going to be mitigated in the sense that you'll have a Republican Senate, most likely. You'll have Trump in the White House. The Democrats will have the House, and they'll just exercise their oversight power. So as far as destruction is concerned, I think it's relatively contained. And because and maybe this is like a good clarifier, if it was 2028 and it's going to be, I don't want Democrats to run the table. I don't want a Democrat to be the president at all. I don't want Democrats to control Congress. I think that this is the punch in the face that Republicans need so that in 28 we can be more competitive. That's how I'm looking, because the damage, let's be honest, is contained.
I get that. The damage isn't fully contained. There's a lot of damage that they can do, and we can go through that. It's not fully contained. I think you're understating the risk, but it still does come to the unavoidable fact, if we just believe this logistic.
Making Trump a lame duck president is pretty. That's some pretty critical damage right there. I'm gonna be real with you,
right? And of course, I'm not going to vote Democrat. I think you also agree you're going to have a hurdle for a lot of people to vote against their conscience and vote Democrat, right? You know that's going to take a lot of convincing on your part. You still run into the brick wall that if that happens, you're going to get a moderate candidate historically. You're not going to get someone more right-wing, more. It's called the Republican moderate paradox, and it's almost as inescapable as gravity. Now, if you had a plan like, but we're going to punch those donors in the face and have a ground game, awesome. I'm all ears. Please let me know. And let me know how you get this guy or gal, I'm assuming it's not a gal, please tell me it's not a gal, elected in 2028.
No offense.
How do you get...
No offense to women, but well, what can I say, man? Well, we're just not ready to trust female leadership yet. Give it like 5-10 years.
Let's go to that. Let's really distill it. Let's
assume for the presidency, okay? Women, like, y'all can be mayors, governors, congressmen, all that good stuff. But as a president, we're just not there yet, okay? I know what the feminists like to say. Oh, you just afraid of female power. Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, we're afraid of terrible female leadership. You damn right.
There's no difference between Republicans and Democrats, and they're so bad that it's exactly the same. You couldn't put any daylight between Biden and Donald Trump. Let's assume that I agree with all that. I don't, but for the sake of argument, how do you get this guy, please not gal, elected in 2028?
Well, like I said, I don't believe in this moderate Republican paradox that you're talking about. I think if Republicans lose the midterms, they're going to be weakened. Like, you can't argue that they're going to be stronger having lost the midterms than weaker. Vance and Rubio will be weaker
I'm not arguing
after
that.
the fact.
I'm not arguing that. And weaker Republicans look for a winnable candidate who they view as moderate. The donor class will do that, guaranteed. They will. The donor class.
Okay, but the donor class is lining up behind Vance and Rubio.
Okay, so they still will. How do you deal with that?
Right, don't get it twisted now. Don't think that, so you're telling me you're going to vote for a Democrat if it's a man, if the Republican's a woman? No, we're just saying preferably, we would like our candidate to be a man, preferably. If not, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I guess y'all girls got it on that one.
How do you get your guy elected?
I ain't getting it this time.
And they will be weaker. I think we need a grassroots campaign in those early primary states in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada. And let's also just talk about the architecture of the race. It's going to start relatively early. We need somebody to announce, get up to that 1%, 2%, 3% threshold to get on the debate stage. And then we're going to need someone to get on the debate stage and just kick ass, go up there against Vance and Rubio and say what's going on. And then hopefully we're going to make a blitz in all 99 counties in Iowa, go to New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada. And if we have something viable, then you go on into the future. It's basically the Trump playbook. I mean, you can say, well, you don't have $1 billion lined up for the general, or, you don't have a plan here. But Trump did it. Trump did it in 2016. He had like a few guys, just started doing rallies, self-funded some money in the very beginning, went on the debate stage, and then it just was off to the races. And I think that we have to be open for something like that to happen.
Yeah. So
did they have a ground game? I don't believe they did.
A couple of things. First off, it sounds to me like you're talking about then at that point engaging in the primary process, right? You're saying,
yes.
So why haven't you taken part in any of these primary processes now?
I haven't really seen anybody that I like. I like Thomas Massey, but I think that I might hurt him more than help him. I like James Fishback in Florida. We wanted somebody to run against Vivek, but there wasn't a good candidate in Ohio.
All the candidates that we want, like Massey and Fishback, they honestly don't have a chance. And that's just because the power of the donors are too strong. Like I said, we want the candidates we truly want, man. We got to take out the money out of politics, because they're going to make sure the people don't get what we want. They're going to make sure that the people do not get what they want. I promise you. They're going to make sure that they get what they want every time and paint it like we're getting what we want. So getting a Massey, guys, they're putting $10 million behind getting Massey out of office. James Fishback, I can only imagine how much money they're putting into Brian Donald. I can only imagine.
Think he's going to win? Be honest.
I don't think his odds are great.
Okay, I know. That's a tough question. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. But that's the thing. And I said this on my show the other night, or maybe I said it in private. I'm not sure actually. But
isn't it tough how that works with our lives? You're like, did I say that on air? Or did I say that?
Right. I was like, did I say this in a group chat? But like, the problem with the primary is, like, groypers and far right people are not the majority. I was telling my fans this.
But they need to be for your plan to work in 2028.
No, they don't. Because here's the difference. If you're like, let's say you're in Ohio. Okay, perfect example. If it's Vivek and another guy, you need
shout out to Ohio.
The Groyper guy to get 50% of the votes in Ohio. And Groypers are all like young white men, very engaged, very online, maybe punch disproportionately outside their weight class, but it's a small contingent. So we're not going to get 50% of the Republicans in Ohio in a two-way race. But if it's a Democrat versus a Republican, let's say it's 50-50 neck and neck. If we could push it 1% or 3%, we can flip it. Now,
I ain't gonna lie though. In Ohio, we're a bit of a mixed card here because it's, bro, I think it's between Vivek Ramaswamy on the Republican side and Amy Action on the Democrat side. And both of them are strong candidates. Both of them are really strong candidates. Amy Action got the, she got the, I would say, the favorability of pretty much being from Ohio, actually being, born here, raised here, went to school here and all this good stuff. Vivek, not so much. So there is that. But of course, Vivek, like I said, he's a conservative. He's a Republican. So of course, his own kind's going to go with him. But Amy Action, like I said, she's a Dem. So she's really going to have to work on trying to convince Republicans to vote for her. And Vivek, he just got to keep the party strong. I mean, in Ohio, we are mostly conservative. So if he can just keep the base strong, he's good. But he can fuck that up through just one bad word. And I mean, shout out to Amy Action. I'll give her this one. She is honing in on the fact that he's very weak on immigration, especially when it comes to H-1B visas, due to his favoritism towards, Indian culture over American culture. Apparently, we're too busy going to prom and watching Boy Meets World or something like that.
Primary in 2028.
But how are you going to do it, though? Because this is my problem, because you're like, well, I don't want to endorse anyone because it's going to hurt them, and the Groypers aren't big enough. Okay. But so that's why I haven't taken part in the primaries, and that's why you haven't enacted this plan. Now, you've told people to sit out, in some cases, implied vote Democrat or run billboards. So this is not new, right? You've done it 3 election cycles, something similar to this. Yeah. And I understand what you're saying, by the way. I don't want my endorsement to hurt anyone. Groypers are not popular enough. But that will be different. You will endorse mount a ground game, and there will be enough of you in 2028 after Democrat seize control. How?
Well, here's the thing, okay? In Ohio, what we're doing is we're going to go for the Democrat, and we are going to endorse the Democrat. We're going to go all in. In 2028, I think there is going to be an appetite for...
The COVID architect Jew, just to be clear.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I think...
I mean, in the Kalshi polls, what is it? Amy Action is leading Vivek by like 2 points. So it was like 45 to 47. Amy Action 47, Vivek 45. So it's still pretty close.
Do you think that she's going to be worse than Vivek?
Yeah.
Because I don't. I think she'll be worse in terms of governance, but I think that in terms of overall impact, it's far worse for us if Vivek wins. Because what it signals to the GOP is that, we'll vote for anything. We'll vote for an anchor baby who hates Americans, who's part of little tech. So, yeah, I'm willing to forfeit Ohio for 4 years if it means we send Vivek back to the kitchen.
Yeah, and low key, though, it's like he kind of crapped all over American culture, pretty much says that, oh, y'all not hard workers. This is why we pretty much outsource our jobs to Indians. And it's like, no, you do that because they're cheaper. It's not because Americans are lazy, it's because we're mediocre. You do it because they're cheaper. And if you have to pay the same price for those Indians to bring them over here, you wouldn't do it. And you know that.
Can I pause you for one thing? Just because Ohio is a different breed. Okay, Ohio is a rare bird because they had Kasich, for God's sakes. Ohio will vote for anybody. It's a weird freaking place. Hey. I can't the most unlikable human being alive in Kasich who thought he had a chance in the national. So let's just agree that Ohio is a bizarre place. Sure, their state legislature leans red, but you want to talk about feckless Rhino City. That is Ohio. It's bizarre. But yeah, I still do think that Vivek would be better than the COVID architect.
Okay, ouch, but all right.
Feminist who also is Jewish for the Groyper people.
See, I mean, well, and I don't even mind. That's the thing. It's funny. Dan Bilzerian got on my case. He's like, she's a Jew, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, but there's more going on here than that.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like,
I know.
It's a bigger, yeah. And I know you and I maybe agree on that, but like, but the thing is, like, to me, Vivek, you know, and maybe you'll cringe at this. You're not wrong. Vivek would be like arguably a more effective governor than a Democrat. However, if we accept him, does that not send a message to the GOP that we're accepting this little tech power? Because Vivek is involved with all these people, went to Yale Law School with Vance. They're looking at opening up this Anduril factory in Ohio, making the push for these government contracts. Like, you're sending a message that the post-Trump GOP is going to be shaped by people like Vivek, which is decidedly, I mean, he's basically against everything that Trump ran on in 2016. Because Trump runs in 2016 saying the reason this country is dying is because the globalists sold us out on trade, immigration, foreign policy. Vivek is saying, no, this country's failing because you're lazy and you did too many sleepovers and you went to prom and you watched Saved by the Bell. And it's like, you're blaming Americans for policy decisions.
Nick, you're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the guy who got into a shouting match with Vivek here in the studio over race, to be clear. Right. I am no fan of Vivek.
You want him to win.
No, I don't. I would vote for him over the COVID architect who will destroy the state. But again, Ohio is very different than the rest of the country. But this isn't a primary strategy, right? You're not just talking about Ohio. You're talking about Democrats across the board like you have in 2020, 22, 24. And I'm still not getting that. Yeah, okay, Vivek bad. I would be, by the way,
I mean, we still outnumber the Dems. It's just by a slight margin. I'm just going to be real with you. And like I said, if Amy Axton can make a compelling argument, I can see how she could pull over some people from the right, but I don't think so. Her record isn't all that good. Besides being an Ohio girl. Like, whatever.
Be hard pressed.
Like, that's supposed to sway me in any way, shape, or form.
To not leave it blank in Ohio. I'm precluded from voting for someone who's part of the party that will literally kill me. But I am with you. Did you ever see my argument with Vivek? I see he was like, well, why can't we talk about Americans and what we should? I said, I can tell you why you can say it and other people can't. He goes, what? I said, because you're brown. He goes, oh, that's such a cop-out. I said, no, it's not a cop-out. I'm telling you that if I'll say it, but I'll say anything, but other people say it, it'll be an accusation of white privilege. It's because you're brown and you need to acknowledge it. And he got into a shouting match and got all indignant. And I was like, screw this guy. And I haven't had him on since. So you're talking to the wrong guy if you think that I love Vivek. I am saying, however, if in a situation with a Vivek and an Amy, I always forget, Amy Acton. I always want to say Cantor. That's probably like just Semitic stereotype in my mind. Like, hey, Amy Cantor, that's a diner. At that point, I look at the platform of, okay, still increasing by hundreds of percent H-1Bs, decreasing new H-1Bs by 87%. There's a guardrail there considering the risk of voting Democrat and what they've done that can be worked within effectively. But we're not talking about just Ohio. You are talking about across the country, midterms, voting Democrat. So it still does come back. And I don't think that you begrudge me for asking for concretes because I know that you asked Bilzerian from it. Now, to be fair, that wasn't fair. I don't know that Bilzerian can give concretes on anything to anybody. But I do require them because I'm the guy who's like, how do we undo the Vivek? How do we undo the Mitt Romneys? Now, I thought we made some progress with people like Trump, with people like Brendan Herrera, with people like Ken Paxton, where I was like, this is some momentum, right? It's in the right direction. Power can corrupt. But I'm all ears. I need the concretes to vote Democrat, though.
You don't, though. You don't. Because I think the far greater risk is that we get Vance and Rubio. I think that, to me, that's unacceptable. I'm not going to go for that. J.D. Vance voted for Evan McMullin. Marco Rubio is Marco Rubio. If after 10 years, 12 years of Trumpism, that's what we get, I'm going somewhere else. Like, I'm not, like, I can't vote in the election. Vietnam, Serbia. I'll go to a non-extradition country where they can't get me. Well, they can always get you, but maybe they can't ask to bring you back.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like, to me, those are unacceptable. So I want to hurt them as much as I can, burn the boats, and open up a space for someone else. And you're right, there's no concretes, but we have to allow for the possibility that will happen.
Yeah, I think in the face of allowing for a possibility when guaranteed we will have open borders, the courts will be packed and we lose our country. So in other words, on one hand, we guaranteed lose the country. There's no doubt about that. On the other hand, we see the incremental improvements. I think we agreed here. Let me go back to this. And I appreciate you taking the time, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
We agreed on the institution.
I say this: Republicans never play us again. If that's the case, if we just go ahead and vote straight Democrat on their ass, oh yeah, they learned their lessons then. But I mean, come on now. I mean, we're not doing that. I think we'd rather just sit out voting and just let the Dems win by voter turnout than just vote for Dems.
And I think that we would probably both agree that cultural institutions are probably more important than political ones long term. That's my view. Comparable, but in other words, they shouldn't be overlooked. How long did that take place? Like, how long did it take for the left to completely control academia, media, the entertainment industry? Like, you're talking about anywhere from 90 to big tech outside of when they saw the writing on the wall in the last election, right? We know these people are not conservatives.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say, okay, started in the 1930s, accelerated through the 60s, meaning the encroachment, the seizing of institutions, the change from the left has been consistent. It's been incremental. It's been subversive. And I bet you they're saying, thank God we didn't blow it all up. Wouldn't the change, the revolution for the positive, even though it's accelerated at a much more rapid rate than that, wouldn't we need to accept that change is incremental as well? Because we bitch about their power over institutions, but don't seem to have the spine to play the long game and to fight the war of attrition.
I would be inclined to believe that. However, I think that, how long has it been? Honestly, I mean, where do you want to start the timer? Is it when Trump won the election in 2016, or is it 2000, or is it 1990? I mean, where do you want to draw the line exactly? Because
I'm talking about the left being very unified. I think we agree with it. The left is far more unified, and the left will get in line. I mean, that's how you end up with a crazy broad like Kamala Harris without a primary. People are like, no, actually, we think she's great. They're unified and they make incremental progress. And by the way, that's a tenet of Marxism, subverting institutions. And conservatives are not. So let's go from the 60s, right? Goes back to the 30s, but McCarthy was right about a lot, not everything. A few people lost a couple of commercial gigs, but they took over every institution by design, said this is going to be systematic. It's going to take a while. And people on the right go, I don't have everything at once. So let me work with those who seized power over all these institutions.
I just feel like we've tried it that way. I mean, so Trump is going to leave office in 2029 regardless. He came down the escalator in 2015, so got elected in 2016. Republicans...
Trust me, the left is pretty unified. Like, you got to understand. Like, think about it like this. The left has been asking to tax the rich, raise taxes on the rich for a while now, right? And that's exactly what Trump does with tariffs. And they sit there and dead in our face and, ran cover for the corporate elites, pretty much saying, oh, it's a tax on the consumer. And, I would say this to that argument. Okay, so wouldn't you guys raising taxes on them? Wouldn't that be a tax on the consumer as well? Couldn't they pass that down to the consumer as well? You raise corporate tax by 10%. Well, they can raise prices by 10%. You put a tariff on them by 10%. Raise prices by 10%. So basically, no matter what type of tax we put on them, they can always pass it down. So basically, you're saying that all taxes are inflationary, no matter where they come from, no matter how you phrase it. It's inflationary because it can get passed on to the consumer. Not just tariffs. You got to go across the board with it. Don't pick and choose now. So it was kind of confusing. We'll sit there and watch. Well, like Dems, the social justice warrior, or the socialist sitting there defending corporations, talking about, oh, the tariffs need to go, they're a tax on the consumer, when it's the big corporations who are paying these tariffs. But hey, it is what it is.
In the Senate in 2014. So it's like, let's say from Republicans winning the Senate in 2014 until 2029, that's 15 years.
No, really, what's the difference between a 10% tariff and a 10% increase in corporate tax? What's the difference? I mean, there really is none. Both of them can be passed down by y'all definition. All taxes are tax on the consumer by that definition. And it is. I mean, look what they're doing with gas. You put a tax on gas, they raise gas prices. So, maybe you guys are right. All taxes are tax on the consumer. So maybe we should just get rid of all taxes then on businesses if that's the case.
Has anything gotten better in that time? Like, we're in a war with Iran.
Well, yeah, I would say that's where we go back to. But let's talk about institutions. Let's talk about culturally. Media. The fact that you and I are having this conversation, that's huge. This wouldn't happen just 4 or 5 years ago. Let's call it 6 years ago. racially based admissions in college. That took a Supreme Court, by the way, a slow walk, boom, done. Also DEI in not only the federal government, but in any institutions that are subsidized federally. That's a big one, right? This lays the groundwork. The media now, legacy media.
You see how everybody immediately just started attacking tariffs, but couldn't attack my argument on, all right, cool. Well, then what taxes are okay to put on the rich? How would you get jobs over here? And actually, tariffs were actually able to bring over jobs in aerospace, chips, including, well, let's be real, also with the CHIPS Act, it added the amount of semiconductor jobs that are being added into our economy along with the CHIPS Act. It also brought back jobs in the pharmaceutical as well. And these are the tariffs that were a sector specific ones, like the 100% on pharmaceuticals and 100% on semiconductors. So this is how tariffs has actually helped us. And remember, it was an incentive to get these guys to bring jobs over here, to bring manufacturing over here, because some of these things we need to make on the guidelines of just national security alone, not just to bring more jobs back to America, but also for national security. And you guys fought that tooth and nail. But then you guys were the same ones that wanted to raise the corporate tax, which will also get passed down to consumers. So like I said, you guys can attack tariffs all you want, but you cannot tackle the argument of, all right, then what taxes are okay to put on the rich? That won't get passed down to us.
Who controlled a lot of information is irrelevant. And I will tell you my approach outside of just discussing yours. People will often ask me, hey, should conservatives do what the left did? Should people on the right, America First, do what the left did and try and go into jobs, for example, in media or in academia? And I've said, no. The point now is to continue to accelerate their descent into irrelevancy, because now there are ways to sidestep it. Just, we need to accelerate the irrelevancy of a degree from an Ivy League school. So
we like Pickaboo, that's not the argument. The argument is what taxes are okay to put on that won't get passed down to the consumer. Because on y'all logic, all taxes get passed down to the consumer. So we can't tax these corporations anything without it getting passed on to our price. So what do? Just tax the people? Yeah, all right, cool. Just tax people. That's how the government will continuously get money after corporations, because we're too afraid of them passing down the cost. So just take away all taxes on corporations and just let them, and that should bring down prices pretty much.
Those institutions are no longer relevant. We need to accelerate the irrelevancy, for example, and we're already seeing it, but ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, we see it with you getting bigger numbers than whoever the hell, Brian Stelter, completely straight on CNN right now. It's a slow walk, and now these are rapid accelerations and overtaking cultural ground. That's why you're as influential as you are. That's why we're able to have this conversation. It's not a small thing, but there does need to be some unity in a common enemy, and that's why I started this with, is it the left, those who hate America? Because those are undeniable big wins.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong about the left being the enemy. To me, it's just a question of who will fight them. And I want a better right. I think that the right is not really putting up a real fight with the left. I actually don't even know that there's a huge distinction between the right and the left. And I know you disagree with that and you think there's like a big difference, but I think that they've kind of been holding hands, walking us down the same path for a very long time, which is in terms of the big picture, it's free trade.
I'm weak.
The line's very far.
All right, then. I mean, yo, Chad, like I said, it's a good point, but then how do we hold them accountable? That's the thing. Because if y'all saying y'all don't want tariffs on them, and that was incentivizing these guys to stop buying abroad and start trying to buy here or bring their business here, and y'all don't like that. So what taxes could we do to make these guys work for us? And without raising prices, because like I said, on y'all definition, any tax we put on them can get passed down to us. So what can we do? And they don't have an answer. Nobody has an answer. Because like I said, you can't sit there and just bitch about tariffs, but then not have another reason. Or not have another option. Because I'm gonna be real with you, tariffs was the best option, like it or not. I mean, look, you guys want to raise taxes on the rich too, did you not? And they could have passed that along to us. And somebody says that's not how taxes work, bro, we all know how taxes work. We all know it's something you got to pay to the government. Here's the thing, that little payment that they pay to the government, they could pass down to you. Still.
Separatism isn't dead.
And they pay tariffs to the government. So it's kind of funny how that person don't know how tariffs work.
Trump wanted in the SAVE Act, they said, we're not going to let kids transition unless their parents allow them to. Like,
no, but I'm talking about culturally. The views on abortion have actually become far more moderated, especially in the wake of Dobbs, Roe v. Wade. If you look at the public perception of transgenderism, that's changed dramatically. If you look at the public cancel culture, remember, that's no longer a thing. Also on that one, Trump said it backtracked immediately after backlash because he's responsive to them. But no, this is the social conservatism, actually, in a lot of ways, people, there's a resurgence in it. I know because you've discussed it. You see what they call the manosphere, people like Andrew Wilson out there, people wanting to solve the problem of marriage because that is an issue, people wanting families. The very fact that people are saying, hey, the American dream is out of reach is because they've realized that they've been sold a false bill of goods through these institutions, right? Be a boss, babe, go out, be promiscuous, have your abortions. Like, well, I don't want that, but houses are still too expensive. And I would agree, they're coming down, but they're still too expensive. I would not agree at all that social conservatism is dead. It's certainly much more mainstream and acceptable than it was when I was, a teenager.
Yeah, all right, but Sal, you gotta understand though, when we were the richest as a country, remember, we were making most of our stuff inside of the country. That's why taxing the rich worked out so well. We weren't outsourcing like that. So yeah, there's a lot more that goes into that than just, taxing the rich. There's a lot more that goes into that reasoning than just, if we tax the rich, we'll have a prosperous country. No, remember, part of that prosperity came from the fact that we were building most of the stuff in most of our products, most of our weaponry inside of the country. Now that we've stopped doing that, along with high taxes on the rich, it's not working out for us. Like, we can't have our cake and eat it too. We gotta choose here.
I disagree. I think you look at the GOP now, they're religiously pluralistic. They have all these like Hindus involved. Like Charlie Kirk wanted to call it ethical monotheism is like the new credo. So we can.
Here's the thing. If y'all want to lower taxes, then what about regulations? But the environment. See, so it's like, y'all gotta pick. Y'all can't have y'all cake and eat it too. So either y'all got to let go on taxes and, boost the regulations, or let go on the regulations just to boost up on taxes. You can't have it both ways.
Incorporate all these other traditions. You have the Trump administration's pro-IVF. They're not fighting on gay marriage. They have all kinds of gay people in the administration. They're not fighting on abortion. They overturned Roe. Now they don't want to do anything more about it. And then even with the transgenders, it's like, to me, that's the furthest, most extreme reach, and they're barely able to draw a line on that. They're not fighting feminism at all. You think about the party 20 years ago, and there was like a moral majority, and you had these like Buchanan, extremely Christian. Sure. But even under the Bush administration, now I feel like they've just kind of given that up. And now this administration is like, not everybody's Christian. Like I said, you've got some of these deviants involved. You have to admit that that's not really as much of a part of the platform as it was under Reagan or Bush 1 or 2. It is a much less socially conservative party.
You just skim past Dobbs, Roe v. Wade overturned. Like, you skimmed past that. That's monumental.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it's not everything. It's not everything, but it is the single biggest, most impactful policy on abortion, which, by the way, we all assumed was a foregone conclusion in a degenerate society. It came as a shock, and it was such a shock the left rallied behind it, right? Can we just, you can't skim past that. It's not perfect, but that's a huge change.
I mean, to me, it's not a question of perfect. It's just when you look at the overall climate, like, is this Republican Party as Christian as it was 20 years ago? Absolutely not. Would you argue that?
I think young people are absolutely more Christian receptive. And when you look at church attendance, particularly in more traditional denominations like Catholicism and Orthodox, I know people will argue that they're not growing as fast, but they are growing quite a bit, especially among young men. Yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, it's starting to lead to a play on faith. And what I mean is that you're using people's faith against them to make them align. It's like, I guess you're not a real Christian. What, if you're not Republican? And I've literally heard that before. Like, I guess you're not a real Christian if you're not a Republican. And I'm just like, yo, chill with that. Like, that is absolutely asinine for you guys to say that. But you kind of see where they're making faith toxic. And honestly, bro, the way these guys are moving with Christianity, they're going to make a lot of people not like it. I mean, the same thing they're doing with the Muslims, bro. Y'all Christians better stop that, because y'all going to be next.
I was a teenager. I'm in my 30s. It was rock against Bush, right? Swastika on his head. By the way, left has done that with every single person. And it was a non-starter. There was no there was no Christendom. If you showed up in a film, you were the serial killer. This idea was just women's choice, my body, and you had to sidestep it and say, well, if there was no thought that Roe v. Wade would actually be overturned. It was a pie in the sky dream. So yeah, I would argue that certainly with younger people, they are significantly more Christian than even those who used to be a libertarian thing. Like it used to be a Tucker Carlson lookalike convention at CPAC stuff. This is pre-fly fishing Tucker, bow tie Tucker era. So yeah, I think with young people, they're definitely more, if not Christian, but Christian receptive and traditional.
To me, I guess overall, I'm just not as impressed with the progress that we've made over the past couple of decades. Maybe that's the difference. As you sort of look at as glass half full, like, well, at least we got Roe, and at least we're trying to do these things, and hey, it's incremental and it takes time. And me, I feel like we're staring down the barrel of a gun where it's like we're about to become a minority as white people. The immigration thing, it's already kind of been done to us. We need something radical and urgent, because otherwise it's going to be a slow descent, and that's not a victory.
But what'll it fix? So let's assume, and I can't, but let's assume you have the concretes, the roster. That was my first question. It'll still be my last. Roster, funds, ground game. Okay, you get that guy in. You're still going to run into 100% of the Democrat Party opposing it, and you're still always going to have some Republicans who are useless. So let's assume you do that. How does that get you radical change within 2 years like you demand? Or you basically, sabotage them?
See, but this is a straw man. It's not about 2 years. This is Trump's second term. Republicans have been in control since 2022 of the House and the Senate. So it's like, it's not like we said, oh, you got 2 years. I gave them 2 years in 2016 and they did nothing. And then we said, okay, 2018, then 2020.
You say nothing again. Can you say he didn't do as much as you would like, but not nothing?
He didn't build a wall. They didn't repeal Obamacare. Then they cut the corporate tax rate by 10%. So it's like meaningfully, what did they really do? They didn't, illegal immigration was really bad. So it's like, again, it's not 2 years. It's been a long time coming. And
well,
so
back
I
then
would
we
just
had the vote was on the economy, and it was the rip-roaringest economy that we had seen in our lifetime.
These are excuses. These are narratives.
I'm saying when people vote on immigration, when people vote on the economy, and they run on those platforms, they're held accountable to those platforms. You said you don't care about the platform of immigration, which was the big issue this time. The first election, it was entirely about the economy. So if you want to say, okay, record low inflation where we actually saw employment come back, onshoring jobs, that's nothing, you can say it, but be honest with people and say that doesn't mean anything to you, just like immigration doesn't mean anything to you now. Just be honest. Don't call it nothing.
That's dishonest to say. Obviously, I care about immigration, but 2016 was about build the wall. They didn't. They fed us this line and said, well, we need to fix the economy first so we could win the midterms. Okay, well, then you lost the midterms. And then we never got a border wall. It's like, so, this is what I'm talking about. It just never gets done and never happens. If we win, well, we don't have enough power. If we lose, well, we weren't in power. It's like, okay, so when do we get the border wall? When do we get the deportations? When do we not go to war with Iran? When do we not spend $2 trillion on the military? Like, that's the thing. So I want to try somebody that's actually going to do what they promised to do.
Who?
Someone will rise up. And you will see, and you'll be very happy.
That's the pitch. It didn't happen in the other ones, but it'll happen this time. It didn't happen in 2020. Didn't happen in 22. Didn't happen in 2024, but it'll happen
22 is an off year. It happened in 2016.
It's about the primaries, but yeah, because you've advocated this or sitting out, and that's a problem. And here's the thing. I'm sure you remember the Tea Party. I want a more conservative Republican Party. But I also look and go, okay, Rubio, for example, so you mentioned the Christian thing, standing up, creating a video singularly about returning to Christian roots for Day of Prayer, setting one nation under, and you say it doesn't mean anything.
Speech.
Well, just like you just cited speech instead of policy as it relates to immigration. Like they're saying this. Yeah, but the H-1B numbers don't reflect that. So in this case,
they're not doing the raids. They're not
So in one case you go speech, you go speech, I go policies. You go, yeah, but speech.
No.
And then I go numbers and you go, yeah, but rhetoric. And then in the other case you go executive order. I go, yeah, but then he couldn't. You go, well then, yeah, but Republicans aren't getting this through Congress. It seems like you can just focus on.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it down on this one. But let me go ahead and do a quick little monologue. I do these every now and then, give you guys my thoughts and opinions on various topics in one straight through extemporaneous rant, aka it's off the cuff. So let's go ahead and get into it. And I do want to start with the whole immigration topic. Yeah, and the topic of immigration, like I said, it really shouldn't split both of us because we do understand that it is at the disadvantage of the American people. both on the low class and both on the high class, or, you want to get to your scholarly jobs, your hands-on jobs, it affects both. I mean, it affects the guys who work hands-on, like your plumbers, your roofers, and all that good stuff. It affects them. And these guys get paid a good amount of money, but when you undermine them with undocumented immigrants, you're kind of low-key ruining their livelihood. I mean, same thing with low skill jobs. These are supposed to go to like our kids. I'm gonna be real with you. I honestly think our kids should be the one, and it sounds fucked up, but maybe we should put these kids on the farm instead of leaving them in front of an iPad all day. I'm just saying, like, I was doing hard labor when I was a kid, and yeah, I wasn't just sitting inside on the PS2 all day. And that should kind of tell you my age, considering that I'm talking about the PS2. So you kind of get what I'm saying, right? I grew up in a generation where we was mostly outside, so I don't really see anything wrong with putting kids outside to work because, well, that's what my parents did. Now, like I said, it's just my anecdotal remedy for it. But I honestly think that's what we need to do instead of just letting the documents take over and letting these guys basically be corporate slaves. At least our kids are going to be getting paid more. Like, there's that you can look forward to. And then when we hop on the whole H-1B side, like I said, that's the most egregious, because let's not forget, we tell these kids to go to school, rack up debt just to come out here and not have a job and have it be taken by an immigrant from India, China, that only has like a 2-year program, while we make them go through a 4-year program, hundreds of thousands in debt. And we're going to sit there and tell that young man, that young lady, sorry, you're just not good enough. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, no, I refuse that idea. I refuse that line of thinking. Why? Because it's anti-American. It's un-American to sit there and think that anybody, any group of people in any other country is better than ours. And if that's the case, then I'm gonna be real with you. Then all right, stop making these kids go to school and make it free. Then if they're just gonna be wasting their time just to come out and having taken by an immigrant because they're not good enough. Sorry, but bullshit argument. Y'all know it. But all right, though. Let's talk about the economy, because the economy, guys, I'll be real with you, is kind of it's a bit effed up. Let's be real. And the reason why it's effed up is, well, because of reckless spending under Trump with COVID, reckless spending with Biden trying to recover from COVID and trying to give social programs to people. And, they say, oh, with the Save Act, he bought people out of poverty. Yeah, but once that inflation hit and prices went up, those same people went right back in poverty. And we lost about $3,000 in buying power that we're still dealing with today. That's why when prices go up, it's kind of going to affect us worse than under Biden. And like I said, the reality is because we lost buying power. And a lot of people want to play the Biden game, but guys, that's not the game we want to play right now. We actually got to hold our side accountable. You guys want to play the Biden game, but trust me, you're only looking stupid doing that. As gas prices go up and edging towards $5, I mean, bro, what, are you going to still be playing Biden when it's at $6, guys? Praying to God that it don't reach that, but is that still going to be it? Or are you finally going to turn around and hold Trump accountable and hold the Republicans accountable? So maybe we can get some change, because I'm going to be real with you. The reality is that there is still enough Republicans. There's still enough of you guys to support this for Trump to keep it going. And if Trump don't feel no pressure from the base, I'm going to be real with you, he ain't correcting course. Actually, no Republicans are correcting course if there is no pressure for the base. And be real with you, maybe some of y'all truly believe in this war and you believe in the propaganda of, oh, we've been in war with them for 47 years and they're going towards a nuke. Either way, and I'm gonna be real with you, not going towards a nuke, but either way, you understand how this is politically ruining the Republican Party, and you guys are fear-mongering on the Dems that you're kind of doing everything that's going to put them in power. So you can't sit here and get mad at us for calling that out, saying that we're Democrats and un-American, when we're literally trying to help y'all asses out. We're really trying to tell you, no, you guys keep support this, and you're going to make sure the Dems win the midterms. You're going to take all the independents are going to go towards the left, because they've seen the BS on the right, and they're seeing that it's getting a little bit too cultish. And I'm not saying it ain't cultish on the left either, but I'm going to be real with you. Especially when it comes to independents and the Dems are going to double down on voter turnout, and the independents are just going to go the other way, as they usually do, going with the best argument or the party that hurt them, less recently. And y'all just got to understand that's just how politics work. It's not that I'm being a Democrat. It's not that I'm un-American. It's just that you got to understand how bad this war is politically. And let's just talk about the war. Like the fact that the regime is still in power, the fact that the strait is still closed, Iran is honestly, bro, showing us their ass at this point, talking about they're going to run this strait. We got to pay reparations, release sanctions. What does that tell you guys? Well, I guess if you want to be childish about it, you can say, oh, those crazy mullahs. Or you could sit there and be intelligent and be like, well, damn, I guess they got more leverage than Trump has been letting on. And that's just the reality of the situation, that they have leverage when it comes to escalation. We're just not willing to take as far as the Iranians will. And that's just the fact of the matter, because they're willing to take out the entire global economy that we depend on. They're willing to take out the Gulf countries that we depend on to finance our economy in a way. They're the ones holding up these damn AI stocks. And also, they're the ones that help maintain the petrodollar's strength. If we lose that, we're cooked. And the fact that we even put that in danger is crazy. But it is what it is. And like I said, when it comes to midterms, and we're seeing all the damage that this war is doing, that's only going to push people towards the Dems when it comes to midterms. And we have nobody to blame but ourselves. Don't blame the Republicans. Too, blame Trump. He got us into this war that pretty much screwed everything up for us. He could have just not went into this war, signed the deal with these guys, and focused on affordability all the way until November, and he'd have been good. Worst case scenario, he lose the House by a slim margin. But now we're even looking at the possibility of this man losing the effing Senate. Like, honestly. And yes, we can sit here and go tit for tat on, oh, well, S.E.T, you got to understand, the Dems are just going to ruin the country and all this good stuff. Yeah, I know, nigga. But here's the thing. If obviously you don't care enough because you're still supporting this war. Like, I care more than you, apparently. Like, I understand this, but you don't. It's like, Crowder understands this, but the Trump administration don't, apparently, or they just don't give a damn. You heard Trump. It ain't even on his mind. Affordability is not even on his mind. The fact they're paying higher tax prices, the fact that inflation went up is not even on the man's mind. And is that concerning? Yes, but I'm gonna be real with you. It's obvious because this is probably the most concerning thing to him because it's hurting his numbers. He can give a damn about affordability, my nigga, the numbers. And I do want to get into this last point here about MAGA and leftists. So MAGA, shout out, guys, because you are now the new left. You guys are the radical leftists, the woke right. I know you called Tucker Carlson and, Kenneth Owens the woke right. No, you guys are. You guys are the radical leftists. You guys are the one that can't take any criticism, even from your own side, without ostracizing them. And that's exactly what the leftists were doing under Biden. And you guys are repeating the same action, word for word, bar for bar. And it's sickening. And you keep doing it every single day, and it gets worse. I mean, y'all damn near out here protecting pedophiles, talking about, oh, Jeffrey Epstein, oh, it was only a 14-year-old girl. That doesn't mean he's a pedophile. Oh, so anything to defend Trump? Like, are you serious? But hey, I digress. The problem is that don't become like leftists and recklessly defend the Trump administration because you just can't be wrong. Like, let's not do that. Trump said no new wars. Let's stick to that. Let's be consistent here. And the problem is none of us are consistent. Actually, we're doing Simone Biles mental gymnastics to skate around the fact that Trump said no new wars in Iran. We're over here doing the mental gymnastics going all the way back to the 1980s, and that don't even make no sense. Let's talk about current speech. So even your arguments for Trump, saying that, well, no, he always went to war with Iran. Trust me, if he ran on that, he would have been no different than Kamala Harris, who said she wanted war with Iran. She'd have been no different. He was smart enough to at least take the opposite position. But here we are, guys, in a war with Iran, 74 days in, and it looks like we'd have made Iran into a world superpower, 16th strongest army in the world, and it's able to hold off the strongest military in the world. Oh, and we wanted to go ahead and bring in NATO in, and they're looking at us like, bro, if you can't do it, no one can. Strongest military, strongest navy in the world, bro. You think you can't open up the Strait of Hormuz? You expect us to do it? That's how NATO's looking at us. So I'm sorry, guys, but this is not a good situation at all. And we just need to just open our eyes up to it. And I hope we would, but not everybody wants to. It is what it is. It is what it is. And all right, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go and super chat it in. Probably give you guys a good 5 minutes. In the meantime, I guess I'll look at some questions here. Let me see here. Let me see here. I don't see any questions here. Let's see here. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Whatever, bro. This guy's an idiot. Yeah, I know. When you can't go against any of my arguments, I know. Name call. Go ahead. Be a leftist. Like I said, I just went in on snapping on Mac for acting like leftists, and here you go. Perfect example. I appreciate you, bro, because you kind of proved my point. So thank you. I'm weak. Comments are blocking the host. I'm weak. Then they are? Huh, tough. But all right. And okay. So do you think the Iran war is COVID 2.0 for Trump? Actually, bro, oh man. Well, at least he ain't going in $1 trillion of spending. We're only going in billions of dollars. But I'm gonna be real with you, the political backlash is even worse than like Project Warp Speed and all that wildness he did during COVID. Like, it's even worse. Like, you can understand what Trump did under COVID. I mean, bro, this is something that's brand new. We haven't had anything like this ever before in our lifetime. So when this went down, I understood Trump's mistakes. But bro, we have so many examples of why interfering in the Middle East is a bad idea. There is no excuse for this. Let's just keep it a buck. Like, so many examples of why this shit don't work that it's just retarded to keep on doing it. It's literally the definition of insanity to actually think that this was going to work, seeing that we have countless of examples of how it doesn't. So that's just being real on that one. I don't know why other people don't see it. Well, let's see here. I'm a leftist and you don't know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, then let's be real. Then you kind of relate to MAGA. Any criticism against you, you're just going to lash out. I mean, you proved my point. MAGA or leftist, you proved my point, brother, and I appreciate you. He's like, you defending Trump, right? I'm weak. No, I'm holding both sides accountable here, as I usually do. But all right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and bow out on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. Appreciate the support. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, and I will keep you guys on. Well, I will catch you guys on the next one. I'm getting kind of tired here. The sun is rising. Well, let's see here. All right. You know what? I'm gonna start opening up the call-in lines for debates and all that good stuff again. But then again, when I do that, a lot of y'all be running. So it is what it is. But anyway, though, I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.